Although the character of Zhao Guangxing was not that good, but with regards to his strength, Ren Tian Yu also admire him a bit, as at this young age he had already cultivated to the peak, great illusionist master level. Through his dedication to illusion for more than 10 years, coupled with the illusory shrine, secret manual of infinite illusion skills, it was impossible for his illusion skill to be bad. After a period of observation, Ren Tian Yu had discovered that the illusion skill of this world, although a bit different with the Naruto world, but was also a bit similar. So Ren Tian Yu was not afraid of him. In any case, Tian Yu, be more careful. But there is also the chance that you would not encounter him. If he had bad luck and encountered Wong Yanli, then it is unlikely for you to encounter him, as he is unlikely the match of Wong Yanli. Sun Chuchen sighed loudly. He, be at ease, you all don't need to worry about me. Ren Tian Yu said to others, and he turned his head and stared towards the magic screen of the square. After several Earth System magicians used their magic, they successfully restored the arena which was heavily destroyed from the match of Ren Tian Yu. Now the second match was about to begin, so the magic screen was quickly flashing with the names of the participants. Ding! Along with the sound, the two names appeared on the magic screen. Seeing these two names, the corner of the Ren Tian Yu's mouth slightly rose. Truly interesting. Is this for real? It looks like we shouldn't miss this match. However, Chu Qian, your mouth is quite effective. It's happening just like you said. Ren Tian Yu looked at Sun Chu Qian, and the corner of his mouth slightly twitched several times. I also didn't think this would be the result. Seeing the two names appeared on the screen, Sun Chu Qian had the urge to laugh. Chapter 58, Ranking Competition, 7. In the huge magical screen, Zhao Guangxing vs Wong Yanli was written. Ren Tian Yu and others had never thought that the mouth of Sun Chu Qian was unexpectedly this effective. Just now she had cursed at Zhao Guangxing to encounter Wong Yanli in the match, and in a flash her curse was realized. Haha, now I will see how this wicked guy will handle this. Seeing the participant's name of the next match in the huge screen, Wang Haiqing laughed and vented out his depression of just a moment ago. Look carefully, we shouldn't miss this match. Ren Tian Yu laughed, then he no longer spoke. Then he seriously started to watch the match. Fuck, that damned woman, unexpectedly had such poisonous mouth, don't let me meet you again, or else. Seeing the names on the screen, Zhao Guangxing felt pain in the ass. With regards to Wong Yanli, Zhao Guangxing had gotten the information on him. So he was feeling a huge pressure from this next match, and inside his heart he was not certain that he was capable enough to win against Wong Yanli. Because his illusion skills were not that effective against magicians compared to warriors. And the effect was even lower against top-level magicians like Wong Yanli. However, he had no other choice, since it was already his turn. Even if he don't have 100% confidence to win for sure, he should fight in this match. Because he had spoken that he would win the competition, it was impossible for him to give up the match now. And Wong Yanli was already standing at the arena waiting for him. Wong Yanli was wearing a fiery red-colored fire system magic robe, and he was holding a fiery red-colored magic wand in his hand. And at the top of that magic wand, there was 3 fiery red-colored huge magic stones. Along with the appearance of Wong Yanli, the eyes of all the female audiences changed into something similar to peach-shaped eyes. Even the eyes of valiant teacher Wang Jiafei started to become peach blossom color. It was so because this fellow was excessively handsome, so handsome that even Ren Tian Yu himself was a bit jealous inside his heart. I think, peach-shaped eyes equals heart-shaped eyes. This fellow had smooth and fair face, and that face reveled a grave and stern atmosphere. Enchanting pitch-black eyes, that thick eyebrows, straight nose, and with that slightly raised corner of the mouth. He clearly looked noble and elegant. Some male students in the audience, seeing their own girlfriend staring at Wong Yanli at the arena with love-struck fool face, were grinding their teeth with hate. They all wanted to rush at the arena and beat the crap out of Wong Yanli, but these miserable fellow already knows that they were no match against him. Zhou Guangxing stepped up on the arena, then he tossed his identity plate towards the judge. Then he waved his right hand, a transparent white-colored magic crystal ball appeared at his right hand. This was the illusion power source equipment of the illusionist. Along with the announcement of judge to start the match, Wong Yanli spoke towards Zhou Guangxing, "You better give up now. Humph, although you are a member of Magic Domain, but I am also the member of Illusory Shrine. Don't think you can easily defeat me." Hearing Wong Yanli, suddenly the face of Zhou Guangxing became extremely unsightly, then he said coldly. I am saying, without wasting any time, give up now, otherwise you may not get any chance later." Hearing Zhou Guangxing, Wong Yanli was not angry, still same as before gave the advice to give up. "You." Hearing those indifference words, Zhou Guangxing was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Shortly afterwards he just grinded his teeth, and with full of hate inside his heart he thought, "Fine, since you want me to give up, I will show you my true strength and let you know the price of looking down upon me." Illusion blood lineage, manifest. Along with the shout of Zhou Guangxing, suddenly a purple-black colored illusion aura sprang out from his body and tightly surrounded him. Due to this illusion aura, everyone experienced that their thought was involuntarily attracted towards the illusion aura. And they remembered the matter that they didn't want to remember the most. "Wong Yanli, I want you to pay the price for looking down upon me." Domain of blood lineage, illusion country. The figure of Zhou Guangxing was surrounded by the illusion aura and couldn't be seen. Only the cold voice came out from the illusion aura. Shortly afterwards that purple-black colored illusion aura originally surrounding him, immediately spread all around the arena very quickly. Immediately all above the arena changed into purple-black colored illusion domain. Domain of blood lineage, illusion country, is the combination between his rank 1 blood lineage and advanced illusion skill of Illusory Shrine, coupled with the advice of the seniors of Illusory Shrine. This exclusive to Zhou Guangxing special blood lineage illusion skill was created. The main principle of this illusion skill was to refine and turn his peculiar magic of blood lineage into an illusion aura in a special way, then spread it in all direction. And all the area within this illusion aura is illusion domain. But this domain is not like the domain of God class experts, which is created by combining the power of heaven and earth. So this illusion domain can only be counted as pseudo-domain, but even like this domain is quite awesome. Because within this domain, everyone would receive the endless illusion attack, and could easily confuse their state of mind. And once enemy is within the domain, Zhou Guangxing would get a big advantage against the enemy. Once everyone in the audience saw that Wong Yanli was within the domain of Zhou Guangxing, everyone was quite taken aback, as no one had expected this result. Nevertheless now the arena was completely surrounded by this purple-black colored illusion fog. No one was able to see clearly what was happening inside the arena. Seeing the move of Zhou Guangxing, Ren Tian Yu was greatly surprised inside his heart. Seeing that the arena was completely filled with illusion fog, he firmly creased his brows. "My Sharingan do not have see-through ability. Don't tell me there is no way to observe the situation in the arena." "Oh, that's right." At this time Ren Tian Yu suddenly thought about something. Then in a flash, his eyes shone brightly. Shortly afterwards he immediately opened Sharingan. As expected he could clearly see the situation on the arena. As a matter of fact, Ren Tian Yu had suddenly thought, since this purple-black colored illusion fog which was spread all over the place was power of illusion, then this illusion fog itself should also be illusion power. So he thought maybe his Sharingan, which have the ability to see through all kinds of illusion, is capable to see through this fog. As expected, after he opened Sharingan, he confirmed his guess. Not only he see through this illusion fog, also all the image of the illusions of the thick fog also entered inside the mind of Ren Tian Yu. I never expected the illusion skills of this fellow was actually this high. I don't know what Wong Yanli will do now. After seeing the image of the illusions, Ren Tian Yu have no choice but to sigh with feelings. He discovered that Wong Yanli was still standing at the original place without any motion, but his eyes were flashing with the trace of confusion. That should be the effect of the illusion of Zhou Guangxing. After seeing all this, Ren Tian Yu was wondering what would happen next. Tian Yu, what are you laughing at? At this time, Sun Chuqian saw the eyes of Ren Tian Yu was blood red in color and he was staring at the arena. And he also had a smile on his face, so she asked curiously. I am watching the fight. What? You can actually see the fight. Don't tell me your eyes have see-through ability. After hearing that Ren Tian Yu could see the fight in the arena which was filled with fog, Sun Chuqian couldn't help but cried out in alarm. Then it seemed like she thought about something, then her facial complexion immediately became extremely unsightly. Although she knew that the blood-red eyes was the blood lineage of Ren Tian Yu, but she didn't know the specific abilities of that eyes. Seeing the abrupt change in the complexion of Sun Chuqian, Ren Tian Yu moved his eyes towards the body of Sun Chuqian, as if checking out something. Then with a lewd smile in his face he said, Hey, yeah, I have no choice but to say, Chuqian, your figure is extremely fine, Z's. Z's, pinion of clicking one's tongue. In English what is it called? Hearing Ren Tian Yu, Sun Chuqian's face become even redder, however he didn't notice that behind that red face, her complexion was becoming even more unsightly. Chapter 59, Ranking Competition, 8. Hearing that lewd voice of Ren Tian Yu, and in addition to that strange eyes of Ren Tian Yu, immediately she felt like a cold wind blew at her body, as if she was not wearing any clothes. Then she suddenly screamed, then clutching her body she half squat on the ground, You damned pervert. Haha, your clutching is of no use. My eyes have omnidirectional see-through ability. Watching Sun Chuqian who was hugging her own body and squatting on the ground, Ren Tian Yu lewdly smiled and continued to tease her. Don't stare me with those strange eyes. Quickly turn around so I can leave this place. Hearing the magnificent ability of Ren Tian Yu, the face of Sun Chuqian became even redder through and through. Then she angrily said to Ren Tian Yu. This pain is killing me. It's burning. Seeing the embarrassed appearance of Sun Chuqian, Ren Tian Yu laughed feeling proud of himself, but just as he started laughing, he suddenly felt a strong heat wave behind his back. Shortly afterwards, his buttocks was on fire. Well Ren Tian Yu, your blood lineage still had such shameless ability. And you also dared to use this ability to peep my body before. Humph, damn you pervert, see how I take care of you. From behind Ren Tian Yu, the ashen-faced Wang Jiafei looked at lively Ren Tian Yu and then said. Teacher, please listen to my explanation. With great difficulty, he put out the fire from his buttocks. Hearing the voice behind him, he turned around his head only to see the fierce Wang Jiafei walking towards him. Suddenly inside his heart, he realized that his joke was heard by Wang Jiafei and he immediately opened his mouth to explain. Explain the fart, you quickly gouge out your eyes and hand it over to your old mother. Otherwise be careful your old mother will make you unable to see the sun forever. Wang Jiafei simply didn't allow Ren Tian Yu to explain. Seeing he was using his eyes to firmly stare at her again, immediately she got angry inside her heart and said in a stern voice. No, teacher, my eyes do not have see-through ability. Just now, I was only teasing Sun Chuqian. Ren Tian Yu hastily explained. If he hesitate to explain now, he would definitely create a disaster for himself. He already knows that he couldn't afford to offend these females. There is no see-through ability. Hearing Ren Tian Yu, Wang Jiafei stared blankly for a while. Then she slowly withdrew her battle chi, and doubtfully looked towards the direction of Ren Tian Yu. Sun Chuqian was also a little dazed, but very quickly responded, No, if you don't have see-through ability, then how you can see what is happening in the arena? You should know that currently the whole arena is covered with the purple-black colored fog released by Zhou Guangsheng, so it is impossible to see the situation within the arena. If you don't have see-through ability, then how do you clearly know the situation inside the arena? How do you explain, I was almost deceived by you. Hearing Sun Chuqian, Wang Jiafei was stunned, then she quickly put on her guard and looked Ren Tian Yu. Seeing the embarrassed appearance of Ren Tian Yu, Wang Haiqing and others were covering their mouth and laughing. None of them stepped forward to rescue him. It is not that way, my eyes have the ability to see through illusions. All illusions as long as they do not exceed my strength won't affect me. This purple-black colored fog released by Zhou Guangshen, in the end is also the part of illusion power, and to this added a special skill to successfully release it. So, nevertheless before my eyes it is nothing. So I could see what was going on in the arena. Really? Sun Chuqian and Wang Jiafei still doubtfully asked. Without doubt, it's real, two beautiful ladies. You should have faith in me. I am not deceiving you. Ren Tian Yu pulled a long face and said towards them. Fine, we will believe you for the time being. Wang Jiafei considered for a bit, then decided to believe in him temporarily. Because she had a bit of understanding on the character of Ren Tian Yu after contacting with him for a month. As a result she decided to believe him. Fu, Ren Tian Yu let out a long breath of relief, then wipe out the cold sweat on his forehead. A close call. At this time, from the corner of his eyes, he suddenly discovered the situation on the arena had changed. Without losing any time, he stood up and said, "Look, the match is almost over." After the illusion country attack of Zhou Guangsheng surrounded the arena, a section of strange power unceasingly enticed his state of mind and he sunk into unlimited illusions. Despite being a powerful magician with powerful resistance against the illusions, nevertheless he wasn't able to compete against this illusion attack. I didn't expect this fellow possessed move like this. It seemed this fellow is also looking down upon me, but, I will end this match now. Seeing endless illusions before his eyes, Wong Yanli discovered that he himself was also being underestimated by Zhou Guangsheng. However he didn't panic, the magic wand which he was holding with his right hand started to twinkle with red-colored magic radiance. I have no choice but to say, this move is quite powerful. And I can see that you have a great confidence in this move. Wong Yanli slowly said. Although he didn't know where Zhou Guangsheng was, nevertheless he didn't care about it. But Zhou Guangsheng didn't reply to him, because Zhou Guangsheng was afraid about exposing his location, if he spoke now. And if his location was exposed then the magic could easily lock on to him. Actually, you don't need to be this careful, because even like this you can't change the result of this match. It is so because this move of yours simply don't have any effect upon me, as I have this move, Flame Heart Skill. After he finished speaking, the red-colored magic radiances that was gathered in the magic wand of his hand changed into flowing light and entered inside the head of Wong Yanli. What? Flame Heart Skill, you actually possess this skill. Even though Zhou Guangsheng had complete confidence in his move, but when he heard the three words, Flame Heart Skill, his complexion had a huge changes. His mind was in chaos. Flame Heart Skill, one of the most supreme bluff magic of Fire System magicians, is a rank 8 Saint class magic. But its learning degree of difficulty alone was grade 3. The main effect of Flame Heart Skill was to protect your mind, and increase the comprehensive power. In addition to this, for a short period of time, the user is completely immune to all illusion skill below the level of Saint class. Even the Saint class illusion skill's effects were greatly reduced by this Flame Heart Skill. But this magic skill can only be learnt at Magic Domain, and outsiders had next to nothing chance to learn this skill. And even the members of the Magic Domain were not qualified to learn this skill, only the core members with the significant contribution towards Magic Domain or the members who exercise control over Magic Domain and the next generation who were chosen to exercise control over were only qualified to learn this skill. In the end who are? Humph, you will never have the chance to know who I am. I will end this match now. Wings of Heaven. Along with the voice of Wong Yanli, suddenly inexhaustible fire system magic sprang out from behind Wong Yanli. Gradually it changed into 2-meter-long fiery red-colored phoenix wings. Then he lightly flapped his wings and rise in the air above the arena. Then he looked downwards to that endless purple-black-colored magic fog, then he started to chant the incantation. Scorching hot star fall. After completing chanting the incantation, a powerful fire system magic fluctuated above the magic wand at the right hand of Wong Yanli. Then gradually take the form of huge fiery red energy ball. Fall. Seeing the magic was completed, Wong Yanli waved the magic wand. Immediately the huge energy ball directly fall down straight toward the arena. Not good. Seeing the magic of Wong Yanli, the pupils of Zhou Guangxing shrunk tightly, and his complexion immediately changed. Chapter 60, Ranking Competition, 9. Along with the shout of Wong Yanli, suddenly the huge flame ball which was emitting a fiery aura started to fall straight to the arena under his control. Hong. Along with the fall of scorching hot star fall, suddenly this fiery ball collided with the arena and a huge heat wave quickly spread all around the arena with the impact location as a center. The purple-black colored illusion fog which was covering the whole arena was evaporated and disappeared in a flash under this powerful heat wave. And now everyone could see what was happening in the arena. Everyone saw that whole body of Zhou Guangxing was burned red with the magic of Wong Yanli. His white-colored illusion robe was also burned and was riddled with gaping holes. Now he was motionlessly lying on the ground, no one knows whether he was alive or dead. Wong Yanli looked at the lying Zhou Guangxing, then he flapped his wings of heaven and slowly landed on the ground. Then the wings slowly changed into fire system elements and dissipated in the air. At this time the judge stepped on the arena and inspected the body of Zhou Guangxing. He discovered that Zhou Guangxing had merely lost his consciousness due to the force of impact, and there was not any serious injuries. So he declared Wong Yanli as a winner. Noise. Just after the winner was announced by judge, immediately the sound of big round of applause rang out. Of course majority of applaud was from females and the males were grinding their teeth with hate. Chuchen, it appeared that you losing to him was not really an injustice. The strength of this fellow is extremely high. Staring at Wong Yanli who was slowly stepping down from the arena, Ren Tian Yu said towards Sun Chuchen with a serious face. Because even he himself felt pressure from Wong Yanli. If he encounter Wong Yanli in a match, perhaps he might really need to use ninjutsu too. Yes, at that time, under his fire system magic attacks, my soft water battle chi was completely useless. My attack and defense didn't even have a slightest effect on him. With a complex expression on her face, Sun Chuchen said to Ren Tian Yu while staring at slowly descending Wong Yanli. He's very strong. At this moment, staring at Wong Yanli, Yan Xinlua also seriously said these three words. Oh, what a rare sight. You actually took the initiative to talk with us, paralysis-faced man. Ren Tian Yu was surprised and looked at Yan Xinlua. Then in a daze he spoke. Humph. Hearing Ren Tian Yu, Yan Xinlua just snorted coldly and no longer spoke another word. He. Seeing the reaction of Yan Xinlua, Ren Tian Yu just laughed and shook his head thoughtfully. After about 3 minutes, the next match was about to begin. The huge magic screen of the square was quickly flashing with the names of each and every remaining participants. With the ding sound, the two names appeared on the magic screen. Fong Wu vs Qian Dong. Who are these two people? Seeing the names on the magic screen, Ren Tian Yu discovered that he didn't know anything about these two peoples. So he asked. I only know that Qian Dong is the member of Warrior Courts Class 3. As for that Fong Wu, I also have not heard anything. Wang Haiqing also discovered that he also didn't know anything about Fong Wu. So shaking his head he expressed that he also don't know her. But to be able to enter top 16, this means she is not that simple. It seems another mysterious expert have appeared again. Ren Tian Yu stared at the name Fong Wu and sighed with feelings. Along with the appearance of two names in the huge magic screen, two people appeared at the arena in succession. Qian Dong was indeed holding a huge sword. His whole body was covered with muscles, making him look like a kind of violent person. And Fong Wu was a beautiful girl with a tall figure. She had a long fiery red-colored hair which was spread out at her back. She was wearing a skin-tight fiery red battle dress. This dress perfectly showcased her beautiful tall figure to others. She had a perfect oval face, fair and clear skin just like pure water, and a pair of quick-witted big lovable eyes which make other people to feel lively. In her right hand she was holding a slender rapier, which was still inside the fiery red-colored sheath. The hilt of that rapier depicted a fiery red *** phoenix which was spreading its wings. Within the eyes of that phoenix, there was two fiery red transparent crystal stone. One look at the rapier and anyone will know that it was not an ordinary rapier. I now declare the start of the third match of top 16. Seeing that both the participants had arrived, the judge announced the start of the match. Then he stepped down from the arena and released the barrier. Along with the announcement of judge, the body of Qian Dong started to release a strong purple-colored lightning blood lineage, manifest. Along with the shout of Qian Dong, suddenly a huge sound of lightning rang out of thin air. And the stature of Qian Dong seems to have increased somewhat. And all around his body was surging with a flickering violent lightning battle chi. After finishing his preparation, he looked ahead and saw that Fong Wu had still not made any movements. Qian Dong let out a cruel smile, and just like a fierce beast he waved his huge sword and dashed towards Fong Wu in a high speed. Whoosh! Qian Dong already appeared in front of Fong Wu. Then he waved his huge sword towards the small and frail body of Fong Wu, without any hint of pity in his heart. When everyone in the audiences were worried for Fong Wu, a faint cry of the phoenix was heard by all those present. Everyone was dazed at that moment, and Fong Wu had already taken out her rapier. Then with her strength of slender figure and using just her thin and long rapier she prepared herself to block the attack of the huge sword of Qian Dong. Humph! Seeing the preparation of Fong Wu, Qian Dong immediately snorted coldly. Shortly afterwards his right hand flashed, then the battle chi around his body quickly flowed into his huge sword. Thunderbolt chop! The huge sword twinkled with lightning, then it quickly advanced towards Fong Wu. Hong! An explosion sound rang out. Fong Wu was hit by this attack, and was caught in the explosion too. Dusts rose up due to explosion and these dusts obstructed the vision of everyone, so no one clearly knew the situation inside arena at this moment. When the dust dissipated, the circumstance inside the arena was presented before the eyes of everyone. When they saw the situation inside arena, everyone couldn't help but be greatly surprised. They saw that the whole body of Fong Wu was flashing with battle chi of golden flame. And that battle chi around her body had taken the form of a golden yellow-colored phoenix and covered her whole body, blocking the earlier attack. She dispersed that battle chi which was surrounding her body, then waved her rapier and attacked Qian Dong, since the distance between them was already close. And from the tip of the rapier came out a fiery red-colored phoenix head. Phoenix peck. Seeing the attack of Fong Wu, Qian Dong smiled with disdain. Then he crazily stirred the battle chi all over the body, then he quickly waved his huge sword which was covered with his battle chi in front of him which took the form of a purple-colored lightning barrier. Wall of thunder. Ding! Sound rang out, the rapier tip of Fong Wu and the wall of thunder of Qian Dong collided with each other. Even though the penetration power of the phoenix peck of Fong Wu was very powerful, but it obviously carried insufficient power to destroy the wall of thunder. It was only able to deplete the energy of wall of thunder before the energy of phoenix peck completely disappeared. Humph! Flame phoenix slash. Just when Qian Dong was about to laugh and ridicule Fong Wu, he suddenly heard the loud cry of phoenix from the body of Fong Wu, then along with the huge phoenix energy, the rapier of Fong Wu attacked towards the wall of thunder. Chapter 61, Ranking Competition, 10. Alongside the huge fiery red-colored phoenix, the rapier of Fong Wu slashed towards the wall of thunder of Qian Dong. Hong! The flame phoenix slash easily cut through the wall of thunder just like a hot knife cutting through the butter. Then the slash advanced towards Qian Dong. Not good. The pupil of Qian Dong shrunk, and he immediately reacted. The violent lightning battle chi all around his body immediately changed into a mysterious formation, then it densely covered his body. Then his whole body released a mysterious purple-colored lightning light. Thunderstorm, purple lightning step. Swish. The whole body of Qian immediately changed into a purple-colored thunderbolt and advanced forward. Hong, the flame phoenix chopped at the place where Qian was standing just a moment ago. Alongside the loud explosion sound, the stones at that place of the arena was completely scattered. Just after the explosion sound stopped, the purple-colored lightning on the body of Qian also slowly disappeared. That long purple-colored lightning light behind his body also slowly turned into lightning system element and dissipated in the air. He turned around and watched the place where he was standing just a moment ago. He found a deep hole in that place. Cold sweat started to pour out from his forehead. A close call, if not for my quick dodge, I would have lost the match. Wiping out the cold sweat from his forehead, Qian felt a deep fear in his heart. And he no longer dared to look down upon this female student. You are quite fast at dodging. Fong Wu didn't care about Qian successfully dodging her attack. It seems I have to go all out. Qian gradually became serious. He considered about something for a moment, then decided his next move. Lightning Shadow Formula. Qian yelled, then the purple-colored violent lightning battle chi of his body slowly gathered within his body. Then his both hand held his huge sword, then made a horizontal slash. Hong long. Just when Fong Wu was surprised seeing the move of Qian, a tremendous thundering sound rang out. The sky became dark, and it became impossible to see anything. Not good. Phoenix Guard. Fong Wu had a bad feeling inside her heart, so she immediately released her flame phoenix battle chi for safeguard. Then a huge phoenix appeared above the head of Fong Wu, which spilled a golden yellow-colored flame radiance to guard Fong Wu. Gotcha. At this time, along with the purple-colored lightning streak across this boundless darkness, Fong Wu clearly felt her phoenix guard had received a violent impact. A round of huge impacts shocked her. She was so scared that, without losing any time, she poured out a huge amount of her battle chi to the phoenix guard to maintain her defense. When her vision was restored again, she discovered the phoenix above her head was already dim and the shield around her body was also on the verge of collapse. Fong Wu removed phoenix guard, and turned around. She saw Qian was half squatting with the support of his huge sword and was panting heavily. And his radiance of battle chi was also weak. It looks like the burden of that move just a moment ago was very large. Are you already at the end of your rope? Since it is like that, I ought to make my move too. Seeing Qian was exhausted, Fong Wu tightly held her rapier, then she turned into a fiery red radiance and dashed straight towards Qian. Seeing Fong Wu was dashing towards him, he shakily stood up with the support of his weapon. He had never expected that his certain kill skill, lightning shadow formula, unexpectedly didn't get the desired result. He had found this lightning shadow formula in a mysterious ravine, and at that time, in addition to lightning shadow formula, he had also obtained additional 6 formulas. They were jointly named 7 Formula of Thunderbolt. Each formula was above Earth grade. Right up until the preset, he could use only 2 formula, and he couldn't display even the half of the actual might of this formula. Qian estimated his remaining amount of battle chi, then he grinded his teeth inside his heart. He decided to make his final decisive move. If this resolved the opponent, then he would win, if not, then he would lose. Rather than waiting for the defeat, it's better to struggle until the end. Deciding this, Qian inserted his huge sword inside the floor in front of him, then he put the palms of his hand together. The battle chi started to gather between his palms in a special way. Very quickly a ball of lightning energy comparable to the size of the football appeared between his palms. Then Qian concentrated that ball of lightning energy in his right hand. After that he hit above his weapon with his right hand. Suddenly a towering lightning light was released from the huge sword and covered his whole body. His whole body changed into an enormous lightning beam. Lightning Light Formula. Along with the roar from Qian Dong, he suddenly changed into an enormous lightning beam and advanced straight towards Fong Wu, and behind a long tail of purple-colored lightning followed him. Everyone knows that the speed of lightning is very fast. Although the body of Qian Dong had changed into lightning, his speed was nowhere near the speed of real lightning. Nevertheless, the distance between him and Fong Wu was short, so he covered this distance in a flash and arrived in front of her and made a surprise attack. Seeing the changes on Qian Dong, the pupil of Fong Wu shrunk, and was simply unable to respond in time. But due to the long-time instinct of her body, she instinctively created a simple barrier in front of herself. Crackling sound of lightning continuously rang out. The barrier set up by Fong Wu lasted for only a moment, then it was broken through by Qian Dong, who was changed into a lightning beam. But that moment of time was enough for Fong Wu to react. Along with the loud cry of the phoenix from within her body, the flame phoenix battle chi around her body suddenly rose sharply. Then all the battle chi around her body was poured into her rapier. Very quickly the rapier was surrounded by immense golden color battle chi. Rage of Celestial Phoenix. Fong Wu slashed Qian Dong, who was turned into lightning beam with her rapier, which surrounded by immense battle chi. Hong. The sound of energy explosion rang out. As the attack of Fong Wu and Qian Dong collided with each other, immediately the invisible energy shock wave spread in all directions. While Fong Wu and Qian Dong was locked in a stalemate, the lightning power of Qian Dong was unceasingly trying to break through the attack of Fong Wu and advance towards her. But the rage of Celestial Phoenix of Fong Wu tightly blocked him. And along with the crackling sound, the lightning spark was unceasingly appearing between them. Along with the passage of time, it was obvious to everyone that Qian Dong couldn't carry on much longer. The battle chi around him was slowly becoming dim, then finally his body appeared from within the lightning beam. Dong! The body of Qian Dong directly fell down on the ground. Then Fong Wu also stopped her rapier and her battle chi also slowly dissipated. When the judge saw that Qian Dong had collapsed, without losing any time he removed the barrier, then immediately moved to the side of Qian Dong and examined him. Then he discovered that Qian Dong had lost his consciousness because he had completely exhausted his battle chi. I declare Fong Wu as the winner of the match. After hearing the announcement of the judge, Fong Wu clearly felt relief. Although she had not used all the cards in her hand, nevertheless she had no choice but to say that Qian Dong was a persistent opponent. That lightning battle chi along with that last move used by Qian Dong, almost forced her to reveal her blood lineage. Chapter 62, Mission System Triggered. Looking at Fong Wu, who was stepping down from the arena, a light flashed in the eyes of Ren Tian Yu. In the eyes of others, Fong Wu had barely won this match with great hardships and danger, but from the observation of Sharingan, Ren Tian Yu had clearly saw that, many times a strong fluctuation of special energy sprang out from the body of Fong Wu. But every time it appeared, she forcefully suppressed it. Ren Tian Yu was completely sure that, within her body she concealed a powerful unknown power. Over time, slowly following several matches quickly passed. Yan Xinluo, Sun Chuqian and furthermore Wang Haiqing also smoothly won their respective match and advanced to top 8. The participants of the top 8 were already determined. Warrior Court, Ren Tian Yu, Yan Xinluo, Sun Chuqian, Wang Haiqing, and Fong Wu. Magic Court, Wong Yanli, Hai Fu. Illusion Court, Li Shinyan. The quarterfinals matches will take place tomorrow. And there will also be the matches for the remaining 8 participants to determine their ranking. Seeing that the matches for today was complete, Ren Tian Yu also withdrew his eyes from the arena. Then he started to leave the square with Wang Jiafei and others. Then he walked towards the square where the matches of second-year students were taking place. He arrived at the location where matches of the second year were taking place, then he saw that the square was still bustling with matches to determine top 8. Ren Tian Yu looked carefully for a while, and finally found Lan Yan and others. Lan Yan, how are things? What is the outcome of Qianxing and Li Feng's matches? Arriving next to Lan Yan, Ren Tian Yu asked. Tian Yu. Seeing Ren Tian Yu, Lan Yen revealed the smile on his face and said, Jianqing already won the match and advanced to top 8, but Li Feng lost his match. That is understandable. Jianqing has, in addition to his 7-star broken bone blood lineage, still has a great strength. And once he activate his blood lineage, his destructive power is extremely terrifying. But the strength of Li Feng is relatively a bit lower. Hearing Lan Yen, Ren Tian Yu sighed with feeling. Never mind, for Li Feng, it was pretty good to advance into top 16. Long Yu said. He. Oh, that's right, since the matches are already over, where is Jianqing and Li Feng? Ren Tian Yu looked around but he didn't catch the sight of Luo Jianqing and Li Feng, so he asked curiously. Jianqing went to his teacher's place. As for Li Feng, hey, his fiancée dragged him away to console. With a vulgar smile on his face, Lan Yen answered. Fiancé. That fellow Li Feng is already engaged. Hearing Lan Yen, Ren Tian Yu was surprised and asked. Yes, big brother Tian Yu. His fiancée is my second big sister. Long Luo jumped in and said. Your big sister. Ren Tian Yu was even more surprised. It's this way. Li Feng and my second big sister Long Bingyun know each other from childhood. And their marriage was also set from childhood. I guess in another 2 years, they will hold the marriage ceremony. Long Yu explained to Ren Tian Yu. So it is like that. Hearing Long Yu, Ren Tian Yu was somewhat clear. It turned out to be arranged marriage of minors, but it seems those two are not against this marriage arrangement. And it was obvious that they really loved each other. By the way Tian Yu, do you have time 5 days later? At this time, Lan Yen asked Ren Tian Yu. 5 days later? What's the matter? Hearing Lan Yen, Ren Tian Yu asked curiously. It's this way, 5 days later, our auction house is holding a grand auction. I hope you are interested, at that time you can check out if there is anything you like. Lan Yen said. Auction? Yes, the auction of this time is the grand auction which is held by our London auction house once in a year. On the occasion of this auction, nearly all the superpower of Divine Wind Continent will come to our auction house to attend this auction. Although our auction house always holds a continent-wide grand auction every year, but this is the first time this many people are attending. Why is that? Almost all of them wanted to attend this auction for a thing, Power of God Crystal. Power of God Crystal? Correct, Power of God Crystal. It is said that, long time ago an expert who had turned into a god died, and by a lucky chance his Power of God congealed into a kind of most valuable treasure, that is, Power of God Crystal. It is said that within this Power of God Crystal, there are some insights of that expert. So it is extremely useful for us cultivators. If the God class expert use this Power of God Crystal, then it will increase the probability to comprehend his domain, and advance into true God class powerhouse. The probability is as high as 90%. And there is also a possibility for God class expert to comprehend the insights within it and turn into a god, but I haven't heard of anyone who had successfully advanced and turned into a god. This is only the legend, nevertheless it truly is an undisputable fact among advanced God class experts. Only this ability of a Power of God Crystal, to help experts to advance into God class, is enough reason for everyone to long this valuable treasure for day and night. How's that Tian Yu? At that time don't you want to see all the experts fight with each other for this Power of God Crystal? T.L. Here God class is one of the cultivation stage, and in turned into a god, God is not the stage of cultivation but actual God. But I don't know how the god died. But even after Lan Yen cried out for a long period of time, Ren Tian Yu didn't answer. They could only see that the face of Ren Tian Yu was shaking with excitement as if he caught the sight of something inconceivable. Tian Yu, what happened? Luo Mengwu was surprised to see Ren Tian Yu like that, so she shook his shoulder. It's nothing. Rest assured, I will also attend the auction at that time. Ren Tian Yu responded. Then he hastily said, I have something urgent to do, so I will leave first. Finished speaking, Ren Tian Yu turned around and left quickly before they could question him. Luo Mengwu and others looked at each other in blank dismay. Seeing the quickly disappearing back view of Ren Tian Yu, they didn't know what had happened. What happened to Big Brother Tian Yu? Long Luo said in surprise. Yes, normally only you girls have that urgent matter for several days in a month. And it looked like his state of mind was unstable. Don't tell me, Tian Yu also got infected with that disease? Lan Yen stroked his lower jaw and said with a vulgar face. Drop dead. Lan Xinmeng and other girls violently kicked Lan Yen with their beautiful legs and sent him flying. Ah! Instantly Lan Yen suffered his retribution. Ren Tian Yu had hurriedly left that place because he had unexpectedly heard a prompt from the system within his body. Triggered mission, open mission system, regardless of using any method, seize the power of God crystal, then pour the energy into the system. Mission rewards, open mission system, 30,000 system points, and increase the exchange function of exchange system. Mission fail, forever close mission system. Time limit, 7 days. Precisely because of this system prompt, Ren Tian Yu had excitedly left, while thinking about plans. Previously this mission system, one may well say, was not shaken by thunder, and regardless of any method it didn't have any movements. And after he had carefully examined the system, the result he got was lack of core energy of the system, and unable to open. But unexpectedly without doing anything this system actually activated now. The reward of this mission was extremely rich. If the mission system was opened, then he would have a new ways to earn system points. But this mission was not easy to accomplish. So many peoples will come to seize this power of God crystal, and with his little bit of gold, it won't even be enough to call a price once for that crystal. So he had only one way left to get it, i.e. rob. He had to rob it after someone buys it from the auction, as he don't want to create a trouble for Lan Yan's family. But the person capable enough to seize the power of God crystal, in the auction, would definitely not be a simple person at all. So at that time he must have a great battle. Chapter 63, Quarterfinals Matches, Part 1. After returning back to the dormitory, Ren Tian Yu sat cross-legged on the bed. He was carefully pondering the plans for next 7 days. Without doubt after robbing Power of God Crystal from the person who had bought it from the grand auction which will be held after 5 days, he would be treated as robber, but the main problem was how to rob. Someone capable enough to seize the Power of God Crystal from the grand auction, would absolutely be from a member of superpower. It was obvious that, they were clearly aware about the importance of this Power of God Crystal. And also, there is most likely many outlaws also wanted to get the hold of it, as a result at that time the number of experts wouldn't be few. And there would be many experts to protect this Power of God Crystal too. So even after successfully robbing, to escape unscathed, will not be easy. So he must form a surefire plan. He concentrate at the system in his mind. Last time in Carroll Plains, he had disposed a large group of wolves. This had increased his system points by more than 2,000. So now he had altogether 3,265 system points. He opened the store system, looked at the things available, and was prepared to exchange several items that were necessary for his following steps. First of all he spent 200 system points to exchange 100 shrunken, then he used 150 system points to exchange 3 Fuma Shuriken, Demon Wind Shuriken. After that without any break he spent 1,500 system points to exchange 300 Kabaku Fuda, Paper Bomb. And lastly, Ren Tian Yu exchanged the mask and dress of Tobi of Naruto World. Of course this was 2 eyes mask version, not the single eye spiral mask. After all he wanted to use the Taijutsu of both eyes. He had exchanged the dress of Tobi not to play cool, but to hide his identity. After all this time he was going to kill and burn and he don't want anyone to actually realize his identity. And then he spent 1,000 system points to exchange Noabari, Needle Sword, which was one of the 7 ninja sword of the mist. Inside store system, there were many good weapons, for example, Raijin no Ken, Blade of the Thunder Spirit, of second Hokage. But that thing required 6,000 system points and he had only a bit more than 1,000 system points. So how can he exchange it? And the remaining amount of system points was enough to exchange one among the 7 ninja Sword of the Mist. And among these 7 ninja Sword of the Mist, Ren Tian Yu was extremely fond of Nobari, Needle Sword, because the shape and the ability of this sword was extremely suitable for sneak attack. Besides, he had exchanged Nobari, Needle Sword, to increase his chance to accomplish the mission, and the crucial point still depends upon himself. After that he used the remaining 300 system points to exchange 3 Hyarogan, food pills, in case his chakra was insufficient, at that time he could consume it to replenish his chakra. Although Hyarogan, food pills, has a big side effect, and place a huge burden on his body, but he had no choice because he was only at elite ninja level, and the amount of chakra may not be sufficient for this mission. Seeing his clean out system points, he made a wry smile, and thought, isn't this spending money just like flowing water? After that he took out 10 cores of class 7 magical beasts, and exchanged for 2,000 system points. He had done this because at that time he was sure to use Taijutsu of Mangekyo Sharingan in the battle, and he had to use system points to prevent himself from becoming blind. Now he only had 6 class 7 magical beasts core and 1 saint class magical beasts core for future use. Looking at the pile of weapons appeared inside his room, Ren Tian Yu took out a ninja scroll and one by one stored all the items inside it, then he placed the scroll inside his ninja backpack. After thinking for a bit, he came out from the dormitory and left the academy, and then arrived in front of the big store in the town. He entered that store and bought the storage ring with 30 cubic meter space by spending 100,000 gold coins. After all, it was not that convenient to hoard so many weapons in a single scroll. Ren Tian Yu put on the storage ring on his index finger of his right hand, then sunk his consciousness into it. Suddenly a space of 3 cubic meter appeared in his mind. After that he transferred all the weapons from the scroll to the space of storage ring. Then he went to the dining hall, eat his fill and return back to his room and go to sleep. Next day early in the morning, at the square of Supreme Light Academy, there was a huge crowds of people. Because today was quarterfinals of cultivating room ranking competition. As a result many peoples had come to watch the matches. Ren Tian Yu got up early in the morning, and did some simple morning exercise. Then he eat a little breakfast, then come at the square and wait for the start of the matches. When it was almost 9 o'clock, Dean Long Feilu appeared at the arena. Everyone please be quiet. Long Feilu used his battle chi on his voice and transmitted his voice to everyone's ear. In a flash, the square became quiet. After the great matches of yesterday, the top 8 students are already selected. They are Ren Tian Yu, Wang Haiqing, Sun Chuqian, Yan Xinlua, Fong Wu, Li Shinyan, Wong Yanli and Hai Fu. Today we will select semifinalists among these 8 participants. Hope they will present us a peerless match today too. Well, I will not waste any more time, now I declare the official start of the quarterfinals. After finished speaking, Long Feilu disappeared from the arena. Just after Long Feilu disappeared from the arena, the huge magical screen on the square started to flash with the names of the participants. After about 10 seconds, with a ding sound the 2 names appeared on the huge magical screen. Wang Yanli vs Sun Chuqian. Seeing the names on the screen, the brows of Ren Tian Yu and other several peoples firmly wrinkled. They didn't expect the luck of Sun Chuqian was actually this bad. Unexpectedly in a first match she encountered Wang Yanli. You should remember that Chuqian had stated that, in the semi-finals of the last time's competition, she had encountered Wang Yanli and was defeated quite badly. Alas, it looks like these 2 were still predetermined by fate. Try your best Chuqian, if you can't then it's fine to just give up the match. After all, the difference of strength between you 2. Ren Tian Yu didn't know what to say. I won't give up. Rest assured, I will try my best and get my revenge. Sun Chuqian firmly said. I'm cheering for you. Seeing that there was no way to persuade Sun Chuqian to give up, Ren Tian Yu encouraged her. Yeah, Chuqian, I'm also cheering for you. Do your best. Hearing the cheering from her fellow students, the expression of Sun Chuqian became even more firm. Then she firmly stepped on the arena. At this moment, Wong Yanli was already at the arena and was waiting for the arrival of Sun Chuqian. After arriving at the arena, Sun Chuqian tossed her identity plate towards the judge. After inspecting the identity plate, the judge announced the start of the match. However, both Wong Yanli and Sun Chuqian didn't make any move. Seeing Sun Chuqian in front of him, with a complex expression he said, "Chuqian, you should give up. You should know that you are not a match for me. Give up. Haha, truly laughable. I, Chuqian, will never give up whoever the opponent of mine is. I must defeat you." Sun Chuqian sneered at Wong Yanli and stared at him with her eyes full of hate. "Hai Qing, is there any hatred between Chuqian and Wong Yanli?" Seeing the hatred-filled eyes of Sun Chuqian, Ren Tian Yu was surprised. And he asked Wong Hai Qing. "I also don't know. In the last time competition, there was also this situation. And in the end Wong Yanli used his magic and won the match. But there should be a deep story between them. However, when I asked Chuqian, she didn't tell me anything." Wong Hai Qing shook his head and expressed his opinion. After hearing Wong Hai Qing, Ren Tian Yu turned around and carefully stared at each and every move of these two people on the arena. Chapter 64, Quarterfinals Matches, Part 2, Soft Water Lightsaber Attack. Why do you always have to be so stubborn? Don't you know I have no other alternative? Hearing the words full with hatred, Wong Yanli said with a complicated expression. "Humph, enough nonsense, let's start." Sun Chuqian simply ignored the explanation of Wong Yanli. And a blue light started to flash around her body, as she activated her soft water battle chi and sea spirit blood lineage in succession. Then she took out her rapier. After that, holding her rapier which was wrapped with soft water battle chi, she advanced straight towards Wong Yanli. Seeing Sun Chuqian was advancing towards him, Wong Yanli sighed helplessly, and with a complex expression he stared at Sun Chuqian. Finally, with no other option, he held his magic wand in his hand and quickly started to chant the incantation. Flame Spirit Break. Along with the completion of incantation, Wong Yanli brought his magic wand in front of himself and the flame started to appear. Break. Wong Yanli looked at the rushing Sun Chuqian. Suddenly a flame ring with destructive power from the magic wand rushed towards incoming Sun Chuqian. Humph. Soft Water Slaughter. Seeing the attack of Wong Yanli, Sun Chuqian coldly snorted, and a violent blue-colored radiances suddenly appeared above the already prepared rapier in her hand. The radiance changed into a huge blue-colored rapier, then she slashed it directly towards Flame Spirit Break of Wong Yanli. Along with the colliding of the two attack, a loud explosion sound rang out. Soft Water Slaughter of Sun Chuqian directly broke through Flame Spirit Break of Wong Yanli. And the remaining energy continued to advance towards him. Flame Spirit Shield. Seeing the incoming attack of the rapier, he released a flame from his magic wand, and that flame changed into a huge flame shield in front of him. At the same time he began to chant the incantation for next magic. The soft water slaughter was only able to create a simple ripple on the shield of Wong Yanli. And the energy on the rapier of Sun Chuqian slowly disappeared. Seeing her attack didn't work, she tried to close the distance between them. In a fight between warrior and magician, it was easy for warrior to dispose a magician in a close quarter combat, but it was harder to get near the magician to have a close combat. When the distance between them was just 2 meters, the unexpected shout of Wong Yanli was heard. Scorching Hot Impact. After he completed his chant, a huge magic flame suddenly appeared on his body, and furthermore this magic flame didn't attack, rather it moved towards the floor under his foot. Then this flame changed into a huge wave of flame. And with Wong Yanli as a center, that flame wave spread towards all the direction. Humph, this trick again. Seeing the magic of Wong Yanli, Sun Chuqian coldly snorted. In the last competition, she was defeated by this attack. Now once again seeing this trick, she coldly snorted, then held her rapier before her, and poured the battle chi of whole body towards the rapier. Shield of Sea Spirit. A sea blue-colored barrier of battle chi appeared before her. Just after the Shield of Sea Spirit appeared, the scorching hot impact of Wong Yanli arrived before her. The huge wave of flame heavily hit at the Shield of Sea Spirit, causing a blue-colored ripple to appear. The waves of flame continuously hit the shield, but the Shield of Sea Spirit of Sun Chuqian was also sufficiently tough. It tightly blocked scorching hot impact, but the impact produced by this magic nevertheless continuously pushed Sun Chuqian back. Just after she was pushed 5 to 6 meters back, the impact of the flame finally stopped. It was not unexpected that his magic didn't have the desired result like last time. If the same trick worked second time on the same person, then that person was obviously an idiot, and Sun Chuqian was clearly not an idiot. He, it seems you are more powerful than before. Wong Yanli said with a smile. Humph, you don't need to think about this matter. Sun Chuqian coldly snorted with a disdain. Then in an imposing manner, once again she poured all the battle chi in her rapier, then behind her an image of huge sea wave whirlpool appeared. This is 3 waves of sea spirit of Chuqian. Seeing the preparation of Sun Chuqian, Ren Tian Yu spoke. He had personally experienced this move, so in a single glance he had recognized it. Yes, last time she had used this move. But you resolved the match in a flash, not giving her the opportunity to use remaining 2 moves. But she is still concealing a unique skill. Wang Haiqing said. What unique skill? Asked Ren Tian Yu. Just wait and you will know. The strength of Chuqian is not as simple as it looks on the surface. Wang Haiqing didn't give the answer to the question but smiled mysteriously. With no other choice, Ren Tian Yu looked towards the arena. 3 waves of sea spirit, first form, sky-dividing sea wave. Along with the voice of Sun Chuqian, suddenly just like a huge tide of sea wave, the slash of the rapier blot out the sky and cover up the earth and advanced towards Wong Yanli. At an earlier time, when Sun Chuqian was preparing for this attack, Wong Yanli had felt a pressure. So he didn't dare to be careless, and without wasting any time started to chant the incantation. Just when Sun Chuqian released her sky-dividing sea wave, the magic incantation was also similarly completed at the same time. Roar! After the incantation of magic was completed, the roar of the dragon rang out. Then a huge dragon made up of flame encircled around the body of Wong Yanli. Then under the command of Wong Yanli it rushed in front of him. Flame Dragon Break. Under the attentive gaze of Sun Chuqian and furthermore all the audiences, the Flame Dragon Break of Wong Yanli and the sky-dividing sea wave of Sun Chuqian collided with each other. Immediately the chains of explosion sound rang out, and the invisible energy shock wave spread in all direction. The Flame Dragon and the slash tide of rapier unceasingly faced with each other, and were trying to swallow each other, nevertheless they were powerless to suppress each other. The 2 attacks were consuming a huge amount of energy. So along with the passage of time, the size of Flame Dragon was ceaselessly reducing, and the radiances of the flame was also becoming weak and dim. And the size of the slash tide of rapier of Sun Chuqian was also ceaselessly reducing, and even the imposing power of that slash was not as strong as it was at the initial. When the energy of both Flame Dragon and the slash tide of rapier were nearly exhausted, suddenly the huge blue-colored rapier slash destroyed the nearly disappeared Flame Dragon and that rapier slash advanced towards Wong Yanli. Originally when her sky-dividing sea wave and magic of Wong Yanli were struggling with each other, Sun Chuqian had taken the advantage of the cover of her slash tide of rapier, and prepared the move, 3 waves of sea spirit, second form, soft water light saber attack, and using the battle chi of all over the body, attacked towards Wong Yanli. This attack had destroyed both her warrior skill and magic of Wong Yanli which were about to disappear, and without giving any time to prepare, this attack quickly advanced towards Wong Yanli. Not good. Seeing the huge sword slash appeared out of thin air, Wong Yanli was surprised, and inside his heart he secretly cursed his own carelessness. Now there was not enough time to prepare a large-scale magic, and the flame spirit shield he had casted just a moment ago was also destroyed. In an instant Wong Yanli fell into disadvantageous position. Chapter 65, Quarterfinals Matches, Part 3. In a moment before he was hit by the soft water lightsaber attack of Sun Chuchen, suddenly a flash came out from the body of Wong Yanli with a powerful momentum. Flame Spirit Shift. Suddenly the body of Wong Yanli flashed with a flame light, and together with this red-colored light, in an instant he disappeared from his original location and successfully dodged the attack. However, the blue-colored light continued to chase after Wong Yanli in a high speed. Humph! Seeing that the blue-colored light was still advancing towards him, he snorted coldly. Now he already had enough time to prepare his magic, but the most unexpected thing was, she actually forced him to use his sealed power within his body, which was for safe keeping himself in dangerous situation. But since he was already forced to lift up his seal, he will use it without restraint. Lava Domain. Along with the voice of Wong Yanli, an intense heat spread all around the surroundings from his body. Even the air around him seemed to have evaporated, then a fiery-colored lava spread all around the ground from the body of Wong Yanli. Immediately the arena changed into a lava. Tide of lava. Wong Yanli waved the magic wand in his hand, suddenly the wave after the wave of lava all around rolled up and rose, and with an overwhelmingly advanced towards the blue-colored lightsaber. Immediately the soft water lightsaber attack of Sun Chuchen was blocked by this boundless wave of lava, and this extremely hot lava evaporated the battle chi of that attack. Seeing she was powerless to break through this waves of lava of Wong Yanli, and also if this continue on like this she would sunk into this lava, the lightsaber of Sun Chuchen immediately burst out. Then she stopped her this warrior skill, and revealed her figure as she landed on the ground. Looking at the lava underneath her feet, even after her two legs were covered with her soft water battle chi, she could still feel a strong heat coming through from the sole of her feet. Not caring about the dangers surrounding round her, she stared at the changed Wong Yanli, then she sneered and said, "Humph, finally willing to release the seal and use your lava blood lineage. I never thought you actually become this powerful. You even force me to use my power of blood lineage. Tian, you are a lot stronger now." Staring at the cold expression of Sun Chuchen, Wong Yanli said with a complex expression. Although he was a bit careless at that time, nevertheless he was forced to use this power. This clearly shows that the strength of Sun Chuchen had increased by many times compared to last time. Lava blood lineage, a high-rank one special blood lineage, and in some kind of situation, this blood lineage is comparable to saint-ranked blood lineage. Because this blood lineage gave Wong Yanli the ability to control magma, and in addition can allow him to transform his fire system magic into this special system magic, i.e. lava magic. At Divine Wind Continent, there are only few people who had the ability to control different elements which are not within the 7 major elements, for example lava, space, ice, steel, and so on. And those people who can use these peculiar elements are almost invincible among the peoples of same class, and they can even put up a good fight against the people having a step higher strength. But the peoples having this abilities are extremely rare. It is said that the person having this ability is only one person among 10,000. And Wong Yanli was among them. He had the ability to control lava, so he was special system magician. And because of this inborn talent, he was able to enter core location of magic domain. Humph, do you think just because you possess this lava blood lineage you are able to easily win this match? Staring at Wong Yanli, she coldly snorted. Shortly afterwards that blue-colored battle chi radiance above her body suddenly changed, and become a little gloomy white in color. And a piercing to the bones icy chill came out from the body of Sun Chuchen. Even the temperature of the magma below her feet decreased. Is this? Suddenly Wong Yanli, Ren Tian Yu and others in the audiences were startled, because they could clearly feel icy chill from that battle chi. You have sealed your lava blood lineage, and just like you I have also sealed my own power too. This is my ice and frost battle chi. Manifest. Along with the charming shout of Sun Chuqian, immediately the original blue-colored soft water battle chi completely changed into icy cold ice and frost battle chi. This was the concealed power of Sun Chuqian. I have been waiting for this day for a long period of time. At the last match, in a moment of carelessness, I directly lose my consciousness with your attack. This time you must pay the price. Staring at the starlit face of Wong Yanli, Sun Chuqian coldly said. Shortly afterward she waved her rapier and stabbed it on the ground in front of her. Then the icy cold battle chi flowed to her rapier and then it flowed to the magma on the ground. Amiable water cold current. Suddenly the floor of the arena originally covered with the lava domain of Wong Yanli started to release an ice-cold air, and shortly afterwards the originally burning hot magma rapidly cooled down. And then the gloomy white ice cubes covered the original burning hot magma, and quickly spread in all direction. Wings of the heaven. Seeing the quickly spreading ice, Wong Yanli was completely powerless, and without losing any time he used wings of heaven and spread the two huge wings made up of energies to fly in the sky. The original lava domain made by Wong Yanli was gone, and was completely changed into the world of ice and snow. Looking at Wong Yanli who was floating in the air, Sun Chuqian wrinkled her brows and immediately waved her rapier. Suddenly three huge icy cold sword lights advanced towards Wong Yanli the sky. But Wong Yanli skillfully dodged all of them in succession, and those hit the barrier in the sky. Seeing that Wong Yanli was just dodging her attack with no intention to land on the ground, Sun Chuqian wrinkled her brows, because if he decided to hide himself in the air, then she won't be able to do anything and she would only become live target for him. Seeing Sun Chuqian on the arena, Wong Yanli was feeling quite complex within his heart. Because, in the last match, after all he had injured her, and also resorted to trickery to avoid the difficulty and made her lose consciousness in an instant using magic shock. But he had never thought that he would again encounter her in this match, and even more unexpected thing was the power of Sun Chuqian was actually far stronger than what he had thought. Now if he didn't use high-level magic then it was almost impossible to win this match. But if he used high-level magic, and unable to perfectly control it, then he might really heavily injure Sun Chuqian, which was something he was unwilling to see. Thinking for a while, Wong Yanli still decided to use high-level magic to resolve this match, as long as he completely controlled it would be fine. After deciding, Wong Yanli relaxed his mind, and waved his magic wand in his hand and started to quickly chant the incantation. Listening to the incantation of Wong Yanli in the sky, Sun Chuqian immediately became serious. She knew that Wong Yanli was preparing to use large-scale magic, but since he was in the sky, he was beyond the reach of her power, she could only be wait with caution. After chanting for almost half a minute, the magic was finally complete. The eyes of Wong Yanli flashed with a sharp light, and pointed towards Sun Chuqian with his magic wand. Suddenly Sun Chuqian on the arena heard a round of vibration sound and then the arena started to violently shake. Sun Chuqian tried to stand stability on the shaking arena. Chapter 66, Quarterfinals Matches, Part 4. Flame Spirit, Return Everything to Ruins. Hong Long. A loud explosion sound rang out. The floor where Sun Chuqian was originally standing at, suddenly cracked open, then a magma erupted out from inside that crack. When Sun Chuqian felt an unusual change underneath her foot, she immediately dodged sideways. When she felt that she had dodged the attack, the shaking of the floor became even more intense. She saw many cracks on the floor, and a burning hot magma erupted out from each and every crack. Sun Chuqian hastily sidestepped, but the eruption of magma was excessively crowded together, and was impossible to completely dodge it. Since she was unable to dodge, she had no other choice but to use her own battle chi to break out from this situation and avoid the attack. Just when Sun Chuqian made a great effort to dodge jet of magma, suddenly a huge magma ball floated out in the air from the each and every cracks and appeared before her eyes. Seeing that huge magma energy ball floating in the air, and was emitting a high temperature, the pupils of Sun Chuqian firmly shrunk, and yelled inside her heart, "Not good." Hong, 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 a series of loud explosion sound rang out, which was accompanied by the jet of magmas. Suddenly the whole arena changed into the world of magma explosion, and Sun Chuchen was at the center of this explosion. Not good. Seeing the circumstances inside the arena, the heart of Ren Tian Yu and others became tense, and immediately shout out, "Not good." In the middle of this explosion, even Ren Tian Yu himself didn't know what the condition of Sun Chuchen was. Thinking of this, Ren Tian Yu quickly started to make a series of hand seals, then a powerful lightning appeared above his right hand which was accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of birds' cry. Then in front of all those peoples in the audiences who were crying out in alarm, he rushed toward the arena in an extremely high speed. ZZ. In a flash Ren Tian Yu appeared at the edge of the arena, then without the slightest hesitation he stabbed at the barrier of the arena with Chidori of his right hand. In a flash, a huge electric current sprang out from his right hand, and immediately after that a large amount of ripples appeared on the barrier. Although the energy of the barrier flickered in a high speed after it was hit, and the color of the barrier became dim, nevertheless the Chidori of Ren Tian Yu was not able to cut open the barrier. Pang! Immediately Ren Tian Yu was sent back flying by the rebound of the barrier. But he balanced himself in the air and firmly landed on the ground. Tian Yu, are you all right? You all right, Tian Yu? Why are you attacking the barrier? After Wang Haiqing, other peoples also came near him and asked with concern. I'm all right, I must quickly break this barrier, or else Chuchen won't be hold for a long period of time in this kind of huge series of explosion. Ren Tian Yu shook his head and expressed his thought. Fellow student, if you attack the barrier again without rhyme or reason, I will cancel your qualification of this competition. Humph, shut your mouth. Hearing the judge, already worried Ren Tian Yu, suddenly got angry, and pair of Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly stared at that judge. You. Hearing the scold from Ren Tian Yu, the judge immediately became angry, but just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw those eyes, two demonic blood-red colored eyes. Shortly after seeing those eyes, he suddenly sensed that more than 10 metal rods were inserted in his body and he could not even move a single section of his body. This was indeed Magen, Kasegui no Jutsu, demonic illusions, shackle stakes, of Ren Tian Yu. After he resolved the hindrance, a strong electric current sprang out from the body of Ren Tian Yu, and it gradually attached around his body forming a lightning armor, then all his hairs stood erect. After that he bent all his 4 fingers of his right hand with the exception of his index finger and dashed towards the barrier again. Jigakuzuki, Ippon Nukite. Hell stab, 1 finger hand. Swish. Immediately Ren Tian Yu changed into an extremely sharp lightning spear and charged straightly towards the barrier of the arena. The index finger of the right hand hit the barrier, then he immediately felt a strong obstruction, nevertheless his Ippon Nukite still slowly started to pierce the barrier. Pang! Under the attack of Ren Tian Yu, the barrier around the arena suddenly fell apart. You should know that Third Reikage had used this Ippon Nukite to instantly cut off all the tails of 8-tailed beast. Although Ren Tian Yu still couldn't bring out to play the real might of this Ippon Nukite, but destroying this not too powerful barrier was not a problem. What, are you not going to stop this kid? At the VIP section, Zhao Guanghui asked Long Feilu. Why should I stop? It's already been a very long time since I encountered such an interesting youngster. I want like to see, how he handles this matter. Long Feilu shook his head and with a great interest in his eyes, he stared at Ren Tian Yu. In front of the surprised expression in the eyes of the peoples in the audience, in a flash Ren Tian Yu destroyed the barrier of the arena, then quickly continued on towards the direction of the center of the explosion. Hong long long violent explosion sounds were still unceasingly ringing, nevertheless these explosions were powerless to destroy the lightning armor which he had activated beforehand. He quickly rushed towards the location of Sun Chuchen. He remembered and searched for a while, and finally discovered her silhouette. When he saw her, he found out that she could hardly sustain any longer, the ice and frost battle chi surrounding her body was already very dim and soon was going to disappear. Her body was full of injuries, blood was continuously flowing out from her body, her body was clearly shaking and was about to collapse. Chu Qian. Seeing the present condition of Sun Chu Qian, Ren Tian Yu cried out in alarm, and as fast as lightning, he appeared by the side of Sun Chu Qian, and held her. You are, Tian Yu. Why are you here? Sensing her body was held by someone, the faint consciousness of Sun Chu Qian became a bit clear. After carefully looking, she found out that the person was Ren Tian Yu. Then she curiously asked him. Just be quiet, first I will take you out from here. Ren Tian Yu interrupted her questions, then carrying her in his bosom, he quickly rushed towards the direction of outside the arena. The injuries on Sun Chu Qian were extremely serious, and it couldn't be delayed any longer and required a treatment hastily. Chu Qian, how are you? Are you all right, Chu Qian? When Ren Tian Yu rushed out from the arena carrying Sun Chu Qian who was riddled with injuries, the other classmates of Ren Tian Yu as well as Wang Jiafei quickly arrived before him and encircled him. Her injuries are very serious, without losing any time we need to treat her. Otherwise due to this excessive blood loss, her life will be in mortal danger. Ren Tian Yu seriously said, and get ready to lay down Chu Qian. Then just when he was about to use Iryo Ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, to heal her, he saw Yun Lei Xiao stood up, then he roared, who here is light system magician, quickly come over. We have a seriously injured person here. Along with the roar of Yun Lei Xiao, a young man wearing a light magic robe came out from the crowd. Then he came at the side of Ren Tian Yu and said, I am light system magician. Please let me look at her. Many thanks. Ren Tian Yu spoke with an excitement. That young man squat down and looked at the riddled with injuries body of Sun Chu Qian. Then he immediately wrinkled his brows, then without losing any time, he started to chant the incantation of healing skill, heal. Along with his chant, suddenly a pure white light beam fell and encircled the body of Sun Chu Qian. Suddenly the injuries on the body of Sun Chu Qian quickly healed. Seeing this sight, Ren Tian Yu was completely stupefied, F***K, this healing skills of this world is too amazing. So many wounds like this are healed this quickly. Even my Iryo Ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu, can't accomplish this. Seeing the injuries had already healed, that man again immediately chant yet another incantation, suddenly another pure white light covered the body of Sun Chu Qian, and then slowly seep inside her body. Then the originally tightly wrinkled brows also came loose. Great heal. Fu. That man wiped the sweats on his forehead and sighed with relief, then said to Ren Tian Yu, she no longer have any problem, she only needs to take a rest quietly for several days to recuperate. Many thanks brother. I don't know what your name is, but truly thank you. Hearing that man, Ren Tian Yu thanked that man for the bottom of his heart. I am Yi Shui. As for thanks, it is not necessary as this is the thing I have to do as a priest. Many thanks brother Yi Shui, please wait a moment, I want to finish some matters first. Seeing that Wong Yanli had already withdrawn his wings of heaven and was standing at ruined arena after the explosion on the arena had stopped, a cold light flashed in the eyes of Ren Tian Yu. Then leaving behind the afterimage, he rapidly dashed towards Wong Yanli. But even faster than Ren Tian Yu, someone else had already arrived in front of Wong Yanli and just before Ren Tian Yu knocked down Wong Yanli, that person blocked the attack of Ren Tian Yu. Chapter 67, Quarterfinals Matches, Part 5. It was Dean Long Feilu and his body was releasing a horrifying deep cyan-colored battle chi. He was standing in front of Wong Yanli and had blocked the attack of Ren Tian Yu. Youngster, don't take things too far. I will let go of this matter and the matter of you destroying the barrier, but from now on don't attack the participants. Long Feilu stroked his beard and looking at the lightning-covered Ren Tian Yu, then he said with a smile. Step aside. Seeing Long Feilu was blocking his path, Ren Tian Yu coldly called out. Youngster, just clam down. Don't get too angry. Hearing the cold shout of Ren Tian Yu, Long Feilu didn't get angry. You just get out of my way. Staring at Long Feilu, Ren Tian Yu said word by word. Then his eyes involuntarily changed into Mangekyo Sharingan. A strong power was showed unintentionally, and a dark purple-colored energy started to sprang out from his body. Tian Yu, stop. At this moment, suddenly he heard a voice from behind him. Then his dark purple-colored energy quickly started to disappear, and his eyes also turned back to normal. Sun Chuchen regained her consciousness, then seeing the confrontation between Ren Tian Yu and Dean, immediately she was utterly terrified, then without losing any time she yelled to stop Ren Tian Yu. Seeing that Sun Chuchen had already regained her consciousness, Ren Tian Yu took a glance at Long Feilu and Wong Yanli. Then he turned around and returned back to the location of his classmates. How are you, Chuchen? You all right? Arriving at the side of Sun Chuchen, Ren Tian Yu asked with concern. I'm all right. But Tian Yu, what happened to you? Ren Tian Yu didn't know what to say anymore. Thinking back to the time just now, when he was just about to use Susanoo, and destroy everything, he fell into a deep thought. Suddenly the eyes of Ren Tian Yu flashed, and came up with a possibility. He remembered that before on the earth, when he was looking at Naruto anime, one time Sasuke had asked about the Uchiha clan to second Hokage. At that time second Hokage had said something. Ren Tian Yu firmly remembered those things. According to explanation of second Hokage, the strength of Uchiha and Senju clan were originally based on their strength in love, but there is no other clan that feels deeper love than the Uchiha clan, and that was why they suppressed and sealed it away. But once they know love and affection, it was almost like all of their emotions are released, and then awaken the profound love and power that surpass all. However, when their loved person or maybe a good friend received any injuries or they lose that deep love, then that love was immediately disappear and replaced by an even stronger hatred. And this deep hatred manifest at their eyes, that is exactly the Sharingan. The stronger the hatred, the powerful the Taijutsu becomes. Because of this, it gave rise to Madara. As a result, Uchiha clan was also referred to as can possessed by devil. And now he owns a Sharingan, so perhaps his blood lineage had already transformed into the blood lineage of Uchiha clan. So at the time when he saw his close friend had received a serious injuries, thus simulating a very strong hatred towards Wong Yanli and wanting to destroy him regardless of anything. Rest assured, I'm all right. After thinking everything, Ren Tian Yu expression changed back to normal. Passing the figure of Ren Tian Yu, Sun Chuchen stared towards Wong Yanli who had a complicated expression on his face, then she said to Dean Long Feilu, Dean, I give up on this match. Well, although there was a minor incident in this match, still fortunately there was not any casualties. Now I announce Wong Yanli as the winner of this match. And let's continue the competition. After finished speaking, he took a quick glance at Ren Tian Yu, then he disappeared from the arena. After this Ren Tian Yu removed his illusion from the judge, and the judge could move again, but those demonic eyes will forever leave a deep imprint within his mind. The judge called Earth System magicians, they restored the arena in its original state, and after the barrier around the arena was renewed again with magical beasts core, the start of second match was announced. Old Zhao, do you know the details of that kid who destroyed the barrier just a moment ago? At the VIP area, Long Feilu seriously asked towards Zhao Guanghui. I've never seen this kid and also am unable to see the origin of his combat skills, what's going on? Don't tell me he have a problem. Seeing the serious expression of Long Feilu, Zhao Guanghui seriously answered and asked curiously. Just now I felt a chill from the demonic eyes of that kid, especially after his eyes changed and when he released that purple-colored energy from his body, I actually felt a fear, even though that purple-colored energy had flashed for only an instant. Looking at Ren Tian Yu at the audience, Long Feilu thought about the situation just a moment ago, and replied. What? Hearing Long Feilu, Zhao Guanghui suddenly cried out in alarm. You should know that Long Feilu was a genuine mid-god class warrior, however now he was saying that he felt a fear from a 17 or 18 years old youth. How can he not feel surprise hearing this? Along with the voice of the judge, the magical screen of the square started to flash with the names of remaining participants. Finally 2 names appeared on the screen. Ren Tian Yu vs Li Shinyan. Tian Yu, be careful. The illusions of Li Shinyan is not that simple. She was ranked second in the previous competition. Seeing the names on the screen, Wang Haiqing warned Ren Tian Yu. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to defeat, also you should know that I have promised our beautiful teacher to bring back the championship, so there is no chance for me to lose. Ren Tian Yu smiled and then moved towards the arena. Illusions, hey, I'm sorry, I have this Mangekyo Sharingan. I don't feel a tiny bit of fear against illusions. Ren Tian Yu stepped on the arena, wait for a while, then a female wearing a white clothing came on to the arena. Seeing this female, the eyes of Ren Tian Yu suddenly flashed brightly. What a fresh and pure refreshing beauty. Her skin surpassed snow, eyes were just like a pool of clear water, and even when she looked around, she possessed a unique elegant deposition. All these can make any person captured, gradually feel ashamed, and not dared to blaspheme her. However, those soul-captivating icy arrogance appearance, also cannot help but to make anyone dream about it. Coupled with her white clothing, even Ren Tian Yu himself was drawn in by her beauty. Truly a beautiful girl. Even I feel that this girl is out of my reach. Looking at this absolutely beautiful woman, Ren Tian Yu sighed in his heart. Well, participants are present, now I announce the official start of this match. Along with the announcement of the judge, the match of Ren Tian Yu started. Then without losing any time he calmed down his state of mind, and prepared to fight. This was not the time to admire the beautiful girls. Chapter 68, Quarterfinals Matches, Part 6. Along with the announcement from the judge, suddenly an illusion energy ball which was emitting a pure white aura flew out from the body of Li Shinyan, and that ball slowly spun around her body. Then her body also emitted a white-colored illusory power. After that, her body suddenly flashed with a strong white-colored radiances. Due to this shining, everyone had no choice but to temporarily close their eyes. After that strong light had disappeared, when everyone opened their eyes and looked at the arena, all of them couldn't help but became greatly surprised. They saw that the whole body of Li Shinyan was already covered by a layer of pure white armor, and at her back there were 2 pure white wings. Then the wings slightly flapped and she immediately flew in the air. And her illusion energy ball suddenly divided into 3, and still smoothly but in high speed revolve around her body. This is. Seeing the big changes in the appearance of Li Shinyan, the pupil of Ren Tian Yu firmly shrunk. Originally he didn't understand the reason behind this change in the illusionist Li Shinyan, but under his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could clearly determine what was real and what was illusion. Illusion skill, numerous feather rise. At this time, Li Shinyan opened her jade-like lips and spit out these words. Then the illusion power around her body spread to all direction and covered the whole arena. Suddenly all the lights on the arena gradually disappeared and became dark. At this time, a pure white feather appeared at this dark space, and bring out a light in this dark world. Shortly afterwards, just like a bamboo shoots after a spring rain, many feather appeared, and each and every one released a light in this dark world, and dispelled the darkness. In the eyes of the peoples who are watching from outside the arena, they only saw Li Shinyan suddenly releasing a white light, then with both of his eyes in daze, Ren Tian Yu just stood there motionlessly. Not good, Tian Yu fell in the illusion of Li Shinyan. Seeing the dazed Ren Tian Yu, Wang Haiqing suddenly cried out in alarm. How can that be? If it goes on like this, he will definitely lose. Let's shout to help him to sober up. Sun Chuchen was also extremely worried. Seeing Ren Tian Yu standing at the arena motionlessly just like a hill, she thought to shout to help him sober up. But before she could open her mouth, Wang Jiefei stopped her, and said, "Don't, that is violating the rule of competition." Then what do we do? Wang Haiqing was also extremely worried. We can only have faith in Tian Yu. Although Wang Jiefei herself was anxious in her heart, nevertheless she also didn't have any means to help him. Boy, you have promised to bring me the championship, so if you lose now, I will not forgive you. At the side, Yan Xinhua still didn't have any changes in his expression, and was just staring at Ren Tian Yu. Then he muttered, "I hope you will not disappoint me." Seeing Ren Tian Yu was trapped inside her illusion, the corner of Li Xinyan's mouth slowly raised upward. But when she was about to advance towards Ren Tian Yu and knocked him unconscious, she suddenly had a feeling within her mind. So she immediately stopped her steps, then the ring of her right hand flashed and a dagger appeared at her hand. Holding the dagger, she looked at motionless Ren Tian Yu, then under the guidance of her illusionary power, the dagger of her right hand flew towards the shoulder of Ren Tian Yu in a high speed. The dagger quickly advanced towards the shoulder of Ren Tian Yu. The distance became shorter and shorter. Just when everyone had thought that the dagger would stab the shoulder of Ren Tian Yu, suddenly the dagger stopped in the air. A hand had suddenly caught the blade of dagger. As expected, you really didn't fall in my illusion. Seeing her dagger was stopped, Li Xinyan slowly said. Holding the dagger thrown by Li Xinyan with his right hand, and with a smiling expression he said, "Oh, I also didn't expect it that you were actually this careful. Originally I believed you will come near me, but it's too bad." Ren Tian Yu sighed. Ren Tian Yu had already seen through the illusion of Li Xinyan with his Mangekyo Sharingan. But he still admired this illusion skill, because this illusion skill was very similar to the illusion skill he himself knew. That illusion skill was called Nian Shouja no Jutsu, Feather Illusion Jutsu. But compared to the illusion skill of Li Xinyan, Nian Shouja no Jutsu, Feather Illusion Jutsu, was higher level. But her illusion skill was similar in terms of both principle and form. Originally Ren Tian Yu had thought to pretend that he had fallen in her illusion, then wait for her to come near him, and when she came near, capture her taking the advantage of the situation. But he didn't thought that she was actually this cautious, unexpectedly directly throwing her dagger at him. So with no other choice, he caught the dagger. Actually Ren Tian Yu didn't know that Li Xinyan was quite scared within her heart. At that time, she originally wanted to go near him, knocked him unconscious, and thus ending the match, but suddenly she thought about the circumstances of previous match of Ren Tian Yu, and coincidentally decided to throw the dagger to probe. But she had never thought that her guess was actually true. The illusions really did not work on this guy. Looking at your appearance, it seems you possess the ability to fly. It is truly rare for an illusionist to have a rare ability to fly before reaching Saint class. However, I don't know how good your control in flying is. Looking at the floating Li Xinyan, Ren Tian Yu started to talk. Then he quickly made a series of hand seals. After that a lightning appeared on his right hand, and he compressed that lightning, then waved his right hand. Suddenly countless thin lightning needles flew towards Li Xinyan. Raitun, Chidori Senban. Lightning style, 1000 bird Senban. Seeing thousands of lightning lights flying towards her, the color of Li Xinyan's face changed. Shortly afterwards she thought an idea, then she spread open her wings, and immediately flew higher in the air, successfully dodging the attack of Ren Tian Yu. At this time, Li Xinyan suddenly sensed a surge in the wind behind her, and immediately she turned around to see. The first sight scared her so much that her beautiful face suddenly became unsightly. She don't know when but Ren Tian Yu had already appeared behind her. Ren Tian Yu had a crooked smile in his face, then he quickly attacked her with his right fist. Just when the right fist was about to land on the body of Li Xinyan, the three illusion energy balls which was rotating the body of Li Xinyan suddenly flashed with a white light simultaneously, then a white-colored energy barrier appeared before her and blocked the attack of Ren Tian Yu. Even though the fist was blocked and didn't land it on her body, nevertheless there was no way for that barrier to block the impact of the fist. Everyone was surprised, and had an unbelievable expression on their eyes. Due to the impact of the fist, Li Xinyan was sent flying then heavily crashed on the barrier of the arena. Hong! A loud sound rang out. Li Xinyan had crashed against the barrier surrounding the arena and was bounced back by the barrier, and like a bullet she fell on the floor of the arena. This caused a huge dust to rise up. I actually didn't want to use this much power. Looking at the huge dust before him, and also the inconceivable expression on the eyes of the audiences, Ren Tian Yu suddenly felt awkward and touched his nose. Then he wondered whether this beautiful lady was too tender. The reason why the effect of a single fist was this powerful was naturally because just now, on a whim, he had used the strange fist skill of Tsunade which he had just learned. But seeing the current situation, he felt that he had heavily hit this great beautiful lady. Chapter 69, Quarterfinals Matches, Part 7. With the passage of time, a white light suddenly shot out from the dust and flowed in the sky. After a closer look, it was actually Shinyan. Right now the white-colored light barrier before her body was a bit dim, even the radiances of the 3 illusion energy ball had also become a bit dimmer. She had a trace of blood stain on the corner of her mouth, and contrary to what one might expect there was no big injuries on her. I never expected your speed to be this fast. From the very beginning I had taken precautions against your speed, my illusion light wings were exactly for this purpose, but I had still underestimated your demonic speed. Shinyan slowly said. Hearing the words of Shinyan, Ren Tian Yu didn't say anything, merely quietly stared at Shinyan who was floating in the air. Although it is almost impossible for me to win this match, nevertheless I will struggle with all my strength till the end. Finished speaking, Shinyan clapped her hand together, suddenly the 3 energy balls floating around her twinkled with a strong white-colored illusion energy. Along with the move of Shinyan, the illusion energy slowly spread all over and covered the air around them. Illusion skill, boundless confusion domain. Along with the shout of Shinyan, immediately the illusion power around them moved, along with the thought of Shinyan, and at the field of vision of Ren Tian Yu, suddenly a dramatic change occurred. The arena had vanished, and currently he was standing at the endless maze. And all around him, there were only damp cliff. Quite capable Seeing the changes around him, Ren Tian Yu smiled. Just at that time Ren Tian Yu suddenly sensed that a strange sound was coming through the cliff around him. He turned his head only to see that countless stones had suddenly appeared from the cliff, and was slowly advancing towards him. After that under his foot, he suddenly sensed that the earth's surface underneath his foot had become soft, and saw that the earth's surface had suddenly changed into purple and black-colored quagmire. Then his body was ceaselessly sinking into this quagmire. Quietly looking at the changes around him, Ren Tian Yu slowly formed a hand seal with his both hand, although this illusion is quite lifelike, an illusion ability also not bad but it's too bad as your opponent was me. Release. Along with the explosive shout from Ren Tian Yu, the surrounding around quickly disappeared, and after his field of vision restored, he found himself still standing at the original location of the arena. And all the stones, cliff, maze and quagmire had completely disappeared. Seeing Ren Tian Yu had easily destroyed her illusion in a flash, Shinyan was shocked within her heart and didn't know what to say. I think it's better to not waste any more time, beautiful lady, honestly speaking, your illusions are very powerful, but illusions don't work on me. I think you might as well concede early, I really don't want to hit a flower. Staring at Shinyan floating in the air, Ren Tian Yu suggested. I will never admit a defeat. Hearing Ren Tian Yu, Shinyan firmly shook her head and replied. In this case, I have no other choice. I have to win this match, so as far as possible I will try not use too much force. Seeing Susanoo was unlikely to give up, although he had already guessed this result, but he still couldn't help but shook his head. Then his hinds quickly formed the hand seals. Raitun, Raigen Reikachu. Lightning illusion, flash pillar. Swish. Along with the completion of forming the seals, suddenly an intense dazzling rays of light sprang out from the body of Ren Tian Yu, and that radiances caused Shinyan and all the audiences watching the battle unable to open their eyes. Just when everyone were rubbing their tearful eyes which was stung with an intense light, they heard few faint words, Rasengan. Then it revert back to quietness. When everyone's vision were restored, everyone were greatly surprised. As they saw on the arena, Ren Tian Yu was still standing at the original location, but he was carrying already fainted Shinyan in his arms. Everyone were looking at the arena with a strange expression on his eyes, and especially seeing Sun Chuchen and several others' expression in their eyes, even though he was quite thick-skinned, he couldn't help but blushed a little. Hastily turning his head towards the judge who was equally staring blankly, he yelled, "Hey, didn't you see the match is over already? Still not announcing the result of the match." "Ah, oh. Hearing Ren Tian Yu, the judge finally react. He quickly removed the barrier, came up in the arena, and then gave Ren Tian Yu his identity plate. After that he turned his head towards the audiences and announced, "I declare Ren Tian Yu as a winner of this match." After judge announced the result, immediately Ren Tian Yu holding Li Shinyan in his embrace disappeared from the arena. "Haha, Tian Yu, congratulations on winning the match, but you are also too awesome, actually hitting and knocking out the famous beauty our academy and holding her in your embrace. You ox, just take a look around at the expression in the eyes of the male students." Seeing Ren Tian Yu returning while carrying one of the greatest beauty of their academy, Wang Haiqing immediately opened his mouth. Hearing Wang Haiqing, Ren Tian Yu immediately turned around to look. Seeing the sight behind him, he couldn't help but became terrified within his heart, even though he was quite powerful. The eyes of all the male students around were burning with anger and were staring at him, some were even grinding their teeth, and some were staring at lower part of his body's back. Seeing this Ren Tian Yu suddenly felt a chill, and his chrysanthemum also tightened. "Haha, Tian Yu, I believe tomorrow's headline of the academy will be you. At that time you will definitely become very famous in this academy." Sun Chuqian covered her mouth and charmingly laughed. "Humph, I see your injuries are already healed, Chuqian, actually you have the strength to laugh at me." Hearing the teasing voice of Sun Chuqian, Ren Tian Yu coldly snorted. "That's for sure. After the light system healing magic of schoolmate Li Shui, my injuries are already healed. Now only few days of rest is enough for a full recovery." Just as Ren Tian Yu was about to say something, suddenly he sensed the movement from Li Shinyan in his embrace. Ren Tian Yu immediately turned his head to look, and saw that Li Shinyan slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Then she looked around with confusion, trying to understand where she was. At the final moment of her memory, she saw the body of Ren Tian Yu suddenly released an intense light, so she had no choice but to close her two eyes. Then she sensed her powerful energy barrier was suddenly broken in an instant. After that she felt a pain in her nape. After that she didn't know anything at all. Opening her eyes, Li Shinyan looked all around her, and suddenly discovered something unusual with her body. After careful examination, suddenly she found that she was lying on the embrace of Ren Tian Yu. And all those peoples around were looking at her with a peculiar expression on their eyes. "Ah!" Li Shinyan immediately screamed, and struggled free from the embrace of Ren Tian Yu. In a flash the color of her face became red through and through, don't know whether that was from being angry or shy. "You rogue, drop dead!" Li Shinyan yelled in her charming voice, then waved her hand and slapped the face of Ren Tian Yu. Pa, clear and melodious sound of slap in the face rang out, the fingerprint of 5 fingers appeared on the face of Ren Tian Yu. After slapping Ren Tian Yu, she immediately ran outside the square, leaving behind the stunned Ren Tian Yu. Chapter 70, Semifinals, Part 1. Feeling a burning pain on his face, and looking at the departing figure of Li Shinyan, Ren Tian Yu didn't know what to say. Although he got a slap, he didn't felt any anger. "Tian Yu, are you okay?" Seeing dazed Ren Tian Yu, Wang Haiqing asked worriedly. "Don't worry, I am fine." Shaking his head, he dispelled the miscellaneous thoughts within his heart. Then he started to watch the following matches. With the passage of the time, the next 2 matches also ended very quickly. Yan Xinluo, this face-paralyzed man had encountered Hai Fu of Magic Court and depending on his strength, he easily defeated him. As for Wang Haiqing, he was knocked out by Fong Wu, and unfortunately he also stopped at quarterfinals. At this stage all the semi-finalists were already determined. They were Yan Xinluo, Ren Tian Yu, Wong Yanli and Fong Wu respectively. The semi-final matches would be held this afternoon, as for the championship match, it would be held tomorrow. Seeing the matches were over, Ren Tian Yu turned around and left the square, and when he arrived at the dining hall to eat, by coincidence he ran into Luo Mengwu and others. While having their meal, Ren Tian Yu told them about the matches. Hearing Ren Tian Yu had successfully entered semi-final, they were happy for him, and expressed that they will come to cheer him in the afternoon. Then out of curiosity Ren Tian Yu asked, why were they not going to cheer Tianqing, but who would have imagined they would say in the match of morning, the luck of Tianqing was not good and he encountered abnormally strong opponent and lost his match. Ren Tian Yu was a bit surprised hearing this. He had never thought that with the strength of Luo Tianqing, he actually was unable to enter semi-final. It seems there were also many people with high strength in second year. After eating their meals, Ren Tian Yu and others sat down for a chat. While chatting, they also talk about the grand auction which will be held on 4 days later. Ren Tian Yu got many information about this auction from Lan Yen. This grand auction which was going to be held by the Lan Dian auction house of Lan Yan's clan could be said as the biggest auction held in last few years. It can be said that majority of people were interested in this auction for this power of God crystal. According to Lan Yan's narration, this time not only the all big clans from Di Feilu Empire would attend this auction, even the big power of other empire had heard this news and were rushing to attend this auction. According to Lan Yan, this news had already spread far and wide, and it was already fixed that the 6th superpower would attend this auction, and other powers too would be attending. Such as Heavenly Sword Villa, Illusion Cloud Lake, and furthermore old acquaintance of Ren Tian Yu, Shiman clan, and so on. When he heard the member of Shiman clan were also coming to attend this auction, the mind of Ren Tian Yu suddenly shook, followed by a strong resentment sprang out from his heart. Ren Tian Yu was surprised, and without losing any time he calmed down his mind and thought within his mind, rest assured, for your enmity I will absolutely take your revenge. After Ren Tian Yu spoke these words within his heart, that resentment that had welled up in his heart suddenly dissipated. Ren Tian Yu was already aware, this resentment was the hatred of Shiman Tianlong towards Shiman clan which was carved inside his heart before his death. And even after Ren Tian Yu had occupied this body, this hatred didn't disappear and Ren Tian Yu was powerless to do anything towards this hatred. Whoever hung the bell on the tiger's neck must untie it, only after destroying Shiman clan and getting revenge for Shiman Tianlong, this resentment would automatically disappear. This was also another reason for Ren Tian Yu wanting to destroy Shiman clan. While they were catting, it was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the matches would start very soon. So Ren Tian Yu and others walked towards the direction of the square. After they arrived at the square, they saw countless students had already arrived at an earlier time and anxiously waiting for the start of the match. It was so because all 4 who had advanced to semi-final were extremely strong. Ren Tian Yu with demonic speed and super strong attack, as if he didn't have any weakness, Wong Yanli with ultimate lava magic which was capable to destroy anything, give peoples a kind of visual sense of super powerful destruction, Yan Xinlua with grim face, and aura of undead, even standing before him make other people terrified, Fong Wu just like a phoenix soaring the highest heaven, bring out a new flame on the earth. So the next matches of semi-finals would definitely be extremely awesome. As a result many students had arrived at an earlier time, afraid that they would miss the single moment of match. Ren Tian Yu and others came all the way to the location where the classmates were located at. He greeted them and arrived at the side of Wang Jiafei, then he placed his hand on the shoulder of Wang Jiafei and said, I said, come early to cheer for me. But didn't expect you were this concerned about me like this. Do you want to die? Remove your claw away from me. Seeing the hand on her shoulder, Wang Jiafei firmly yelled at him. Hearing those cold words from Wang Jiafei, Ren Tian Yu couldn't help but shivered. Then with a smile he slowly moved away his hand from the shoulder of Wang Jiafei. Trying to molest this woman was definitely his loss. Haha, Tian Yu, your guts is quite large. You actually dared to molest our heart's hot rose. Seeing Ren Tian Yu was defeated, Li Feng laughed without holding back. Yo, little Li, do you think you can run wild just because you advanced to 2nd grade and think I won't punish you? Seeing that laughing Li Feng, Wang Jiafei said while making a snapping sound from her finger. Please don't get excited teacher. I am not laughing at you. Seeing the appearance of Wang Jiafei, Li Fong hurriedly shook his hand and explained himself. You know each other? Seeing the reaction of Li Fong, he was surprised and asked. Nonsense, we have just recently advanced to the 2nd grade. You say don't we recognize our former teacher? Long Yu rolled his eyes towards the stupid question of Ren Tian Yu. Hearing Long Yu, a sweat appeared on the forehead of Ren Tian Yu. Now he also felt that he had asked a stupid question. Uncle Tianqing, why are you here? From the side Wang Haiqing saw Luo Tianqing and others, not only was he happy he also rushed over. Wang Haiqing, just now you call your father uncle again, these several days I haven't given you any massage so you are already feeling itchy all over your body. Hearing that Wang Haiqing had called him uncle, a black line appeared on the face of Luo Tianqing, and coldly said several words. That, it's just slip of a tongue. Seeing the reaction of Luo Tianqing, without losing any time Wang Haiqing yielded. However, why are you here, didn't you participate on the competition, Luo? Don't tell me you didn't participate in the competition. Wang Jiafei was surprised to see Luo Tianqing and others. We didn't participate, only Uncle Tianqing and Big Brother Li Fong participated. But both of them lost. So we came here to cheer Big Brother Tian Yu. Long Luo explained. So that was the case. F***K, it's so unfair, when little Luo called you uncle, you don't have any reaction but when I call you, you burn up. This is unfair. Seeing Luo Tianqing didn't have any reaction even after Long Luo called him uncle, within his heart, Wang Haiqing shed the tears. When they were chatting, Long Feilu had already announced the official start of the competition. After he had announced, everyone stared at the huge magic screen which had started to flash with the names of the participants. Ding! With the loud and clear sound, the two names appeared on the huge magic screen. Fong Wu vs Ren Tian Yu. Chapter 71, Semifinals, Part 2, Phoenix God Blood Lineage. Seeing the name which had appeared at the magic screen, Ren Tian Yu was surprised inside his heart. He had never thought that his match would be first, and the opponent would be yet another beautiful girl. Actually Ren Tian Yu hoped and also not hoped his opponent to be Yan Xinluo. Although this sounds contradictory, he wished his opponent was Yan Xinluo because as a cultivator he very much wanted to fight Yan Xinluo. The keen sense of Ren Tian Yu had sensed that the actual strength of Yan Xinluo was not that weaker than him. And within that more than 2 years of time he had got this Naruto system, he hadn't got a chance to fight properly. Only at that time when he was leaving the forest did he got a strong saint-class magical beast as an opponent, and also that mysterious woman who had peeped him at the night. But that magical beast was after all a beast, even after reaching the saint class, still how can the fight with the beast be comparable to fighting with humans? As for that mysterious girl, he had looked at her as an enemy who he had to kill her, so at that time, in the fight he tried to trap her using his sand skill, nevertheless in the end she still succeeded to escape. But he wished Yan Xinluo not be his opponent because currently they were after all the participants from same class. In case they encountered each other in a match, then it was certain that both of them will inflict injuries to each other. This was the thing Ren Tian Yu and others didn't want to see. Seeing the names of the participants were not Ren Tian Yu vs Yan Xinluo, Wang Jiafei released a sigh of relief. Then she said towards Ren Tian Yu, be careful, that person called Fong Wu is absolutely not that simple. Got it. Actually he didn't need the reminder from Wang Jiafei, how could Ren Tian Yu unable to tell from where Fong Wu came from? Ren Tian Yu stepped up into the arena then he tossed his identity plate to the judge, and quietly looked at Fong Wu who was standing opposite to him. Although the other party had the slender figure, and had a sweet and charming looks, nevertheless he didn't dare to underestimate this opponent because of this. After the judge announced the start of the match, the body of Fong Wu immediately flashed with the fiery colored radiances of battle chi, which was accompanied by a muffled cry of the phoenix. Then the fire phoenix sword flew out from her sheath and landed in her right hand, then it also flashed with flame. The matchless lovely beauty suddenly changed into flame radiance and advanced towards the direction of Ren Tian Yu. Calmly looking at the advancing Fong Wu, Ren Tian Yu slowly put his hand on the snake sword in his waist. Just when Fong Wu almost arrived before him, suddenly the lightning-covered snake sword came out and blocked the attack of Fong Wu. Seeing her attack was easily stopped, Fong Wu put forth her strength in her right hand, the fire phoenix sword suddenly bent and swept past snake sword's defense, and still advanced towards the shoulder of Ren Tian Yu. However, just when Fong Wu thought her attack was a success, she heard a sound of metal colliding. The snake sword of Ren Tian Yu had already arrived in front of him and had blocked the attack of Fong Wu. Humph! Phoenix Peck. Seeing that the edge of her fire phoenix sword was blocked by the snake sword of Ren Tian Yu, a clawed light flashed through her eyes, then immediately along with the cry of Phoenix, above the edge of the fire phoenix sword suddenly appeared a head of Phoenix. This head of Phoenix opened up its mouth, passed through the defensive snake sword and hit the body of Ren Tian Yu. Pong! A loud explosion sound rang out, and simultaneously the dusts rose up. Taking advantage of this, Fong Wu without wasting any time returned back to original location. Tian Yu. Luo Tianqing and others watching the match from the audience, seeing this, couldn't help but cry out in alarm. When everyone saw the circumstance inside the arena, after the dust settled down and disappeared, everyone was so surprised that their mouths were open wide. Because in that original location there was only a big hole created by the attack Phoenix Peck of Fong Wu, and not even the shadow of Ren Tian Yu was there. Seeing this, surprise flashed in the eyes of Fong Wu. At that time, Fong Wu suddenly heard a sound from behind her. She quickly turned around her body and prepared to guard her body with the fire phoenix sword in her right hand. Raitun, Regyaku Suehe. Lightning style, lateral bolt of pain. She saw the body of Ren Tian Yu was flickering with violent lightning, hairs were completely standing erect, and the right hand, which was covered with even more strong lightning, had changed into a sharp knife, and was chopping towards her in a high speed. Dang! Sound rang out, the right hand attack of Ren Tian Yu hit the fire phoenix sword of Fong Wu, and unexpectedly released a metal colliding sound. Shortly afterwards, Fong Wu felt as if her body was slammed by a huge object, and her body was immediately sent flying. Pong! She collided with the barrier around the arena and fell down on the ground of arena, causing a huge dusts to rise up. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but cried out in alarm. They don't know how Ren Tian Yu suddenly appeared behind Fong Wu or how he dodged her attack from almost zero distance, and also the current appearance of Ren Tian Yu looked extremely wild. Actually, just a moment ago, Ren Tian Yu was not able to dodge the attack of Fong Wu. It was nearly a zero-distance attack. Even if his speed was very fast, there was no way to dodge the attack from such range. That is so unless Ren Tian Yu possessed the Flying Thunder God Jutsu of Yellow Flash or had the speed of Raikage. So Ren Tian Yu had used the Raikage Jutsu of changing Lightning System Chakra into an armor, and had successfully blocked the attack of Fong Wu. Shortly afterwards, under the cover of the dusts, he finally appeared behind Fong Wu, then with Regyaku Suehe, lateral bolt of pain, sent her flying. After the dust dispersed, they saw Fong Wu on her one knee, and while supporting her body with her fire phoenix sword, she was panting and her pair of beautiful phoenix pupils were firmly staring at Ren Tian Yu. Looking at the powerful Ren Tian Yu at the opposite side, a fear flashed through the mind of Fong Wu. Again looking at her current condition, she could help but make a wry smile. It looks like if I don't use this, then I will lose. Then the eyes of Fong Wu flashed with a strong determination, the index finger and middle finger of left hand bring in front of her mouth. Then she muttered few words, Phoenix God Blood Lineage, manifest. Chi 3. Along with the shout of Fong Wu, a soaring cry of Phoenix rang out from the body of Fong Wu. Shortly afterwards her body suddenly released a golden yellow-colored flame. Just like bamboo shoots after the spring rain, this gold-colored flame quickly covered the whole body of Fong Wu. And also the intensity of this golden yellow-colored flame became bigger and bigger, and gradually changed into a golden yellow-colored soaring flame light beam and rise. Then this flame light beam hit the barrier above the arena, the barrier started to tremble violently and cracks started to appear on the barrier. Afterwards with a pang sound the barrier broke and dissipated in the air. Not good. At the VIP section, a fear flashed in the eyes of both Long Feilu and Zhao Guanghui. Old Zhao, now the barrier is already broken, if they continue to fight like this, it would definitely affect the audiences. Without wasting any time, you go down to arena and fix the barrier. Remember, it's okay to fix only the barrier surrounding the arena, no need to fix the barrier of above the arena. Okay. Zhao Guanghui quickly answered, then he quickly flew towards the arena. The storage ring on his right hand started to flash with earth yellow-colored radiances, then a magic wand with an earth yellow-colored transparent crystal at the top appeared at his right hand. Then he again took out 4 earth yellow-colored magical beasts cores, and at the magic command of Zhao Guanghui, the cores reached the 4 corners of the arena, and simultaneously Zhao Guanghui started to quickly chant an incantation, then the magic wand at his right hand flashed with strong earth yellow-colored magic. Mother Earth, stop it, the 10,000 things of creation confinement. Earth System Barrier, Brilliance of Earth God. After Zhao Guanghui said these words, the 4 cores started to lit up and quickly restored the scattered barrier around the arena and started to rise. Then the barrier quickly encircled the arena, but there was no barrier above the arena like before. After finishing this task, Zhao Guanghui flew back to VIP section. Ren Tian Yu didn't care about the circumstance of arena, his eyes had already changed into Mangekyo Sharingan, and firmly staring at Fong Wu, who was surrounded by golden yellow-colored flame light beam. Under his perception, Ren Tian Yu clearly felt the increase in power, and was still quickly rising. Suddenly the cry of Phoenix rang out. Ren Tian Yu couldn't help but lift up his head to look at the sky to look. When he was looking for the thing in the sky, the pupil of Ren Tian Yu couldn't help but shrunk, then his mouth suddenly burst with swear words, Nima, did I make a mistake? Chapter 72, Semifinals, Part 3, Explosion. The gold-colored column of flame soared towards the sky, and the space slowly cracked open. Then a powerful aura leaked out from that fissure and spread all over the entire arena. Because Zhao Guanghui had already fixed the barrier around the arena, this didn't affect any individuals from the audiences. Then a piercing phoenix cry rang out, and simultaneously a golden-winged phoenix appeared, and it flew in circle inside the arena. After that the fissure in the sky slowly closed up. She, King, summoned, beast. Seeing that thing continuously circling in the air, and firmly staring at him with vengeful eyes, Ren Tian Yu nearly threw up a mouthful of blood as he sensed a genuine aura of Saint-class magical beast. K, did I make a mistake? This is merely a competition, but what is the point of going all out regardless of danger to one's life? Summoning a Saint-class magical beast, aren't you afraid you will provoke a God-class teacher? K, last time, I had finished off a Saint-class magical beast, Raging Flame Cloud Lion, and it cost me a great amount of effort to KO it. Now you have summoned yet another magical beast comparable to Raging Flame Cloud Lion, do you really want everyone here dead? Thinking about this, the mental state of Ren Tian Yu became a bit agitated. K, if I, your father, was able to summon a tailed beast, then I would have let it use its Bijudama, Biju bomb, and send your little golden-winged phoenix flying, without giving you any chance to talk over. But it's too bad, Ren Tian Yu still had not exchanged any tailed beasts. Actually Ren Tian Yu had considered to sign a contract with Saint-class magical beast first, then wait for the time until he had enough system points to exchange a tailed beast. But later he gave up this thought, because he was cultivating chakra, not the cultivation system of this world, and at the same time Saint-class magical beast was not that helpful to him. However, now seeing the golden wings phoenix circling in the air, Ren Tian Yu felt a bit of regret within his heart regarding that decision. At that moment the golden yellow-colored flame beams surrounding Fong Wu slowly weakened and disappeared. Then Fong Wu appeared. The body of Fong Wu was surrounded by a layer of golden yellow-colored phoenix wings armor. The fire phoenix sword on her right hand was also encircled by a layer of golden yellow-colored radiance, and originally fiery red color battle chi had changed into a golden yellow in color. The most important change was her pair of eyes. you could see a golden yellow-colored flame was flashing through the pupil in her eyes. Rising his head, Ren Tian Yu caught the sight the circling phoenix, and Fong Wu who had spread open her wings of phoenix, then she suddenly changed into a golden yellow-colored light and flew behind the phoenix. Little Gold, the opponent this time is that person. Don't underestimate him, he is extremely strong. And also the most important thing is his speed is extremely fast. You have to be careful of his speed. Standing at back of Golden Wings Phoenix, Fong Wu said. Got it, Wu. Let's go with old tactics, first change the surrounding environment. Golden Wings Phoenix replied. Then it spread open its two wings, and the golden flame fell. Then the arena immediately ignited with golden yellow color huge flame, and under the control of Golden Wing Phoenix, the flames gradually encircled the whole arena. Even the shadow of Ren Tian Yu was swallowed by this flame. Tian Yu. Seeing Ren Tian Yu was swallowed by the flame, Luo Tianqing and others in the audience had a worried expression in their eyes. Seeing Ren Tian Yu was swallowed by the flame, a gray-colored light flashed in the eyes of far-off Yan Xinluo, member of Flame Phoenix Villa. What will you do now? So the member of Flame Phoenix Villa also entered the world. Seeing the circumstance in the arena, Long Feilu and Zhao Guanghui looked at each other, and a light flashed in the eyes of both, then they turned around and continued to look towards the arena. After getting swallowed by the flames, Ren Tian Yu felt a high temperature even through his Raitan Chikura Moto, lightning-style armor, and a sharp light flashed through his eyes, changing the environment into something suitable for itself. Since this magical beast is your summoning beast, isn't it okay to dispose of it first? Finished speaking, the lightning around the body of Ren Tian Yu suddenly rose sharply, the form of Raitan Chikura Moto, lightning-style armor, become even more distinct. All of his hairs were already standing erect, his speed and strength were further increased. The flame around him were gradually forced to retreat by the burst of lightning system chakra of Ren Tian Yu, a space about 1 zhang around him was opened. Swish! Ren Tian Yu saw the Golden Wings Phoenix flying in circles above him, then his body changed into lighting and leaving only the afterimage he disappeared from there. Less than a second later, he arrived at the side of Fong Wu in the air. And condensing a strong lightning system chakra on the elbow of his right hand, he attacked the head of Fong Wu. Raitan, Aerobo. Lightning style, elbow bolt. At that time, suddenly the body of Golden Wings Phoenix flashed with strong golden light, and a gold-colored light shield surrounded both itself and Fong Wu. Phoenix God Shield. Hong sound rang out, the elbow of Ren Tian Yu hit on the light shield. Violent ripples appeared on the light shield, but didn't get destroyed and was successful to block the attack. At this time, Fong Wu also responded, the radiance of Flame Phoenix battle chi of her body rose suddenly and sharply, the Fire Phoenix sword also flashed with flame light, then along with her battle chi she slashed towards Ren Tian Yu. Swish! Ren Tian Yu suddenly changed into a lightning and disappeared, successfully dodging the attack of Fong Wu. He appeared beneath the body of Golden Wings Phoenix, and simultaneously quickly dropped towards the ground, as there was no stepping place in the sky. Ren Tian Yu placed his hand on his ninja backpack on his leg and took out 2 kunais, then he threw 1 kunai beneath his feet and using it as a stepping stone, he suddenly continued to advance towards Golden Wing Phoenix in the air. While darting towards Golden Wings Phoenix, he threw the remaining kunai towards the Golden Wing Phoenix, then both hand quickly make a series of hand seals, Ninpo, Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Ninja Art, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Swish! Along with the muffled voice of Ren Tian Yu, the quickly flying kunai started to continuously multiply, after a short while the whole sky was covered with the kunais. But the attack of countless kunais at Phoenix God Shield of Golden Wings Phoenix only released, ding ding, sound, each and every kunai fell down from the sky. I didn't expect the defense of this beast to be this outstanding. But, finished speaking, the silhouette of Ren Tian Yu disappeared from this location, and when he once again appeared in the sky, he was already above the head of Golden Wings Phoenix, then he took out a Kabaku Fuda, paper bomb, and pasted it at the energy barrier of Golden Wings Phoenix. Simultaneously his right leg flickered with huge amount of strong lightning chakra, then with his right leg he which was covered with strong lightning chakra attacked the head of Golden Wings Phoenix. Get lost. Raitun, Juriken Darapu. Righteous lightning sinking anger lightning axe. Hong sound rang out, with the kick from Ren Tian Yu, both Golden Wings Phoenix and Fong Wu was blown straight to the arena and while they were dropping, with a ka sound the Phoenix God shield was also destroyed. Give I, your father an explosion, Keiche. Ren Tian Yu made a hand seal with his right hand, immediately the Kabaku Fuda, paper bomb, pasted at the Golden Wings Phoenix got ignited. Hong. A loud sound of explosion rang out at the body of Golden Wings Phoenix body. And both Golden Wings Phoenix and Fong Wu was within the range of explosion. Landing at the ground, Ren Tian Yu looked ahead not too far away from him, a huge dust was rising. He quietly waited for the dusts to settle. Chapter 73, Semifinals, Part 4, Spoiler. When the dusts of explosion dissipated, he saw Fong Wu and Golden Wings Phoenix was surrounded by the gold-colored Phoenix shield. It seemed at the last second, Fong Wu had released the shield to protect both herself and Golden Wing Phoenix from explosion. Still, blood could be seen on the corner of her mouth, and the shield was also already very dim. From this you can understand that it was not that easy for her to block the continuous attack. Oh, are you all right? Golden Wings Phoenix flapped its wing and floated in the air, then asked Fong Wu who was on its back. I'm fine. Withdrawing her energy shield, Fong Wu nodded her head and answered. She forced down the turmoil of blood within her body, then firmly stared at Ren Tian Yu, as if to prevent him from initiating a surprise attack. Little Wu, it seems you were right, the speed of this fellow is too fast, it is very difficult to hit him with our attack. And his attacks are also extremely powerful. If this goes on then we will only sink in passive situation and take a beating. Looking at the Ren Tian Yu, Golden Wings Phoenix said seriously. Although after hearing the warnings of Fong Wu, it was also somewhat prepared, but it had never thought the speed of Ren Tian Yu was fast to this terrifying degree, they couldn't respond in time, and even the Phoenix God shield was also destroyed by his attack. Even if the move is very powerful, but it couldn't land on the opponent then that was just a garbage. Both Fong Wu and Golden Wings Phoenix understood this point very clearly. And from the current situation they already knew clearly that they were not comparable to Ren Tian Yu in terms of speed. Since it's like this then let's use omnidirectional attack to attack indiscriminately, okay. After thinking for a while, Fong Wu come to this decision. After all that was the only way left to them. Finished speaking, and Golden Wing Phoenix easily understood the intention of Fong Wu. Along with the sharp cry, Golden Wings Phoenix let Fong Wu jump out from its back, then it flew opposite direction to Fong Wu, and together locked on to Ren Tian Yu who was on the arena beneath them. Fong Wu saw that Golden Wing Phoenix was already ready, then simultaneously both of theirs body released a golden yellow-colored radiances. Fong Wu held Fire Phoenix sword on her hand, pointing sword point in the sky, then a golden-colored battle chi sword to the sky. Goldwing Phoenix was also doing the same kind of movement as Fong Wu. A perfectly straight two golden-colored light beam soared towards the sky, and was glittering just like a shining mirror. Seeing this the people of the audience have no choice but to close their eyes. Combination skill, Phoenix wings soar in the sky. Both Fong Wu and Golden Wings Phoenix simultaneously shout loudly. Suddenly the golden yellow-colored light beam of both Fong Wu and Golden Wings Phoenix spread in all direction. The two light beam gradually joined together, and spread on the whole arena, without doubt it also swallowed Ren Tian Yu who was within the arena. The light beam lasted for about 30 seconds, then it slowly became weak and finally disappeared. After the light beam had disappeared, seeing the circumstance in the arena, everyone couldn't help but became greatly surprised. Because they couldn't see even a shadow of any person in the arena, there was only a 10-meter radius deep hole on the arena. And even the shadow of Ren Tian Yu had disappeared from the arena. Tian Yu. Seeing this, the classmates of Ren Tian Yu couldn't help but became greatly surprised, and they were worried whether Ren Tian Yu was able to survive that attack or not. Can he reach only to this extent? Seeing and sensing that the aura of Ren Tian Yu had disappeared without a trace, disappointment flashed in the eyes of Yan Xinluo. Although the combination skill of Fong Wu was quite powerful, but if he was in the position of Ren Tian Yu, then he could have still blocked this attack. But Ren Tian Yu, whom he had viewed as a rival. When Yan Xinluo felt disappointment, his blood lineage, Death Heart, was suddenly filled with aura of destruction, this is. Experiencing this familiar aura, the eyes of Yan Xinluo flashed with a sharp light. Fong Wu saw that the arena was destroyed by her and Golden Wing's Phoenix combination skill, and Ren Tian Yu also had disappeared, while breathing heavily. The radiance of battle chi on her body was also very dim. Then flying to the side of Golden Wing's Phoenix side, she said, "Little Gold, isn't this a bit overkill? It seems that guy is dead from our hand. Tai is impossible. Oh. Although our combination skill is powerful, nevertheless that guy is also extremely powerful. From his earlier offensive power, you should also know it. At most this combination skill will only heavily injure him. I think even the heavy injury is impossible. We shouldn't lower our guard." Golden Wing's Phoenix was not that optimistic within its heart. As a saint-class magical beasts, its capacity to judge the opponent was not that bad. From that extremely high speed and that incomparably violent offensive power of Ren Tian Yu, it had guessed that it was not that easy to kill Ren Tian Yu. When the Golden Wing Phoenix was carefully being on the alert, under its mental perception, suddenly an incomparably violent aura appeared. The violent aura was from, right beneath them. "Oh, be careful. That guy survived, he is coming." Just when Golden Wing Phoenix had yelled, suddenly an incomparable violent aura came out from inside that deep hole of the arena. Even the Golden Wing Phoenix itself felt a strong pressure from this aura. Pong, an explosion sound rang out from that deep hole of arena. Shortly afterwards, a blue-purple colored lightning was launched from underneath the arena, straight towards Fong Wu in the sky. "Oh, be careful. Phoenix Guard." Seeing the purple light advancing towards them from under the arena, Golden Wing's Phoenix anxiously cried. Then quickly flashed and arrived at the side of Fong Wu, opened its wings, then a golden-colored radiance was released from the head of Golden Wing's Phoenix, which encircled both itself and Fong Wu. This was the one of the life-saving skill of Fong Clan. Raitun, Rariato. Lightning Style, Lariat. An explosive sound come out from inside the blue-purple colored light beam. Shortly afterwards this light beam as if changed into a board sword advanced towards both Fong Wu and Golden Wing Phoenix. Pong sound rang out, the Phoenix Guard of Golden Wing Phoenix received a violent strike, but it didn't break. Due to the impact behind the attack they directly fell towards the arena. The blue-purple colored light beam and the shadow of a person within it, if not Ren Tian Yu then who else could it be? However, the current appearance of Ren Tian Yu was not like when he had first stepped inside the arena. The clothes on his upper part were already utterly tattered, the sexy muscles of Ren Tian Yu were completely visible. And a trace of blood was visible on the corner of his mouth. It seems like it was not that easy for Ren Tian Yu to block that attack. Looking right now at Ren Tian Yu, his body was violently leaking a deep blue-colored chakra, even the body had changed into red in color. The fact was Ren Tian Yu had already opened 6th gate, Gate of View of Hashimen Tonku, the 8 inner gates. After concealing it for 4 days, he had finally used Hashimen Tonku, the 8 inner gates, as he had to hide his greater part of the strength. He couldn't use ninjutsu, and couldn't use Taijutsu. So, he had to open Hashimen Tonku, the 8 inner gates, to successfully defend from that attack, but who would have thought that he would be forced to open up to 6th gate, Gate of View to completely block the impact of attack. Ren Tian Yu looked at the falling Fong Wu and Golden Wing's Phoenix. Since he had already opened 6th gate, then he had to use this to end the match. He turned around his body, then he tightened up his arms, and started to pour a strong chakra towards his arms, then looking below at the targets, he punched in an extremely high speed. Because the speed of his punch was too fast, the sky was filled with the afterimages of the punch of Ren Tian Yu, and no one was able to determine which one was real. Asakujaku. Morning Peacock. Along with the explosive shout of Ren Tian Yu, innumerable fire meteors suddenly appeared in the air along with the punches of Ren Tian Yu. And it pursued the falling Golden Wings Phoenix and Fong Wu. Innumerable fire meteors just like a peacock tail looked extremely gorgeous, but within this gorgeousness, endless dangers were hidden. Not good. After Fong Wu landed on the ground, and just as with great difficulty she stabilized herself, she heard an unusual sound from above her. Lifting her head and looking towards the sky she discovered the innumerous fire meteors were advancing towards her. Seeing this she had no other choice but to increase the energy into her Phoenix Guard. Just after she had increased the energy on her Phoenix Guard, the Asakujaku, Morning Peacock, of Ren Tian Yu hit the target. Hong hong, hong hong, hong hong. As the fire meteors of Asakujaku, Morning Peacock, hit the target, immediately a round of violent explosion sound rang out, and the whole arena was covered with dusts. Chapter 74, Semifinals, Part 5. Without any break, he hit for 30 seconds, then he withdrew his still blazing hands. Then he looked down to see that the whole arena was full of cloud of dusts, which was created due to the explosion of Asakujaku, Morning Peacock, of Ren Tian Yu. And currently no one could clearly see any movements within it. After this he closed Hashiman Tonku, the 8 inner gates, and all the violent chakra around his body were quickly withdrawn, then his body gradually fell down on toward the arena. With a pang sound, he landed on the arena on one knee, he placed his right hand on the ground supporting his whole body and was heavily panting. He was experiencing the waves of pain within his body, in addition to that the chakra amount was also had greatly exhausted. Making a wry smile, Ren Tian Yu thought, I never thought a day like this would come when I have a sorry figure like this. It seems without using ninjutsu and decisive, I can only do this much. In this match, although Ren Tian Yu didn't use ninjutsu and decisive which he was most familiar with, but purely a taijutsu, from this fight it clearly reflect the great improvement in the taijutsu of Ren Tian Yu within this 2 years. But currently only opening 6th gate and using Asakujaku, Morning Peacock, was enough to exhaust him like this, whereas Madogai had opened the 6th gate and used Asakujaku, Morning Peacock, and after that he could still continue to open 7th gate and use Hiradora, Afternoon Tiger, which was another powerful taijutsu. But in the current state of Ren Tian Yu, no need to mention about Hiradora, Afternoon Tiger, even using Asakujaku, Morning Peacock, one more time was a problem. It seems hereafter I should also focus on training my physical strength along with Hashiman Tonku, the 8 inner gates, of Madogai, strange power punch of Tsunade, and the body ninjutsu of Reikage. This is an extremely good way to cultivate my physical strength. Since now I can obtain all of them, why waste without cultivating? Along with the passage of time, the clouds of dusts also slowly settled down and dissipated, revealing the circumstances of the arena. The peoples around the surroundings of arena hastily came near the barrier surrounding the arena, then each and every one extended their head and watched towards the arena. Even Long Feilu and Zhao Guanghui who were on the VIP area also couldn't help but stared down the arena without even blinking their eyes. They saw that the originally 10-meter radius hole created by the combined skill of Fong Wu and Golden Wings Phoenix, was again increased by several meters and had become even deeper. In addition to this now the arena was full of bumps and hollows, at the bottom of that big hole, Golden Wings Phoenix was lying on its stomach with golden yellow colored blood, its body was full of injuries, and all around it was dyed with the blood. Next to Golden Wings Phoenix, Fong Wu was also silently lying there, both eyes were tightly closed, she had thoroughly lost her consciousness. But there was not that many wounds on her body, besides the shoulder and legs having some cuts with bleeding. Her condition was very much better compared to the body of Golden Wings Phoenix. It seems Golden Wings Phoenix had taken all the attacks in place of Fong Wu too, and Fong Wu had successfully avoided any serious injuries. But even Golden Wings Phoenix couldn't block all the blast wave of Morning Peacock, so from the looks of it, Fong Wu had lost her consciousness due to the blast wave. After the dusts dissipated, looking at Golden Wings Phoenix and Fong Wu who were in a sorry plight, Ren Tian Yu sighed within his heart. Ren Tian Yu directly walked towards the direction of Golden Wing's Phoenix and Fong Wu. Just when Ren Tian Yu was approached near Fong Wu, Golden Wing's Phoenix flapped its wings, lifted up its head, and stared at Ren Tian Yu and said, "Human, what are you going to do?" He, of course going to win the match. Still don't you need to worry about the condition of injuries of Fong Wu. Humph, all possess Phoenix God blood lineage. This blood lineage when reached to highest achievement can bath in rebirth fire, this small amount of injuries is nothing. Even if all intentionally do not go for a treatment, within 1 day her injuries will be completely healed. Hearing Ren Tian Yu, the eyes of Golden Wing's Phoenix flashed with a light of disdain. A black line spread on the forehead of Ren Tian Yu, actually even the bird is looking down upon him, although this bird was kings of the bird. Even though you both are awesome, in the end both of you lost to me. Ren Tian Yu threw away the disdain from the bird, and coldly snorted. However, within his heart regarding the ability of Phoenix God blood lineage of Fong Wu, he felt extremely shocked. As expected, the member of Fire Phoenix Villa were abnormal. You. Hearing those words full of disdain from Ren Tian Yu, Golden Wing's Phoenix suddenly chocked. I say, why are you still here without disappearing? Be careful, I will pluck all your feather and have a barbecue. Ren Tian Yu stared at still lying on the ground Golden Wing's Phoenix, then he said, while producing lightning in his right hand. After Ren Tian Yu had talked, a fissure appeared on the sky, then Golden Wing's Phoenix directly flew inside it, leaving behind some words, boy, if you dared hurt all, we member of Fire Phoenix Villa will never let you off. Looking at the gradually closing fissure in the sky, Ren Tian Yu snorted with disdain, tut. Bird with fear of death. Then he looked towards the fainted on the ground Fong Wu, he crouched down and picked her up. After that he looked at the opening of the barrier in the sky, then holding Fong Wu in his hands, he suddenly ran on the wall of the barrier in a high speed towards the opening. After he landed on the ground, Luo Tianqing and others who were waiting for him, directly surrounded him in a flash and said, Tian Yu, are you all right? How are you, Tian Yu? Do you receive any injuries? Seeing the worried faces of his companions all around him, a warmth flew in the heart of Ren Tian Yu and he said, rest assured, no problem at all, just a little bit tired. Then it's okay. Hearing Ren Tian Yu, everyone felt relieved. Oh, that's right, Chu Qian, take care of Fong Wu. I don't want to get another slap without any reason. Ren Tian Yu hurriedly gave Fong Wu who he was carrying to Sun Chu Qian. The slap of Li Shinyan in the morning still remained fresh in his memory. That's why he didn't want to suffer from an unexpected calamity again. After he passed Fong Wu to Sun Chu Qian, Ren Tian Yu turned his sideways towards the judge and said, I am asking, are you going to announce the result of the match or not? I announce Ren Tian Yu as the winner of this match. After judge announced the result, immediately everyone on the square gave a big round of applause. It was not for the victory of Ren Tian Yu, rather for his and Fong Wu's outstanding battle. Many believed that after seeing this battle many had insights for their own training. After hearing result of the match, Ren Tian Yu finally felt relieved. Suddenly he felt tired and exhausted physically and mentally, as he had used Hashiman Tonku, the 8 inner gates. Then he shook his head, sat cross-legged at that place and started to recover himself. At the side Luo Tianqing and others saw that Ren Tian Yu was starting to recover himself, all of them surrounded him so as to not let anyone disturb him. Currently the whole arena was already completely destroyed due to the battle of Ren Tian Yu and Fong Wu, an average magician couldn't restore this arena any longer. So, Zhao Guanghui helplessly sighed at the VIP section, then stood up and flew towards the arena. Chapter 75, Semifinals, Part 6. Zhao Guanghui flew to the big hole created by Fong Wu and Ren Tian Yu, then shaking his head, he sighed with feelings towards the violence of youngster nowadays. Then he calmed down his state of mind, after that holding his magic wand, he started to quickly chant the incantation. While chanting, a powerful magic rippled out from his body. Earth returned to wasteland. After he finished the incantation of the chant, Zhao Guanghui pointed the magic wand in his right hand towards the big hole, then immediately a countless earth yellow-colored magical power sprang out from that big hole. Shortly afterwards, the whole ground started to shake violently, and many people standing became unstable and were about to fall down to the ground. Ren Tian Yu, who was sitting cross-legged to recover his exhausted chakra, was also affected by this violent shaking of the earth, so he stopped his recovery, and opened his eyes to look. The big hole which was before his eyes was already filled with powerful yellow-colored Earth System element energy. The level of concentration of element energy was too strong to the extent that the remaining 6 elements energy were completely pushed aside from that place, leaving only the Earth System element at that place. The concentration of Earth elements were slowly disappearing, and after some time it finally completely disappeared. When everyone caught the sight of the arena, each and every one couldn't help but had their mouth and eyes opened wide. They saw that in the original arena, which was filled with small and big holes, was completely changed into a completely brand new arena without a single damage. And the big hole created by Fong Wu and Ren Tian Yu were completely restored in a short time by the Earth System magic of Zhao Guanghui. F***Kami, this is so amazing, nearly 20-meter radius hole is already restored in such a short period of time. This is too amazing. Even Ren Tian Yu couldn't help but swear within his heart. Now even with his Earth-style jutsu, it was impossible for him to produce identical result in such a short period of time, as expected, worthy of being God-class Earth System magician. After the restoration of the arena was completed, Zhao Guanghui withdrew his magic wand, looked at his masterpiece, nodded his head with satisfaction, and then directly flew back to the VIP section. Seeing the arena was already restored, the judge announced the start of the second match. Second match of the semifinals, Yen Xinluo vs Wong Yanli, was formally started. The body of expressionless Yen Xinluo changed into a gray-colored light beam and arrived at the arena, then he firmly stood there. Shortly afterwards with a fiery red-colored light beam appeared at the opposite side of Yen Xinluo. After the fiery red-colored light disappeared, Wong Yanli appeared from within it holding a lava magic wand and wearing a fiery red-colored magic robe at that place. In the audience, Ren Tian Yu also stopped his recovery of chakra. He stood up and seriously started to watch the match. The judge for the match determined that both the participants had arrived at the arena, then announced the start of the match. Along with the announcement of the judge, the body of both Yen Xinluo and Wong Yanli simultaneously flashed with gray and fiery red-colored radiance respectively. Wong Yanli tightly held the magic wand in his right hand, and suddenly a rich flame magical power bubbled out. Then a huge fireball was fired towards the direction of Yen Xinluo. Then simultaneously, he quickly retreated back and started to silently chant the incantation. Humph, stupid. Seeing the magic of Wong Yanli, Yen Xinluo snorted coldly with disdain. After that he waved his right hand, then from his waist the short knife of death, karma transmigration was immediately unsheathed and flew to his right hand. Then he raised his right hand, suddenly huge undead sword edge was released and it collided with fireball of Wong Yanli, causing a loud explosion sound. After cancelling out the attack of Wong Yanli, Yen Xinluo didn't continue to attack. Just look at the Wong Yanli who was still chanting the incantation, then he slowly said, 1 minute, I will give you 1 minute to prepare, adjust to your strongest state. After 1 minute, I will start to attack, hope the member of magic domain will not disappoint me. Hearing the arrogant words of Yen Xinluo, the audiences suddenly made an uproar. With regards to the arrogant words of Yen Xinluo, everyone felt that he was being too much arrogant. As everyone knows, when magicians and warriors fights, first of all magicians tries to pull open a distance, only after they felt it was a safe distance, they used magic to resolve the battle. However in the arena, it seriously restrict the distance between warrior and magicians in a battle, and someone on the level of Yen Xinluo could easily cover that distance within less than 30 seconds, then he could easily break the defense of Wong Yanli and defeat him. So Yen Xinluo had given Wong Yanli a time of 1 minute to prepare himself, and this was also the reason why Wong Yanli, who was already high-level magician, started the match with a boring magic like a fireball magic, and simultaneously retreating back. Hearing Yen Xinluo, Wong Yanli was not angry, his eyes showed a smiling expression but his mouth still continued to chant the incantation in a high speed. After about 10 seconds, the first chant was completed, Wings of Heavens. Along with the voice of Wong Yanli, a pair of huge fiery wings spread open from the back of Wong Yanli, and immediately flew in the air. After he was in the air, Wong Yanli again chanted for another 30 seconds, then from above the lava magic wand, a huge flame magical power was emitted at the side of Wong Yanli and took the shape of 3 flame shield which continuously revolve around him. Actually this was another defense magic of Wong Yanli called Magic Law, Shield of Flame God. At the last 20 seconds, Wong Yanli opened his blood lineage, lava blood lineage, and his whole body was covered with burning hot magical power. 1 minute is up, it seems you are ready, so now I will not be polite. Seeing the time he had given was finished, Yen Xinluo looked towards Wong Yanli who was floating in the sky, then coldly said. Shortly afterwards a grey-colored undead battle chi appeared all around his body, and the arena which was in contact with him started to corrode. With a "shio" sound, Yen Xinluo changed into a grey-colored light beam, holding a karma transmigration he advanced towards the Wong Yanli in the sky. When Yen Xinluo was about to arrive, he sent out 2 huge sword slash from the karma transmigration towards Wong Yanli. Seeing the attack of Yen Xinluo, a light flashed in the eyes of Wong Yanli, then the wings of heaven flapped and he quickly retreated back to dodge the attack of Yen Xinluo. And simultaneously chanting the magic, along with the control of lava magic wand, a huge fire dragon was finished forming in the sky. Roar, with a powerful roar of rage, the fire dragon circled the air 1 time, then directly rushed straight towards Yen Xinluo. Flame Dragon Break. Humph. Second Dance of Death, Undead Waltz. Seeing the fire dragon, Yen Xinluo just coldly snorted. Then waving his right hand, as if he had commanded his karma transmigration, it immediately flew automatically, and quickly revolved around in front of Yen Xinluo. And the overcast halo of battle chi appeared in front of him, at the same time his undead battle chi was flowed to his right hand towards the overcast halo. Suddenly a buzzing muffled sound sounded within the arena. Hearing this voice, Wong Yanli suddenly felt as if his heart had suddenly stopped beating, and he felt pain all over the body. And this sound was getting bigger and bigger, only saw that the karma transmigration of Yen Xinluo was advancing towards him within the huge halo. Along with the increase of battle chi of Yen Xinluo in that halo, the radiance of halo was become more and more bright. Then this halo suddenly spread to all direction. At the borderline location of this halo, there was still that unpleasant buzzing sound, even the air around was vibrating because of this sound. This attack encountered the fire dragon break of Wong Yanli, but didn't receive the slightest amount of obstruction, and directly passed through the body of fire dragon, then it continued to advance towards Wong Yanli. The fire dragon which was in the process of advancing towards Yen Xinluo, suddenly stopped in the air. Then everyone saw that a neat cut wound had suddenly appeared at the stomach of this fire dragon. Then from that wound the upper and lower part of the body directly separated, after that it turned into fire system energy element and disappeared in the air. Chapter 76, Semifinals, Part 7. Not good, seeing his flame dragon break destroyed, Wong Yanli could only cry out in alarm. Due to this muffled sound, the blood of his body were rolling over and over. Then the magic wand in his right hand started to flash with flame radiances, and surrounded Wong Yanli. Then he changed into a long flame light beam and moved downwards. Flame Spirit Shift. With a swish sound, Wong Yanli who was completely surrounded by burning hot flame magical power appeared on the arena, and had barely dodged the undead waltz attack of Yen Xinluo. Just when Wong Yanli had landed on the ground, Yen Xinluo also started to fall on the ground from the air, and directly landed on 20 meters away opposite from Wong Yanli. Looking at Yen Xinluo who was at the opposite side of him, Wong Yanli displayed a bitter smile. Wong Yanli had overestimated the strength of Yen Xinluo as much as possible, but that was useless as his flame dragon break was destroyed too easily, and still had enough energy to force him to use flame spirit shift to dodge that attack. In this case, a fiery colored light flashed in the eyes of Wong Yanli, the flame magical power around his body gradually changed into boiling hot lava, and was released all around him in a very high speed. Gradually the whole arena changed into a boiling hot lava zone. Lava domain. Shortly afterwards, Wong Yanli waved his magic wand, while quickly mumbling something, then a lava wave which could bolt out the sky and cover up the earth threw itself towards Yan Xinluo. Lava tide. Looking at the advancing lava waves, a pallid light flashed in the eyes of Yan Xinluo, then the karma transmigration on his hand automatically flew in front of him. Shortly afterwards, Yan Xinluo also took a large stride with his right leg, and the grey-colored radiances on his body was poured into karma transmigration. Then suddenly a huge grey-colored sword slash which looked like it could split heaven and earth apart advanced towards the lava wave. First dance of death, undead / open the heaven. Hong long long, a loud sound of explosion rang out, just like a hot knife cutting through a butter. The undead / open the heaven of Yan Xinluo completely cut through the waves of lava, and still continued to advance towards the direction of Wong Yanli. When they saw that the lava tide was so easily cut through, they discovered that they couldn't find even the shadow of Wong Yanli. He had already disappeared without a trace. Only heard a hong sound. And undead / open the heaven had left behind a deep ditch. Yan Xinluo was still standing at the same place, and the karma transmigration circled around in the sky and flew back in the right hand of Yan Xinluo. When Yan Xinluo was searching for Wong Yanli, suddenly, in the sky above his head, he sensed a huge fire system magic power. Yan Xinluo couldn't help but immediately lift up his head, only to see Wong Yanli who had spread open his wings of heavens and was floating in the air right above his head. His mouth was noiselessly muttering, and a huge magical power sprang out from his body. Then in the air above the arena, innumerable huge lava ball appeared. It was densely packed, and gave the people a kind of strong visual sense of shock feeling. Nice trick, but... Looking at those densely packed lava balls in the sky above his head, a cold light flashed in the eyes of Yan Xinluo, but there was not even the slightest amount of fear in his eyes. Shortly afterwards, just like before, his karma transmigration automatically flew before him along with grey-colored light, and started to revolve around the body of Yan Xinluo in a high speed. He quickly clasped both of his hands together, then a rich undead battle chi poured out, and flowed into the blade of karma transmigration. Void undead, karma change to nil. 6 transmigration change, undead 6 shield. Open. Along with the voice of Yan Xinluo, with a swish sound, karma transmigration suddenly divided into 6 and dropped on the arena from the air. Shortly afterwards, Yan Xinluo opened both of his hands towards the sky, then from both of his hands a strong undead battle chi came out, then it changed into 6 path of radiance and poured into karma transmigration. Immediately 6 cold ashes colored radiance protective screen was raised from the blade of karma transmigration, and surrounded the body of Yan Xinluo. Even at above the head and beneath the toe, similar protective screen appeared. On the top of this protective screen, a mysterious gray-colored rune appeared which exuded a mysterious aura. Just then, the magic of Wong Yanli who was floating on the air was also completed. Looking below at Yan Xinluo who had already prepared for the defense, his eyes burned with flame, then he said, "Meteors fall. Give me a destruction." Along with the voice of Wong Yanli, suddenly innumerable lava balls that were floating in the air, just like a meteor shower, they started to directly rain down towards the arena. Although this magic looked extremely magnificent, but its destructive power actually was. Hong long long, hong long long, hong long long. Along with the fall of these lava balls on the arena, a series of loud explosion sound rang out, causing the whole arena to fill with dusts, and these dusts blocked the vision of everyone from seeing what was going in the arena. After the lava balls in the sky fell, again another batch of lava balls appeared in the sky and started to fall towards the arena. This magic continued to fall for whole 1 minute. Although 1 minute seems extremely short duration of time, but for the peoples of the audiences who are watching the battle, they actually felt that 1 minute a very long period of time. Everyone in the audience, including Ren Tian Yu, were looking at the arena without blinking their eyes. All of them wanted to see the circumstance of Yan Xinluo. But this boundless dusts were blocking their line of vision. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan of Ren Tian Yu was useless in this condition, and after all it didn't possess the see-through function like Byakugan. T.L. Finally author mentioned Byakugan. Hope he can exchange Byakugan too. Just when everyone were holding their breath, a gray-colored, plus-shaped battle chi radiance advanced towards Wong Yanli who was floating the sky. Shortly afterwards a person's silhouette broke out from the dusts of the arena. If this person was not Yen Shinlua who was holding karma transmigration, then who else could it be? Wong Yanli, who had not prepared for the defense, was hit by this attack, but that flame god shield which he had released at the beginning blocked this attack. Yen Shinlua held the karma transmigration, and he was also floating in the sky. His strong grandeur, which was accompanied by rich undead battle chi, were spreading all around him. Sensing the aura which belonged to Saint Class Expert, and seeing the ability which solely belonged to Saint Class and higher level Expert to fly without any skill from Yen Shinlua, Wong Yanli showed a bitter smile, and said, "I had never expected that you were powerful to this extent. Although now I know that it is impossible for me to win this match, nevertheless I will not admit defeat. I want to use my strongest final move." "That is much better. If you had really admitted a defeat, then I would have looked down upon you. If you have any move left to use, then use it. I want to see the strongest attack of the member of Magic Domain." Hearing Wong Yanli, the eyes of Yen Shinlua flashed with the strong fighting spirit, and the aura of his body became even stronger. "As you wish." Saying that, Wong Yanli held his magic wand, and quickly poured the magic power from all over his body towards his magic wand, and with a strong aura of Peak Great Magic Master, he started to chant the incantation. Chapter 77, Semifinals, Part 8. Lava God of Flowing Lava Country, I with my lava blood lineage request you to awaken your extraordinary power, drop your flame and destroy everything, appear at this endless waste world, and destroy all the enemies before your eyes. Lava Taboo Skill, Flame God's Carapace. While floating in the air, Wong Yanli held his magic wand, and under the command of his magic wand, the strong lava magical power which was being emitted from his body drifted away in the sky. At that time, a huge fissure appeared in the sky, then from inside that fissure leaked out a strong sensation of destruction. After that a strong lava magical power which was unknown times more powerful than the lava magical power which was being emitted by Wong Yanli bubbled out from inside that fissure, then it changed into a huge flame light beam and directly fell from the sky, fell on the lava domain on the arena which was made by Wong Yanli. Along with the fall of this lava column, suddenly the lava domain of arena violently rolled over and over, and the waves of lava also unceasingly rolled over and over, then they started to gather in the center location. As the power of lava unceasingly gathered, the lava of center location ceaselessly rolled over and over, condensed, and extended. Gradually changed into an enormous lava giant. The whole body of this giant was burning hot lava. There was a long and huge fiery red-colored two-curved horn in its head, and its head also had two huge hollow holes. Suddenly two fiery red-colored light flashed, and everyone could see two flame radiance appeared at those two huge hollow holes. Those were actually the eyes of lava giant. Ho! This lava giant stood up, then it looked up towards the sky and roared, causing a shock wave to spread towards all direction. An intense ripples appeared at the barrier which was just fixed by Zhao Guanghui. And after the lava giant had stood up, his height also became visible. Unexpectedly it was 7 or 8 meters in height. "Boy, was it you who summoned me?" Seeing the magician possessing his power of blood lineage floating in the air, this lava giant opened its huge mouth and asked in a low, muffled voice. "Yes, respected lava god Andalesi. I am the one who summoned you. I want the aid of your power to defeat the foe before your eyes." Wong Yanli flapped his wings of heaven and arrived in front of lava giant Andalesi, placed his right hand at his left chest, and spoke after giving respectful magic ceremony. "Fine, as you wished, my summoner." Flowing the gaze of Wong Yanli, Andalesi caught the sight of Yen Shinlua who was also floating in front of him, then answered. After that the lava giant advanced towards Yen Shinlua quickly. Even though this lava giant had a huge body, its speed was not that slow. Sure enough, this world is not that simple. Seeing that lava giant on the arena, the complexion of Ren Tian Yu who was in the audience becomes serious and muttered to himself. Although that lava giant on the arena was of no pressure for Ren Tian Yu, nevertheless Ren Tian Yu felt a formidable pressure from the consciousness displayed just a moment ago from within the space fissure. This was the first time he felt that he was powerless, and he clearly determined, as long as that person inside the fissure stand in front of him, Ren Tian Yu didn't know whether he could protect his life, let alone defeat him. It seems I must intensify up my cultivation and training. If I possess the strength equal to either Madara or first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, then will there be anyone left in the world I need to fear? Ren Tian Yu muttered to himself. Moreover, I can revive 10-tailed beast, and have the opportunity to have the power equal to Sage of Six Path. Seeing the advancing lava giant and Alasai towards him, a strong fighting spirit flashed in the eyes of Yen Shinluo. He held karma transmigration and sent out 3 or 4 slash of battle chi towards Alasai. Then his body changed into a gray-colored light and directly rushed towards Alasai. Seeing the slash attack of battle chi advancing towards him, Alasai waved his right hand. Suddenly an enormous power of lava bubbled out and directly melted out the power of undead battle chi of that battle chi slash. Then the surplus energy advanced towards Yen Shinluo. Undead slash open the heaven. Seeing the situation, Yen Shinluo directly released the undead slash open the heaven attack once again. His body merged with karma transmigration, turned into a huge sword slash and directly advanced towards Alasai. Boy, great move. But it's too bad, it is useless against me. Seeing the huge sword slash, Alasai grinned, then suddenly a huge power of lava sprang out from his body and towards his right hand, flame punishment shield, and degree of cloud fusion. Lava magic skill, mercy of flame cloud. Along with the voice of Alasai, Hong sound rang out. Then a huge power of lava from the right hand of Alasai came out, and gradually turned into a flame cloud, then encircled Yen Shinluo who had turned into undead slash open the heaven. With a swish sound, these flame cloud came across Yen Shinluo's undead slash open the heaven, then gradually turned into an extremely thin light cloud and surrounded and attached to Yen Shinluo. Oddly enough, after this flame cloud seep inside it, the slash which Yen Shinluo had turned into immediately stopped in the sky, unable to step forward even a single step. Also the sword slash gradually weakened, and Yen Shinluo appeared in that place. At this moment, Yen Shinluo was red through and through from head to foot, and was unceasingly struggling. However, he was unable to free himself from this flame cloud. Boy, no need to struggle. I have used this mercy of flame cloud in a very special way. This move changes my power of lava within my body into a thin needle shaped which eyes couldn't see. As long as this move surround the enemy, these lava magical power can enter the body of enemy from any small holes on their body. Then it slowly control their body movement. Simultaneously thoroughly roast them from inside. Seeing the continuous struggle from Yen Shinluo, Alasai smiled full of disdain, and then slowly explained. Humph, you are merely a thought projection of God, do you really think you can defeat me? Today I shall widen your knowledge about the true power of our Sishin clan. Heart Death, manifest. Hearing the disdainful words of Alasai, Yen Shinluo stopped struggling. After coldly snorting, he released his blood lineage, Heart Death. Along with the voice of Yen Shinluo, a dark gray-colored fog-shaped energy sprang out from the body of Yen Shinluo. This dark gray-colored energy compared to the gray color of undead battle chi was even more profound. As the fog-shaped energy deepened, in a flash the mercy of flame cloud, of lava giant Alasai, was destroyed, and the death aura spread all over the arena. At this time, with a shio sound, this boundless fog just like whale swallowing water rushed towards Yen Shinluo. After the fog disappeared, they saw that Yen Shinluo who was still holding karma transmigration on his hand. After opening the power of heart death blood lineage, Yen Shinluo had already revert back to normal. He had already forced out the lava energy of Alasai from his body. But after opening blood lineage, there was no change in the external appearance of Yen Shinluo. Only the gray-colored diamond mark appeared in his forehead, and his eyes had become gray in color. Only after opening the heart death, we can bring out to play the matchless might of the most valuable treasure of our Sishin clan, karma transmigration. And that is the time when our Sishin clan harvest a life. Touching that dark ice-cold blade of karma transmigration, he said indifferently. Then looking at that floating Andalesi, he said, I am starting. With that, Yen Shinlua turned into huge gray-colored light rushing towards Andalesi. Chapter 78, Semifinals, Part 9, 6 Transmigration Change. Good. Seeing the rushing Yen Shinlua, Andalesi let out a laugh, then he flew straight towards Yen Shinlua to receive the sword slash. Gigantic Spirit Palm. Andalesi oddly smiled, and a powerful power of lava bubbled out from his right hand, that changed into a gigantic palm of flame and advanced towards incoming Yen Shinlua, as if he intended to slap him dead. But. Humph. Chop. Seeing this huge palm, the karma transmigration in the right hand of Yen Shinlua at his will issued a deep gray-colored sword slash. And he didn't stop even for a moment, and closely following that sword slash, as he continued to advance towards Andalesi. With a swish sound, this sword slash cut through the gigantic palm just like cutting through a tofu, and the surplus energy advanced towards Andalesi without reducing its speed. Seeing that his own gigantic spirit palm actually had so little effect, Andalesi let out a surprise voice, then a huge flame spirit shield appeared in front of him, firmly blocking the sword slash of Yen Shinlua. Feeling a pressure coming through from above the shield, Andalesi became surprised and bewildered, and yelled inside his heart, compared to the beginning, the energy had increased by many times. The most crucial point is, the intensity of energy is unknown times more than it was at the beginning stage. It seems his blood lineage is really not simple. The intensity of energy is extremely important for any cultivators. When ordinary warriors cultivates, they absorbs the power of elements from the void which is filled with impurities. Let's say, after turning that energy into the battle chi in their body, they again try to purify these battle chi inside to remove those impurities. But no matter how they purify, it is quite impossible to completely purify all the impurities contained in that battle chi, they could only try to reduce the impurities as much as possible. And the more pure the energy is, the more formidable the attack and defense become. And if other people wanted to defend against the attack from purer energy, they must waste more energy to do so. When Andalesi was surprised and bewildered, Yen Shinlua had already flew in front of him. And with the karma transmigration in his hand, together with his gray-colored battle chi he directly slashed towards Andalesi. Humph. Can it be you still truly think that I, lava god, Andalesi is a vegetarian? Seeing Yen Shinlua directly attack him from the front, Andalesi let out a loud roar. After that a huge magical power of lava rose, and directly melted the attack of Yen Shinlua. Then a huge amount of the boiling hot magical power was released in the air. Along with the eruption of Andalesi, suddenly fiery red-colored clouds fluttered in the air above the arena, and the whole arena was surrounded by these clouds, alongside the simple and vigorous lava magical power. Flame heart rage, fire cloud break, skill of lava god, lava burning the city. Andalesi quickly chanted the incantation. After he completed the chant, from the fire cloud in the sky, a burning hot magma rained down towards the whole arena. When he saw the explosion of magical power from all over the body of Andalesi, Yen Shinlua had already expected something bad would happen, so he had already started to pour his undead battle chi along with the energy of his blood lineage, heart death, inside his karma transmigration. After pouring the energies, the blade of karma transmigration let out a violent trembling buzzing sound. Then suddenly karma transmigration left the hand of Yen Shinlua, and started to unceasingly hover above his head. After that Yen Shinlua bit his right hand, and taking the blood in his both hand he quickly made a hand seals, then alongside the quick movement of the hands, the death energy overflowed, and that energy seeped inside the karma transmigration which was hovering above his head. Along with ka cracking sound, the space around the hovering karma transmigration started to disintegrate, and together with a death aura, suddenly a black hole appeared above the head of Yen Shinluo. Wordily creatures, all enters transmigration, myriad karma, vexed all living creatures. Transmigration 6 change, first form, transmigration deteriorate. The mouth of Yen Shinluo moved noiselessly, and the undead battle chi started to overflow and entered the blade of karma transmigration, sustaining the huge power of black hole above his head. Along with the appearance of black hole, it consumed a huge amount of energy of Yen Shinluo, and then that black hole swallowed the raining magmas due to the lava burning the city magic of Andalasi, just like the whale swallowing the water. The power of this swallowing was getting bigger and bigger. Gradually the red clouds in the sky created by Andalasi were also sucked in by the black hole, and completely removed the lava burning the city magic of Andalasi. Just when Andalasi couldn't believe that his magic was broken this way, he suddenly felt a strong fluctuation behind him. He immediately turned his huge head to look, and suddenly discovered that a black hole had appeared behind him too. When Andalasi wanted to escape, suddenly innumerable magmas were spiked out from inside the black hole, and he was hit, then fell down the arena. Transmigration 6 change was the supreme secret skill of Sishin clan. Each form was at least heaven-grade warrior skill. First form, transmigration deteriorate would create 2 connected black holes. One black hole completely swallows the attack of the enemies, after that other black hole spits it out at the enemies. It could be said that this was one of the supreme warrior skill. Seeing the attacks of Andalasi were already spitted out, the right hand of Yen Shinluo moved, suddenly karma transmigration changed into a light and flew at his right hand, and the black hole above his head also gradually became smaller and smaller, then finally disappeared. When the blood in his right hand met with the blade, suddenly karma transmigration released the sound of excitement. Then Yen Shinluo slowly closed his eyes, and something similar to a death aura appeared from his body. Transmigration 6 change, second form, sword path transmigration. Yen Shinluo suddenly opened his eyes. The gaze of his both eyes looked as if it had the ability to split open the space around him. Along with the low and deep roar sound from Yen Shinluo, innumerable terrifying gray-colored lofty sword chi appeared at the side of Yen Shinluo. At the same time, the huge towering gray-colored sword slash from the blade of karma transmigration, directly chopped the firmament. The length of this sword slash was over 20 meters, could be said terrifying. The body of Yen Shinluo slowly permeated into this towering sword slash. At the same time, from the magma below, the huge silhouette of Andalasi suddenly launched and flew towards the sky. Haha, stupid fellow, could it be you didn't know that I am lava god, and counterattacking me using my own power of lava? You this, eh? After floating in the air, Andalasi burst out into a loud laughter. But he suddenly felt a destruction aura had locked on to him. He couldn't help but became dumbfounded. Looking carefully, he immediately discovered the changes in Yen Shinluo. Chop! With an explosive yell, this terrifying huge sword slash chopped towards Andalasi. The body of Andalasi was chopped into 2 pieces from the middle. Then the body gradually turned into fire system element and dissipated in the air. Hong! A loud sound of explosion rang out. This sword slash, after chopping through the body of Andalasi, directly chopped the arena into 2. Then that horrifying sword chi spread all over the arena. Under the attack of this sword slash, the flame god shield around the body of Wong Yanli was broken. Then under the shock wave of this attack, he lost his consciousness. Chapter 79, Finals, Part 1. Yen Shinluo landed on the arena on his one knee, and was gasping for air violently. A cold sweat were unceasingly flowing out from his forehead. Successively using 2 form of transmigration 6 change was still the great burden for Yen Shinluo. He was feeling pain all over the body. In addition, most of his battle chi was exhausted. And Yen Shinluo was showing a wry smile on his face. Without losing any time, the judge stepped up inside the arena. Then, after inspecting Wong Yanli, he released a sigh of relief as he discovered that he had merely lost his consciousness due to the intense shock wave. Fortunately it was nothing serious, or else. The judge stood up, then announced Yan Xinlua as the winner of the match. Then the audiences gave a warm applause. And especially Ren Tian Yu and his classmates clapped until their hands were red. Because after the match was won by Yan Xinlua, it was certain that their class would win the first and also take the second place too, and to this must be added the points accumulated by Sun Chuqian and Wang Haiqing, so it was already decided that their class would be the overall winner of this cultivation room ranking competition. After Yan Xinlua stepped down from the arena, Wang Jiafei said, "Let's go, today I will treat you all to a meal outside the academy." "Teacher, I think you should treat us meal tomorrow instead," Ren Tian Yu said. "Why?" Hearing Ren Tian Yu, Wang Jiafei was clearly stupefied. "Now we are in extremely bad condition, so we should hurry back to recover our strength, and prepare ourselves for the tomorrow's final match. The top 2 position is already yours, and it is already clear that the overall first position is also ours. So is it really necessary for you two to fight till the bitter end?" Wang Jiafei asked. "Haha, highly necessary, because this is a fight as a cultivator. And also even if I agree, you think Yan Xinlua would also agree to end it peacefully?" Ren Tian Yu lightly laughed and explained. Hearing Ren Tian Yu, Wang Jiafei turned her head, and as expected she saw the eyes of Yan Xinlua was shining with strong fighting intention. Immediately Wang Jiafei covered her face with her hand and couldn't help but heaved a sigh. "Fine. So it's like that, I just hope both of you do not go too far in the match tomorrow." "Got it." Ren Tian Yu and Yan Xinlua both replied. After that both of them returned their respective dormitory, and started to recover their strength. At 9 o'clock in the next morning, the square of Supreme Light Academy was completely filled with the crowds of peoples, and their voices. Almost all the first-grade students of Supreme Light Academy were gathered here, because this was the finals of Cultivation Room ranking completion of first grade. And no one wanted to miss this match, one could even say that this was the match between strongest students of first grade. In general, many peoples had gathered here from early morning, to get the suitable seat to watch this rare brilliant match. Not only that but, many power of imperial capital Khaleesi had also heard the rumor about this match and rushed over to watch this match. They intended to throw out an olive branch after the match was over to draw them in their own power. Students of Supreme Light Academy, and everyone, good morning. At this time, blue light flashed in the sky above the arena, and the Dean Long Feilu suddenly appeared in the air above the arena. After several days of intense selection matches, in the end we have already arrived at the final match of this completion. I believe you all are also looking forward to this match just like me. So now I will declare the official start of the final match of this competition. Along with the voice of Long Feilu, all the peoples of the audiences gave a warm applause. Long Feilu waved his hand and immediately the applause slowly reduced. Now I ask the participants of today's match to come up in the arena. Xiao. Swish. Both Ren Tian Yu and Yan Xinlua simultaneously appeared on the arena. They stood opposite to each other and were staring at each other. And the eyes of both of them were burning with strong fighting spirit. Haha, it seems like both of them already can't wait for the start of the match. Fine, I will also not waste any more time. I myself will be taking charge of this match. Now I announce the start of this match. Right after Long Feilu flashed outside the arena, an earth-colored barrier surrounded the whole arena. Vice Dean Zhao Guanghui had also appeared outside the arena. Actually he was the one who had erected the barrier. After the barrier was erected, Ren Tian Yu and Yan Xinlua both released blue-colored and gray-colored rays of lights from their respective body. Karma transmigration also automatically came out from the sheath, flew to the right hand of Yan Xinlua and issued an excited sound. Do you know? Actually I have been waiting for this match for a long period of time. Touching the ice-cold blade of Karma transmigration, Yan Xinlua said excitedly. Haha, me too. Holding his sword of Kusanagi, strong lightning light rose from his body, and changed into a lightning armor. Ren Tian Yu was also excited for this match. T. L. From now on it will be Sword of Kusanagi, not Snake Sword. I hope you won't disappoint me. Both Ren Tian Yu and Yen Shinlua said in unison. Saying this, both of them simultaneously rushed towards each other. Dang! A sound of metal colliding rang out. At the center of the arena, the Sword of Kusanagi of Ren Tian Yu and Karma Transmigration of Yen Shinlua had confronted each other. Both of them were unceasingly trying to overpower each other, but both of them were firmly blocking each other. Under the power of both of them, the arena was issuing the ka-ka scattering sound. At this time, the undead battle chi around the body of Yen Shinlua started to violently stir, and an undead battle chi halo suddenly appeared before his eyes, undead shock wave. Hong! A violent sound of explosion rang out, and Yen Shinlua as the center, a circular deep dent appeared on the arena. But the silhouette of Ren Tian Yu had already disappeared. Yen Shinlua suddenly heard a sound coming from above his head, immediately raised his head and saw Ren Tian Yu who was covered violent lightning, and he was raising his right leg high up in the air, and as if a huge lightning chop, his leg advanced straight towards Yen Shinlua. Raitun, Juriken Darapu. Lightning style, guillotine drop. With a swish sound, Yen Shinlua rapidly retreated. When Yen Shinlua had just retreated less than 1 meter from his original location, the attack of Ren Tian Yu fell at that original location. Hong! A loud sound of explosion rang out, and a huge strong shock wave spread in all direction, and this shock wave also advanced towards the retreating Yen Shinlua. Undead Shield. The undead battle chi around the body of Yen Shinlua quickly stirred, condensed, and took the shape of a huge shield in front of him. This shield successfully blocked this huge shock waves. At this time, a blue-colored lightning suddenly rushed towards Yen Shinlua from the middle of the dusts in a high speed. Ren Tian Yu had opened up his right arm, and was directly chasing the retreating Yen Shinlua. Raitun, Rariato. Lightning Style, Lariat. Chapter 80, Finals, Part 2, Battle between a Tiger and a Dragon. Swish. Ren Tian Yu had changed into a huge lightning light and was in the process of pursuing retreating Yen Shinlua. Then his right hand heavily hit the undead shield, after that immediately the lightning system chakra of Ren Tian Yu and the undead battle chi of Yen Shinlua issued out a violent friction sound. This was extremely ear-piercing, unpleasant to hear sound. Hong! The Rariato, Lariat, of Ren Tian Yu directly destroyed the undead shield, and hit the body of Yen Shinlua. Immediately afterwards Yen Shinlua was sent flying. After flying almost 10 meters, Yen Shinlua flipped several times in the air, and steadily landed on the ground. Looking at Ren Tian Yu who was emitting violent lightning light in front of him, Yen Shinlua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then suppressed the pain in his abdomen, deeply inhaled a breath, and condensed all of his battle chi at the Karma Transmigration. After that he waved his right hand, suddenly Karma Transmigration changed into a huge sword tip, then the body of Yen Shinlua changed into a light and entered into this sword tip. Afterwards that sword tip quickly advanced towards the direction of Ren Tian Yu. First Dance of Undead, Undead/Open the Heaven. Looking at the advancing sword tip, Ren Tian Yu quickly stirred his lightning system chakra, then he suddenly changed into a lightning light and disappeared from his original location. But the Undead/Open the Heaven of Yen Shinlua immediately turned around and chased after Ren Tian Yu. Humph, do you really think I am a pushover that you could causally need? Looking at the knife tip which was pursuing him, a pallid light flashed in the eyes of Ren Tian Yu. Then he bent all of his fingers except index finger of right hand, and all the lightning system chakra of his body started to gather on his index finger of right hand. Raitun, Jigakuzuki, Ippon Nukite. Lightning Style, Hell Stab, One Finger Hand. Ren Tian Yu stopped running away, stretched out his right hand, then along with his whole body changed into all-conquering lightning spear, and then advanced towards that incoming sword tip. Ren Tian Yu was preparing to destroy this attack with power. You still don't want to use any big move to deal with me? Fine, your father still have many big moves. Your father cannot use any of my ninjutsu and dijitsu, but I still have many taijutsu left. Raikage Hell Stab, Raiga Bomu, Lightning Self-Bomb, Arobo, Elbow Bolt, and so on. Mado Guy's Hashiman Tonku, the 8 Inner Gates, Asakujaku, Morning Peacock, and if it is truly necessary I could even directly open 7th Gate and use Hiradora, Afternoon Tiger. Ren Tian Yu who was changed into the Lightning Spear and Yen Shinloa who was changed into a huge sword tip finally collided in the air. Hong! A loud sound of explosion rang out, and due to the aftermath of this explosion both of them were sent flying backwards. Swish! While flying backwards, Ren Tian Yu balanced his body, and making a beautiful arc in the sky he landed on the ground. On the opposite side of him, Yen Shinloa had also just landed on the ground, then he stretched out his hand and caught Karma Transmigration. Haha, really refreshing. This is a real fight. Your father finally get to have a decent fight. Paralyzed face man, I hope you don't let me down halfway. Looking up towards the sky, Ren Tian Yu laughed heartily, and his whole boy was emitting a dense fighting spirit. Before getting this system and cultivating in the magical beasts forest for 2 years, while he was still on the earth he had always longed for strength, and he always felt happy while playing a fighting games. In the magical beasts forest although every day Ren Tian Yu had hunted magical beasts to test his own strength, and especially before he came out from the forest, he had caught a saint-rank magical beast. But beasts after all were beasts, even if their strength were very high, the joy of fighting against them were not comparable to the joy felt when fighting against the humans. Since entering the Supreme Light Academy, every day Ren Tian Yu was looking forward to this cultivation room ranking competition. And he had reached all the way to the finals of this competition, but he felt happy only in the match against Fong Wu and this current match which was against Yen Shinluo. Finally he could use the result of his more than 2 years hard training in this battle, so how could Ren Tian Yu not be excited? Haha, take my move. Ren Tian Yu directly changed into lightning light and in a flash appeared at the side of Yen Shinluo. The palm of right hand had changed into lightning light hand sword and was advancing towards the head of Yen Shinluo. Raitun, Regyaku Suehe. Lightning style, lateral bolt of pain. Dang! The karma transmigration on the right hand of Yen Shinluo blocked the attack of Ren Tian Yu, but under the huge force from the attack of Ren Tian Yu, the right hand of Yen Shinluo was unceasingly shaking, and the right hand of Ren Tian Yu was gradually pressing towards Yen Shinluo. At this time, Yen Shinluo suddenly kicked towards Ren Tian Yu with his right leg, but this little trick of Yen Shinluo couldn't trick Ren Tian Yu who had already opened his Mangekyo Sharingan. The left leg of Ren Tian Yu directly blocked the attack of Yen Shinluo. However, the unexpected thing for Ren Tian Yu was, just after Ren Tian Yu blocked the kick of Yen Shinluo, the right leg of Yen Shinluo stepped on the ground and suddenly Yen Shinluo changed into gray-colored light and retreated back, successfully parting from the attack of Ren Tian Yu. After Yen Shinluo parted away from the attack of Ren Tian Yu, he was panting heavily. Just a moment ago in a split second, he had exhausted a great deal of his power. Current Yen Shinluo didn't have the ability to withstand the attacks of Ren Tian Yu after Ren Tian Yu's whole body was covered with lighting system chakra, moreover Ren Tian Yu was using the strength of Tsunade's strange fists too. Although Ren Tian Yu had only mastered less than 10% of this powerful strange fists of Tsunade, nevertheless you should not underestimate this, as you have already seen the real might of these fists in the real Naruto world. Single fist from Tsunade could completely disintegrate the whole ground, destroy the walls, and destroy anything in front of her. So the physical strength of Yen Shinluo was not enough to contend against Ren Tian Yu. Heart Death, open! Yen Shinluo roared, and immediately a strong deep gray-colored fog sprang out from Yen Shinluo. After he had discovered that the current level of power was not enough to deal Ren Tian Yu, Yen Shinluo decisively opened his blood lineage, and became ready to use the power of his blood lineage to deal with Ren Tian Yu. Looking at Yen Shinluo who was emitting gray-colored fog, Ren Tian Yu firmly shrunk his brows. Seeing this power of blood lineage of Sishin clan, Heart Death, Ren Tian Yu was deeply wary against the power of this blood lineage. At this time, the fog around Yan Shinluo was being absorbed by his body, as if the whale was swallowing the water, and gradually Yan Shinluo's figure was revealed from that fog. Right now the body of Yan Shinluo had a layer of thin deep gray-colored strong qi, then the death aura spread all around him, and also a deep gray-colored diamond-shaped mark appeared between his eyebrows. It seems incomparable mysterious. Yan Shinluo lifted his hand, and felt the incomparable familiar blood lineage power, then his lips curled into a mysterious smile. He waved his hand, and karma transmigration which was surrounded by deep gray-colored radiance appeared before him. Gate of Death Domain, open. Along with the voice of Yan Shinluo, the rays of light stopped in front of Yan Shinluo, gradually turning into a illusory gate. With a zhi sound, this door suddenly opened, and revealed a black-colored mysterious empty hole. At this time, several silhouettes came out in succession from this black hole. After Ren Tian Yu clearly saw the face of these silhouettes, he immediately felt pain in the ass. F***K. Chapter 81, Finals, Part 3. The several specters who were wearing a black armor, holding a spear and riding the undead horse came out from the illusory gate in succession, and also finally the dragon roar sound rang out from inside that gate, then a bone dragon which was made up of white skeleton came out from the gate, after that it flapped its wing and flew in front of Yan Shinluo and lowered its head. After that 5 specters riding on the undead horses came next to Yan Shinluo and stood there just like a bodyguard. Is this for real? Is this a group brawl? Does he really want to bully your father with numbers? Seeing the sudden appearance of several specters, Ren Tian Yu immediately had a pain in his ass. Although he already knew that the blood lineage of Sishan clan, Heart Death, had the ability to connect to the bottomless netherworld, can open the gate of death domain, and summon the specters to fight, but this summoning in front of him was truly abnormal. Just take a look at those 5 specter knights riding the undead horses. You could easily sense the strong death aura they were releasing, which was not any weaker than the aura of great swordmaster ranked human warrior. Furthermore, they were great swordmaster level fighter who were unafraid of death. Incorrect, they were already dead many years ago, so there were no reason for them to fear death. Okay, let's not speak about this, just take a look again at that thing that flew in front of Yan Shinluo. F***K, without doubt even Bone Dragon had come out from inside that gate. As long as something is associated with the word dragon, then that something would definitely not be simple at all. And also from the figure of that bone dragon, while living it was not the earth dragon or winged dragon which were from inferior dragon clan, but it absolutely was from legitimate dragon clan. Although after death it had turned into an undead and cannot utilize its full power when it was at its peak, nevertheless from the aura of this bone dragon, Ren Tian Yu had determined that this bone dragon was still comparable to saint-ranked human warrior. 5 great swordmaster ranked specter knights, in addition simultaneously a saint-ranked bone dragon, and furthermore Yan Xnilyo himself who was also saint-ranked warrior. In a flash Ren Tian Yu felt a great pressure. Standing on the head of bone dragon, holding the karma transmigration, Yan Shinluo gave a command, then suddenly the bone dragon issued a dragon roar filled with death aura. After that, flapping its bone wings, it advanced towards Ren Tian Yu in a high speed. Behind Bone Dragon, the 5 specter knights immediately tightly held their spear, rode their undead horses and charged towards Ren Tian Yu. Too bad. It seems I should get serious. Looking at the Yan Shinluo and his undead goons advancing towards him, Ren Tian Yu revealed a wry smile. Since it is like this, I should dispose each and every one of them. AO. The bone dragon issued a dragon roar, and it opened up its mouth, and released a death dragon breath towards Ren Tian Yu. Humph. Seeing the dragon breath of bone dragon, Ren Tian Yu coldly snorted with disdain. Shortly afterwards the lightning light around his body abruptly rose, and all of his hairs stood up erect. Ren Tian Yu had increased the lightning system chakra a step further, to obtain even more powerful strength and speed. Swish. The silhouette of Ren Tian Yu suddenly became blurred at his original location, then gradually leaving behind an after image, he disappeared for that location. And the dragon breath of bone dragon hit the ground of arena, suddenly with a chi-chi corroding sound, the surface of the arena was immediately corroded beyond recognition by the dragon breath. It seems like after the death of this dragon, it had gradually lost its original attribute, and had its attribute changed into death attribute. Even its original dragon breath had changed into a death dragon breath which was filled with the corroding ability of death system. At this time, at the side of Bone Dragon who was in the process of attacking, a sound was suddenly heard, and saw that Ren Tian Yu who was emitting a strong lightning light had suddenly appeared at that location. And his right elbow which was covered with a violent lightning light was advancing towards the Bone Dragon. Raitan, Aerobo. Lightning style, elbow bolt. Hong. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, with the strength of that small body of Ren Tian Yu, he immediately hit the Bone Dragon who was more than 20 meters in height. Cross-shaped undead slash. At this time, Yen Shinlua who was standing on the Bone Dragon waved his right hand, then the Karma Transmigration made a slash. After that a cross-shaped undead slash appeared in the sky and advanced towards attacking Ren Tian Yu. But Ren Tian Yu merely hit the ground with his right leg making a big ditch in that place, and immediately changed into a lightning light, then disappeared from that location. The attack of Yen Shinlua penetrated merely the after image which was left behind by Ren Tian Yu and hit the ground. Swish! Ren Tian Yu directly appeared in front of the 5 Spectre Knights who were in the process of charging, then lifting his head he revealed a cruel smile, "You should go ahead." Shortly afterwards he clenched his fist which was completely covered with lightning system chakra, and using the newly learned powerful strange fist of Tsunade, he hit at the ground. All for stopping your father. T.L. Don't know what he is saying. Hong. A loud explosion sound rang out. When the fist of Ren Tian Yu landed, the ground suddenly changed into pieces and pieces of debris spattered in the air. A deep crater appeared at that place, and the several cracks on the ground immediately advanced towards the direction of those 5 Spectre Knights. Knights, this profession at the moment charging, their strength is absolutely strongest. Although Ren Tian Yu had never fought against knights, nevertheless he was well aware of this principle, and these 5 Spectre Knights possessed the power level comparable to Great Swordmaster. But after Yen Shinlua saw the attack advancing towards those 5 Spectre Knights, almost simultaneously they pulled the reins, and the undead horse issued a horse-braying sound. Shortly afterwards their bodies released a layer of deep grey-colored death fog, then along with the undead horse, they changed into a light beam and sprinted towards Ren Tian Yu. Death sprint. Swish, swish, swish. Tightly holding the spear in their hands, the 5 Spectre Knights darted towards Ren Tian Yu, then waving their hands as they tried to stab Ren Tian Yu with their spear. Humph. Ren Tian Yu coldly snorted. Then leaving behind afterimage he disappeared from that location and appeared in the sky. Looking at Ren Tian Yu who had jumped in the sky, those 5 Spectre Knights immediately tightly pulled the reins of their undead horses. Then urged their horses to stop, and made a circular formation, and simultaneously tilted their spear towards the sky. All 5 spears were pointed towards the sky, then all 5 Spectre Knights released a death energy and poured it into their spears. Gradually deep grey-colored radiance appeared at the tip of the spear. Humph, let's see who is faster now. Looking at the movement below him, Ren Tian Yu without a slightest bit of fear, snorted coldly. Then he speed up the movement of chakra in his body, and suddenly changed into light beam and quickly advanced downwards. When falling down in a high speed, Ren Tian Yu raised his right leg, as if his leg had turned into a huge lightning axe, and chopped downwards. Raitan, Juriken Darapu. Lightning style, guillotine drop. Combination skill of Spectre, death obliterate. Chapter 82, Finals, Part 4, Raiga Bomu, Liger Bomb. Hong. Ren Tian Yu arrived in front of those 5 Spectre Knights, before those knights could launch their attack, then the right foot which had changed into a huge lightning axe chopped downwards, and hit the tip of the overlapping 5 spears. This directly broke off the combination skill and his attack still advanced towards those 5 Spectre Knights. Hong. Along with the violent sound of explosion, Ren Tian Yu hit the blockade of the 5 long spear, and within the ring of encirclement of those 5 Spectre Knights, the shock wave of explosion directly sent them flying. Landing on the ground, Ren Tian Yu kneeled down on his one knee, and looking at those 5 Spectre Knights who were set flying, Ren Tian Yu started to make a series of hand seals in a high speed. After less than 2 seconds, a lightning system chakra suddenly rose sharply in his right hand, and the sharp sound of birds crying suddenly rang out, which attracted the gaze of the audiences. Chidori. In a flash the body of Ren Tian Yu changed into lightning beam, and rushed forward. Then in an instant the lightning light of his right hand destroyed the head of one Spectre Knight, then immediately the death chi of that Spectre Knight dissipated, and its body changed into a pile of skeleton on the ground. First one. Stopping his step, in an instant Ren Tian Yu changed his direction, and advanced to yet another Spectre Knight. And following the same pattern, this Spectre Knight also was destroyed and became a pile of skeleton under the attack of Ren Tian Yu. Second one. Ren Tian Yu continued to rush towards yet another Spectre Knight which was retreating, but after few seconds this Spectre Knight stopped, and stood there firmly. Then looking at incoming Ren Tian Yu, under the helmet the 2 hollow eyes flashed and it poured its death chi towards its long spear. Then it waved its long spear, and suddenly with an indomitable momentum stabbed the spear towards Ren Tian Yu. The Sharingan of Ren Tian Yu firmly stared at the stab of the spear, and just when the spear was about to stab his body, Ren Tian Yu just tilted his body and moved his body out of the trajectory of Kum's spear. After that in a flash, he hit the head of Spectre Knight with the chidori of his right hand, and finished it off. Third one. Ren Tian Yu didn't stop his step and continued to advance towards remaining 2 Spectre Knights. At that time, along with a loud dragon roar, a breath-filled death chi advanced towards him from behind him. Sensing this, Ren Tian Yu stepped up his speed, and only living behind his afterimage he disappeared from that location. Hong. A gray-colored dragon breath hit at the place where Ren Tian Yu was just a moment ago, and immediately the corroding power of the breath corroded the ground. At several meters away, the figure of Ren Tian Yu appeared. Then looking at the bone dragon and in addition Yen Xinlua who was already in front of remaining 2 Spectre Knights, Ren Tian Yu couldn't help but make a wry smile. He hadn't expected their speed was this fast. Just a moment ago he had increased his speed and power and wanted to dispose of all the Spectre Knights, but he didn't expect that there would still be 2 Spectre Knights left. Now Yen Xinlua would take precautions to some extent and would unlikely give him any chance to dispose the Spectre Knights easily, unless he could. Certain kill with one hit. The eyes of Ren Tian Yu flashed with a cold light, and immediately thought his next move. Looking at the 3 pile of bones on the arena, and remaining 2 Spectre Knights, gradually the expression of Yen Xinlua became serious. He didn't expect that due to his momentary error, unexpectedly he had such a big loss. And especially seeing that level of strength of Ren Tian Yu, he was truly surprised as it had exceeded his estimation. In less than 30 seconds after knocking him down from the bone dragon, he had passed through the blockade, then killed 3 Spectre Knights whose power level was comparable to Great Swordmaster. If he had not rushed over promptly, it was very likely that he would have lost these remaining 2 Spectre Knights too. I never expected you were this powerful, actually capable of killing my 3 Spectre Knights in an instant. Coldly looking at Ren Tian Yu, Yen Xinlua spoke. Haha, there are still many things that you haven't thought. Ren Tian Yu laughed, and sensed that his chakra was already reduced to nearly 1/3 of his chakra. Now is still not the time to use Hashiman Tonku, the 8 inner gates. I should at least dispose of those remaining 2 Spectre Knights before using it. Thinking this, Ren Tian Yu immediately began his next move, and in a flash leaving only afterimage, he disappeared for that location. Humph, still making same move, do you really think the same move will work on me twice? Looking at the disappearing Ren Tian Yu, Yen Xinlua coldly snorted, and immediately urged the bone dragon to make a move. After understanding the command of its master, Bone Dragon issued a loud dragon roar towards the sky. Then the mouth of that huge bone dragon silently moved up and down, after that the surrounding air gradually became gloomy and cold. Swish! Ren Tian Yu appeared next to the head of Bone Dragon, then waved his right hand which was covered with lightning light and punched towards the head of Bone Dragon. Humph, if you want to use magic, you should finish it quickly. At this time, Ren Tian Yu suddenly sensed a movement above his head, then he instantly withdrew his punch and quickly retreated. After that a huge sword tip attacked at the location where Ren Tian Yu was standing just a moment ago, and that attack landed on the ground creating a huge crack. Humph, don't think that it's possible to have your way. Yen Zenoyuo appeared at the place where Ren Tian Yu was standing just a moment ago. He was holding Karma Transmigration which was covered with undead battle chi and was firmly pointing it towards Ren Tian Yu. Although his own speed was not equal to Ren Tian Yu, nevertheless wanting to break through his blockade was also not that easy. Looking at the Bone Dragon who was in the process of chanting the magic, furthermore those two Spectre Knights hiding behind it, and in addition firmly defending Yan Shinlua, Ren Tian Yu said, "Do you really believe you will be able to block me like this?" Excessively naive. Ren Tian Yu pressed down on the ground with his right leg, and immediately rushed towards Yan Shinlua in a high speed. Looking at Ren Tian Yu who was rushing towards him, the expression of Yan Shinlua became serious. It is impossible to defend for a long period of time, so I should take the initiative to attack. Thinking this, he threw Karma Transmigration, then Karma Transmigration immediately changed into a light beam and flew towards Ren Tian Yu. Then Yan Shinlua himself too followed Karma Transmigration and flew towards the direction of Ren Tian Yu. Looking at Karma Transmigration which was flying towards him in a high speed, Ren Tian Yu didn't stop his steps, and continued to advance, as if he wanted to bump with the tip of Karma Transmigration. Just when Karma Transmigration was about to stab the body of Ren Tian Yu quickly formed the hand seals, and he suddenly disappeared from that location. And almost at the same time, the figure of Ren Tian Yu appeared at the side of Bone Dragon and remaining two Spectre Knights. Actually Ren Tian Yu had used Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, to dodge the attack of Yan Shinlua, and instantly appeared next to Bone Dragon. Then looking at the Bone Dragon who was still in the process of chanting magic and furthermore Spectre Knights who were guarding it, Ren Tian Yu revealed a cruel smile. Not good. Seeing that Ren Tian Yu had disappeared from the original location, the pupil of Yan Shinlua firmly shrunk and he had an expression revealing he had seen something unthinkable. Then he waved his right hand, immediately interrupting his warrior skill. After that Karma Transmigration flew back in his hand, but he threw up a mouthful of blood. Because by forcefully interrupting a warrior skill, in an instant Yan Shinlua suffered severe internal injury. However now he already didn't have time deal with the injury. Immediately turning around, he rushed towards the direction of Ren Tian Yu, but it was a pity that he was already too late. Ren Tian Yu instantly got rid of the two long spear of Spectre Knights, then he grabbed both of them from Undead Horse, then with both hands which was covered with lightning system chakra, he lifted them high in the air, then, using his extreme strength, he heavily smashed them head first onto the ground. Raitun, Raiga Bomu. Lightning Style, Liger Bomb. Chapter 83, Finals, Part 5. Ka-cha. Along with the loud lightning sound, the remaining two Spectre Knights were dropped on the ground simultaneously, then with the sound of cracking something, a spider web pattern crack spread in all direction. Followed by the series of loud sound of explosion, as if the ground was being crushed, and was being disintegrated. In a flash the shock wave of this huge explosion surrounded the Bone Dragon who was still chanting magic and also Yan Shinlua who was rushing over. The range of this explosion continuously spread for about 30 meters in circumference, a huge dust rose, and covered the entire arena. After the sound of explosion stopped, the clouds of dust slowly dissipated, and when everyone could see the circumstance in the arena, the audiences who were watching the match couldn't help but become dumbfounded with their mouth wide open. They saw that within the circumference of 30 meters, there was not a single intact surface of ground. Disintegrated pieces of floor were scattered everywhere, and at the center of explosion, Ren Tian Yu was standing there, and he was slowly withdrawing his violent lightning system chakra within his body. Then the hairs of his head also reverted back to original state, no longer resemble the appearance of Super Saiyan. After continuously using big moves, even Ren Tian Yu was also a little exhausted. The amount of chakra was also reduced to less than 1/3, so it was insufficient to sustain the continuous use of lightning system chakra mode for long period of time. As for those two Spectre Knights, at an earlier time under the Taijutsu Liger Bomb of Ren Tian Yu, they had changed into a bits and pieces of bones and scattered in the air. And at 10 meters away from Ren Tian Yu, the bone dragon was lying on the ground and was struggling with great difficulty to stand up, and its aura also had become extremely weak. Due to the interruption of magic from Ren Tian Yu, Bone Dragon had received a backlash of magic interruption, and coupled with receiving the impact of Liger Bomb at such close range, even for the saint-ranked Bone Dragon, it was a bit overwhelming. Suddenly the rock which was 20 meters away from him flipped over, revealing the figure of Yen Xinluo. Cough chuff. Yen Xinluo was violently coughing, and a stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It seemed Yen Xinluo also was not able to completely evade the impact of Liger Bomb. Looking at Ren Tian Yu, who was standing at the center of the explosion, the eyes of Yen Xinluo unintentionally showed a complex expression. He was born at Sishan clan, and he took a great pride for being part of this clan, and he would always dare to step forward to fight with anyone. Since the gathering of his clan, he had already passed through no less than 300 battles, nevertheless he had never met any opponent who was capable enough to make him feel a deep sense of frustration like Ren Tian Yu. Even if he was unwilling to admit, nevertheless at the bottom of his heart he clearly knew, Ren Tian Yu was stronger than him. If he was in the place of Ren Tian Yu, then it was impossible for him to destroy the blockade of a saint-ranked warrior and a saint-ranked bone dragon, then dispose off the 5 Spectre Knights whose strength was equal to Great Swordmaster, in such a short period of time. And in addition, it was even more impossible to give injuries to 2 saint-ranked warrior. However, I will not admit defeat. I'm going to fight till the last moment, and until I no longer have the power to fight. Yen Xinluo firmly decided inside his heart. Then gradually the undead battle chi emerged from his body, and his body released an imposing momentum. Looking at the Yen Xinluo who was gradually recovering his momentum, Ren Tian Yu made a wry smile. He clearly knew his own matter. Now he had already consumed serious amount of the chakra in his body. Originally he had considered to use Liger Bomb to Yen Xinluo too, but instantly he eliminated this idea. Because this Liger Bomb move was one of the one-hit certain kill jutsu, and he was unsure whether Yen Xinluo was capable enough to withstand this attack with his current strength. Also according to the rules of the competition, one couldn't inflict the injuries which was life-threatening or kill the opponent. And also he and Yen Xinluo didn't have any resentment or they were enemies. On the contrary, Ren Tian Yu admired him for his current level of strength. And after he go for experience and training in the continent, and decided to build his own group, Yen Xinluo could be extremely good candidate to become the member of his group. So considering the both public and private opinion, he decided to not give life-threatening injuries. Since I should not give him life-threatening injuries, then I will use another big move to quickly finish the match. Ren Tian Yu took a firm stand, looked towards the sky, and a dark green chakra was released from his body. Hashiman Tonku, Dai Rokumon, came on, open. The 8 inner gates, 6th gate, gate of joy, open. After using lightning system chakra mode for a long period of time, the body of Ren Tian Yu was already prepared to open the 8 inner gate at any time. Along with the yell of Ren Tian Yu, a huge amount of dark green colored aura surrounded Ren Tian Yu, and the nerves on his forehead stick out. It looked frightening. Under this overwhelming pressure from Ren Tian Yu, the slab stones around him started to disintegrate in succession and changed into a powder. From the opposite side, looking at the move of Ren Tian Yu, Yen Xinluo sensed grave danger inside his heart, and at that time the struggling bone dragon managed to fly in front of Yen Xinluo to defend against the attack of Ren Tian Yu. I'm starting. After completely opening the 6th gate, gate of joy, an innumerable chakra was surrounding his body, and waving his hand, he slowly said. Swish, hong. One could only hear the sound of breaking through the void produced by Ren Tian Yu, and due to the impact, all around the place where Ren Tian Yu was standing just a moment ago started to disintegrate in succession. In less than a second, Ren Tian Yu appeared at the side of Yan Xinlua and Bone Dragon, and he punched the Bone Dragon with his right hand. With a hong sound, the body of Bone Dragon was directly sent flying. Shortly afterwards Ren Tian Yu lifted his right leg, and kicked towards Yan Xinlua. But due to the short time he had got, Yan Xinlua used Karma Transmigration which he was holding on his right hand to block the attack of Ren Tian Yu. But even if he tried to block the attack of Ren Tian Yu, was it even possible? Even after he blocked the direct attack of Ren Tian Yu, the huge power behind the leg nevertheless directly sent him flying in the sky without even giving any chance to refute. Cough, cough. In the sky, Yan Xinlua ceaselessly coughed, and blood started to overflow from his mouth. Just now the attack of Ren Tian Yu made him felt like he was rammed by a huge fierce beast. All the internal organs of his body were shaking and screaming in pain. At this time, Yan Xinlua suddenly felt blurred in front of his eyes, and the figure of Ren Tian Yu suddenly appeared in front of him, then he felt a strong pain from his abdomen, and he dropped towards the arena in a high speed. So you were only this powerful? Yan Xinlua, you greatly disappoint me, and here I was looking forward for a fight with you for a long period of time. Since it is already like this, I will end this match. Looking at Yan Xinlua who was falling towards the arena, a hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of Ren Tian Yu. Then he again released a strong lightning light, and the violent lightning light started to gather in his right leg. Then his body changing into a huge lightning axe, he chopped downwards. Raitun, Juriken Darapu. Lightning style, guillotine drop. When the attack of Ren Tian Yu was about to hit the body of Yan Xinlua, suddenly he had a sound, after that he felt that he hit something extremely hard. When Ren Tian Yu looked at the thing which he had hit, the pupil of Ren Tian Yu shrunk, and a surprise flashed in his eyes. Chapter 84, Finals, End. He saw that he had kicked the head of Bone Dragon which had flown at the side of Yan Xinlua just a moment ago. The Bone Dragon had used its own body to block the attack of Ren Tian Yu. Then with a ka-ka cracking sound, the bones of the Bone Dragon cracked, then changed into a skeleton prop. In fact, this saint-ranked Bone Dragon, still had not bring out its true power, because of error in the command of Yan Xinlua. So under the Hashiman Tonku, the 8 inner gates, it was completely defeated. Looking at the Bone Dragon falling on the ground and scattering, a grief and indignation flashed in the eyes of Yan Xinlua. He had never thought that he actually had to depend on the summoned Bone Dragon to save himself, for him who had never experienced a defeat, this was a great irony. Landing on the ground, he felt that his body was quite exhausted, so inside his heart, Ren Tian Yu thought, I should not waste any more time. I must hurry and end this match. He couldn't delay too much, as while in the state of opening 6th gate, his body had to bear extremely heavy burden, so Ren Tian Yu must end this match quickly. After thinking, Ren Tian Yu quickly rushed towards Yan Xinlua. At this time, Yan Xinlua had also already landed on the ground and he quickly changed into a light beam and dart towards the sky. Then looking at Ren Tian Yu who was still on the arena, a determination flashed in the eyes of Yan Xinlua. Then he returned Karma Transmigration into its sheath, after that he bit his index finger, then both hands quickly made some gestures, and then put his palms together. Transmigration 6 Change, 3rd Form, Dark Night Transmigration. Along with the voice of Yan Xinlua, a hong sound rang out, and a huge black hole suddenly appeared behind Ren Tian Yu. Then a tremendous suction force immediately came from that black hole, and Ren Tian Yu didn't get any time to react and was directly sucked inside the black hole. After that this huge black hole slowly became small, and finally disappeared. And similarly another black hole appeared behind Yan Xinlua too. Yan Xinlua didn't resist and was also sucked inside the black hole, then disappeared, leaving behind only that empty, destroyed and deformed arena. And all the audiences who were watching the fight could only look at each other in blank dismay. After being sucked inside the black hole, Ren Tian Yu was in a dark passage. Shortly afterwards he sensed that he had entered a completely dark environment. In this place, Ren Tian Yu clearly sensed that the power of elements was clearly weaker by many times, you could say it was almost zero. And inside this space, Ren Tian Yu sensed a strange special power. At that moment, again another black hole opened, and Ren Tian Yu sensed someone else had entered this space. Carefully using mental perception, he discovered that it was actually the aura of Yan Xinluo. Just when Ren Tian Yu was full of curiosity and was about to ask why had he also come here, the voice of Yan Xinluo was heard. At this moment, I have consumed the remaining 2/3 power of my whole body and barely managed to use Transmigration 6 change, 3rd form, Dark Night Transmigration. In this place there is not any power of elements, only inexhaustible spirit power. Do you know why we are named as Sishin clan? Of course because we have the ability to directly attack the spirit to bring death. Now I will use my remaining little power to defeat you. Hearing the explanation of Yan Xinluo, Ren Tian Yu was clearly surprised. Unexpectedly they had the ability to directly attack the spirit of human beings. This move actually had the similar effect as Tsukuyomi. In fact, strictly speaking, Tsukuyomi surpassed this move hands down. Only those who possess Mangekyo Sharingan are able to resist the effect of Tsukuyomi, and remaining all would be finished off within a second without exception. The effect of this Tsukuyomi was believed to be strongest genjutsu second only to the Koto Amatsukami, distinguished heavenly gods, of Uchiha Shursui in Naruto world. But for the effect of Tsukuyomi, it required eye contact with other person, so in the midst of this dark environment, he was not in favorable position to use Tsukuyomi. At this time, Ren Tian Yu suddenly sensed a special fluctuation around him. Shortly afterwards he felt a severe pain in his brain, as if a needle was pricking his brain. He could not help but to release a groan of pain, and blood came out from the corner of his mouth. I should not drag on this fight any longer, this way sooner or later I will exhaust my energy to death. Ren Tian Yu thought inside his heart. Resisting the pain in his head, he looked around in that endless darkness, and tried to hear any noise, but couldn't hear a single sound. Since you didn't make any noise, look how this daddy will deal with you. T.L. Someone suggested me to use this daddy in place of I, your father. How is this? Please comment your thought. From now on should I use this daddy or use I, your father? Ren Tian Yu stood up and straightened his both hands. After that he quickly waved his 2 fists, then along with the quick punch of Ren Tian Yu, flame balls appeared in this space, and these flame balls illuminated this entire dark space. These flame balls formed a huge flame light circle, just like the spread tail of peacock, which was gorgeous to look. Hom long long. A loud sound of explosion rang out, the countless flame balls hit all around in the space together with the explosion sound. In less than 2 seconds, the kacha-kacha sound of shattering rang out, and innumerable cracks appeared on the dark space just like a cracked glass. After that with a loud sound of scattering, the dark space all around him scattered into innumerable small pieces. All the peoples on the audiences were unceasingly searching for Ren Tian Yu and Yan Xinluo, nevertheless regardless of where they looked they couldn't see even the shadow of both of them. But when they couldn't bear any more, suddenly they heard a series of cracking sound from the space in the arena, then innumerable flame balls suddenly flew out and hit the floor of the arena. Then together with the loud sound of explosion, a cloud of dusts rose up. After the dust clouds dissipated, in the middle of the big ditch on the arena, they saw the figure of Ren Tian Yu who was standing and Yan Xinluo who was lying on the side. The battle clothes of Yan Xinluo was already disintegrated and he looked worse than the beggar. Currently there was a wounds in his body and the blood was flowing out from his mouth. Looking at Ren Tian Yu, Yan Xinluo struggled to stand up, but it's too bad, he felt severe pain and powerlessness and he had no choice but to give up this plan. You'd better not move, you have already lost this match. Looking at Yan Xinluo who was struggling to stand up, Ren Tian Yu slowly said. Yes, I lose in this match. Lost thoroughly, however, I am sincerely convinced about this loss. Hearing Ren Tian Yu, Yan Xinluo stopped struggling. Then looking at the azure sky, he said calmly. After Yan Xinluo admitted the defeat, the barrier around the arena also slowly disappeared. Actually Zhao Guanghui saw that the match was already over, so he had conveniently removed this barrier. Ren Tian Yu extended his right hand towards Yan Xinluo, and looked at Yan Xinluo with a smile. Seeing the hand in front of him, Yan Xinluo was clearly dazed, and a smile appeared on his ice-cold face. Then he grasped the hand of Ren Tian Yu with his hand. Then Ren Tian Yu pulled up Yan Xinluo from the ground. At this time, the judge also arrived at the arena, then turned towards the audiences and announced, "I declare Ren Tian Yu as the winner of this match. Now this ranking competition of first grade reached its ending, and our champion is from special class of warrior courts Ren Tian Yu. Second is similarly from special class of warrior courts Yan Xinluo. Let us give them a round of warm applause, and thank them for showing us this great match." Along with the voice of judge, all the peoples in the audience immediately clapped warmly. Everyone gave the warm applause for these two people on the arena who were already exhausted. Chapter 85, Auction Start. The crowds of peoples in the audience were not at all stingy to give an applause to the two people on the arena who were exhausted. Regardless of who the champion was, this was peerless match, and after watching this match they were greatly benefited in their cultivation. Looking at the warm applause from the audiences, and also looking at the exhausted face of Yan Xinluo, Ren Tian Yu also displayed a smile in his exhausted face. Although his body was extremely exhausted and sore because of the use of Hashiman Tonku, the 8 inner gate, nevertheless inside his heart he was actually incomparably at ease. 2 years ago, with regards to the strength, he only had the wishful thinking. Now finally in this hot-blooded fight, using his own flesh and blood to fight, he genuinely felt pleasant sensation of fight. Now finally Ren Tian Yu also clearly understood why Madara was so excited after he came back to life from Geto, Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Geto Art of Rinne Rebirth, not only because this resurrection could recover his power to the level when he was at his peak, and even more important was after being reborn from Edo Tensei, reanimation, he didn't felt any pain from any attack. And only after using his own blood and flesh could he experience the true joy of fighting. At that time, Supreme Light Academy's Dean Long Feilu and Vice Dean Zhao Guanghui simultaneously appeared in the arena. Well, today's final match is already over. Our champion and runner-up are also already decided. Now the matches to select 3rd to 16th position will be held tomorrow. After the positions are selected, the jurisdiction of the cultivation room will be decided. After listening to Long Feilu, Ren Tian Yu and Yan Xinluo came down from the arena and arrived at the location of their classmates, then everyone started to surround them. "What did I say to you two before the match? This was a final match, but both of you are from the same class, so why did you risk your life like this? Big moves one after another, are you two immortal enemies trying to kill each other With her face completely cold, Wang Jiafei said. She originally believed that these two would only exchange friendly pointers, but who would have thought that the battle between these two people would get out of the hand? Just looking at the condition of the arena which was specially reinforced for the final match by Zhao Guanghui, you could see the intensity of this match. Yes, that's right, others don't need to say anything. Say something, you paralyzed face man, you actually summoned 5 Spectre Knights whose strength is comparable to Great Swordmaster each, and in addition Saint-ranked Bone Dragon too, isn't this like you want to kill a person? Wang Haiqing also complained. Tian Yu, this fellow is even more ruthless, just looking at his big moves one after another, I dare say that 80% of arena was destroyed from the hand of Tian Yu. Sun Chuqian said with a supercilious look. Hearing the complaints from around him, Ren Tian Yu and Yan Xinluo look at each other in blank dismay, then simultaneously made a wry smile. Fine, next time we'll pay attention a little more, now we both are tired, so can you let us return back to rest? Ren Tian Yu said helplessly. Since you got that, we will let you off for now. Next time pay more attention. Hearing Ren Tian Yu, Wang Jiafei looked at the injuries of Ren Tian Yu and Yan Xinluo and that exhausted face, then said softly. Rest assured, I got it. After saying this, Ren Tian Yu ran away and soon afterwards Yan Xinluo also left. After returning to dormitory, Ren Tian Yu sat cross-legged on his bed, then looked at the wounds and his exhausted chakra, then made a wry smile. It seems I really had gone a little too far while playing. First I should recover my chakra, other things can be put off until sometime later. Sitting on the bed, Ren Tian Yu began to restore his exhausted chakra. After about 3 or 4 hours, the exhausted chakra was gradually recovered. Then looking at the wounds in his body, he raised his hand, then a light cyan-colored chakra radiance appeared and covered his right hand, then he pressed his hand on the wounds. After that the wounds started to slowly heal. Because Ren Tian Yu mainly focused on fighting ninjutsu, he had only learned a bit of medical ninjutsu. So he could only heal external injuries by touching the wounds with his palm. In just like this fashion, the day after day passed over, and the remaining matches were also over. Fong Wu had defeated Wong Yanli and acquired third position. The champion of previous competition was unexpectedly kicked out for top 3. This really was one of the greatest irony. Sun Chuqian obtained 6th position, Wang Haiqian obtained 8th rank, so collecting all the points, the class of Ren Tian Yu had obtained 30 points more than the overall 2nd position class, so without doubt their class obtained the overall 1st position in this competition. The next day evening after the competition had ended, it was the date that the grand auction of whole Divine Wind Continent was being held by London Auction House of Khaleesi Imperial Capital. Innumerable personnel of different power had already arrived at Khaleesi Imperial Capital in succession. Those experts who were rarely seen at ordinary times, had appeared at Khaleesi Imperial Capital. Basically everyone had come for today's finale item, Power of God Crystal, and also even if they couldn't get this, Power of God Crystal, there are many things in this auction. In front of the huge door of London Auction House, all around it was brightly lit by the light of magic lamps. Everyone were wearing either a warrior cloth or magic robe or illusion robe were handing over the ticket to the staffs checking the tickets in the entrance and then entering the auction house. At this time, a party of a dozen or so people wearing a magnificent clothes gradually come towards the entrance of London Auction House, and the most peculiar thing was, their clothing were embroidered with coiling dragon, and the leader of that party were 2 white-bearded old men. However, the figure of this old man was extremely majestic, and even those magnificent clothing couldn't cover his developed muscles. At his side, there was another short and small old man with similar figure, and there was not even a little bit trace of aura around their body. And behind these 2 old men, 5 bodyguards who were wearing battle dress and holding huge swords were standing, and in the middle of these 5 bodyguards, there were 5 or 6 young girls. Just at that time, a deafening sound of laughter suddenly rang out. "Ha! I have not expected that the member of Shiman clan would also go to the trouble of traveling 1,000 li to come and attend this auction." A strong man carrying a huge sword on his shoulder with an afro hairstyle, suddenly appeared at that place, and was laughing towards those group of people. They turned out to be the member of Shiman clan. The people around them suddenly understood inside their heart, these group of people were from Shiman clan. "Humph, mad god, you are also here. Aren't you also here for Power of God Crystal?" The robust old man who was one of the leader of Shiman clan group, coldly snorted with disdain. "On 'em." After this old man spoke, the crowd of people around them who were watching, immediately issued the sound of surprise. Because Mad God, the reputation of this name was too big. No one knew the real name of this person called Mad God, and everyone that knew him called him Mad God. Because just like his name, this person was extremely mad. He was bold enough to step forward to fight with any person regardless of whether his opponent was higher ranked than him, and his blood lineage was Mad Change Blood Lineage. Once he activate Mad Change Blood Lineage, his power would rapidly rise higher, and especially his physical strength, would become incomparably tremendous. He is extremely famous for, once he had used his Mad Change Blood Lineage, and with his incomparably tremendous strength, he had burst Shili Baboon which had possessed the blood lineage of God-ranked ancient ape, while still alive with his fist, and from this time on, he was named Mad God. Haha, same here. Hearing the disdain of that old man, Mad God didn't get angry, instead laughed. Then turned around and entered London Auction House. "We're going." That old man commanded, and led everyone to enter the auction house. Next, innumerable experts who were rarely seen at ordinary time arrived here in succession. And surrounding crowd of peoples finally got the chance to widen their knowledge. Illusory Shrine, Magic Domain, Flame Phoenix Villa, each and every experts entered the auction house in succession. At Supreme Light Academy, in the dormitory of Ren Tian Yu, a person wearing a black cloth with red clouds windbreaker was standing, and his face was covered with white-colored mask with black spiral lines. And through the location of the eyes of the mask, two blood-red-colored pupil could be seen. Tonight, it's time to show the true power of Sharingan of Uchiha clan to the peoples of this world. After that, hands which were wearing gloves made a series of mysterious hand seals, and then the body of that person changed into a white smoke and disappeared from that location. Chapter 86, Cruel Smile. In front of the door of Londine auction house, a mysterious masked person wearing a black-colored windbreaker with red cloud patterns suddenly appeared. This person looked at the sign of Londine auction house, then without stopping he directly walked over to the gate of auction house. "Hello, please show your entrance ticket." At the gate, he was stopped by staff who was responsible to check the entrance tickets. Then the staff held out his hand towards mysterious masked man for ticket. This mysterious masked man didn't utter a sound or a word, just took out a card and handed over with his gloved right hand. Even though the staff was quite curious, but fortunately he had been working in auction house for a long period of time, and he had seen all kinds of person wearing strange dresses, as a result he was not too surprised. After taking the entrance ticket of this person, he swiped that ticket on the groove of the gate, and then the magic stone of the groove flashed with a red light. "This is your entrance ticket, welcome to Londine auction house. Please come in." Seeing that there was not any problem with the ticket, the staff returned the ticket, then stretched his right hand and invited him to enter. This mysterious masked person took back his entrance ticket, and without looking back, he disappeared inside the gate. This mysterious masked person was without doubt Ren Tian Yu. He was wearing the dress of Akatsuki group of Naruto world, and had also worn the mask of Tobi which Tobi had put on after he had got Rinnegan. After Ren Tian Yu knew that the crucial point to activate his mission system was the power of God crystal of this auction, he had already made his preparation at an earlier time. And to guard against the unexpected, he had forced himself to not use any of his ninjutsu and dijitsu in the competition of the academy. And he had also refused the invitation from Lan Yen for this time auction, and used this dress which was only known to himself to conceal his identity to come here. And also in case his identity was leaked, he didn't want to involve them, so he had acted on this alone. He was alone, and even if his identity was exposed, he could just run away, who was capable enough to stop him. And this divine wind continent was very big, and how could there not be any place to shelter him? Honestly speaking, for the matter of this robbing, Ren Tian Yu still had conflicting views inside his heart. After all these peoples and he himself didn't have any enmity or hatred, so he was anxious to rob that thing from them. Nevertheless he was powerless in this matter, after all he didn't have enough gold coin in his body to buy this thing fairly. He had 600,000 gold coins which looked pretty much, but if seriously calculate, he estimated that he couldn't even buy the scrap of power of God crystal. And also he must complete this mission, because if he failed this mission, the penalty was too serious. And Ren Tian Yu could not bear this penalty, and he didn't dare to let the mission system close forever, as without this he would lack different ways to earn system points. Walking for almost 3 minutes through a long corridor, he finally saw the exit in front of him. Arriving at the exit, a huge auction room appeared in front of him. Carefully sizing up this huge auction room, he discovered that this auction house actually covered more than 1,000 meters. Before him he saw a great numbers of seats, and straight ahead there was a huge auction platform with a huge red-colored cloth behind it, in the auction room. And around the auction room, there were many private rooms too. And in the midst of auction room, many peoples were already sitting on the seat, and chatting with their peers. Just then, an attending female came next to Ren Tian Yu, then respectfully said to Ren Tian Yu, "Hello mister, may I ask what your seat number is?" "Box number 33. Ren Tian Yu replied using a hoarse voice, then handed his entrance ticket to her. That female attendant respectfully took the entrance ticket, looked at it, and discovered it was indeed box number 33, then she returned back the entrance ticket. After that she said, "Mister, please follow me, I'll show you to your room." Ren Tian Yu followed that female attendant all the way towards the right side of auction room, then climbed the stairs, and arrived at the floor containing the private room. Then that female attendant stopped in front of the door with a number plate 33, after that she took out a magic card and swiped it on the groove of that door. Then along with a ding sound, that door suddenly opened automatically. Entering into the box, a private room of about 50 square meter appeared in front of his eyes, and a huge magic lamp was dangling from the roof. This magic lamp was releasing a soft white light illuminating the entire box. Ren Tian Yu sat on the huge magical beast's hide chair, and his buttocks immediately felt soft sensation. This may be comparable with the sofa on the earth. And on the nearby table, there were several plates of delicious fruits, and at left-hand side, there was a device with quoted price. "May I ask if you need anything, mister?" That young girl respectfully asked Ren Tian Yu. "No need, you may withdraw." Ren Tian Yu waved his hand. "Okay. If you need anything, you can press that red button on the wall, then we will come over to serve you." After finishing speaking, that beautiful maid leave the box, then closed the door. Ren Tian Yu looked at the device with quoted price, just looking it for a short time, he grasped the usage of this device with quoted price. Blue-colored button was to increase the price by 1,000 gold coins, green was to increase the price by 10,000, and red was to increase the price by 100,000. Next to these button, there were button with 1, 2, 3, 4. These few digits represents to increase the price to the digits times the current amount. Sitting on the chair while holding the plate with fruits and eating it, Ren Tian Yu was boringly waiting for the auction to start. Didn't expect that the family of Lan Yen was actually this wealthy, if nothing else, only the amount of people attending this auction is enormous. Fortunately I asked him to left one box open, or else I would also be like those people who are squeezing at the outside seats. Looking at those crowd of squeezed sweating peoples, Ren Tian Yu rejoiced regarding his decision. Ren Tian Yu boringly looked outside the box around the auction house, then suddenly he saw several familiar figure in the number 07 box. Member of Shiman clan. Looking at those several person wearing a cloth embodied with huge dragon design, hidden behind the mask, Ren Tian Yu couldn't help but to expose a cruel smile. He, very good, didn't expect you also actually came here, this way without much extra effort dispose you all altogether. I will treat it as a little bit of interest for the original host of this body. Of course it would be best if you get the power of crystal, too, this way I won't have much sense of criminal guilt. If you all were be my opponent, it's unlikely for me to be soft-hearted. Chapter 87, Different Lan Xan Meng. As the time slowly passed, and when Ren Tian Yu had already became mildewed by waiting, a graceful sound of music rang out, and before long the gaze of drowsy Ren Tian Yu and everyone on the audiences were attracted towards the platform. Finally, is it going to start? Listening to the graceful music, the drowsiness of Ren Tian Yu was swept away. Then he saw that the red cloth which was behind the platform slowly pulled open, after that a seductive woman wearing a red-colored skirt appeared at the platform of auction room. And that exposed long and slender beautiful legs from that skirt attracted the gazes of innumerable men. This woman made a small steps and slowly walked on the platform. Dang! How is she? Looking at that bewitching girl in the platform, Ren Tian Yu didn't dare to believe his own eyes. This girl was no other than the younger sister of Lan Yen, a good friend of Ren Tian Yu, Lan Xinmen. Looking at Lan Xinmen on the platform, Ren Tian Yu had a surprised expression beneath the mask, because currently she looked many times more beautiful than usual. Looking at those slender beautiful legs, that chest which was firmly tied by skin-tight gown, and furthermore that pure white beautiful face, even Ren Tian Yu himself started to have an amorous feelings. K, how come I didn't find her this beautiful before? Ren Tian Yu muttered to himself. Welcome to our Londine auction house, Lan Xinmen will be the chief auctioneer for tonight auction. Tonight there will be many treasure auction, hope these items are able to draw your attention. Lan Xinmen walked on the platform, looked at the peoples on the seats, smilingly opened her red lips and spoke towards the audiences. Now without wasting any time, let's start the tonight auction. The first item for the auction is a huge sword forged by great forging master dwarf. Hearing the introduction of first item from Lan Xinmen, the audiences suddenly started to discuss. Didn't expect the first item is the weapon forged by dwarf. It seems the value of tonight's auction would be very high. Yes. You could say that to have the weapon forged by dwarf is one of the dream of all the warrior. Even ordinary weapon forged by them are far stronger than the weapons forged by other people. I just happened to be in need of weapon, waiting for this auction was worth it. You don't struggle with me. Looking at those peoples who were eager to get this first item for auction, Lan Xinmen showed a charming smile on her face. At this moment a staff walked over for behind her holding a huge sword with both of his hands, then he placed the sword in the platform, then withdrew. Everyone please look, this is the weapon forged by the great forging master dwarf. This weapon was forged using magic steel, and moreover a number of lightning mist stones were also used. So it has the effect to highly amplifying the lightning system battle chi, as a result this weapon is most suitable for lightning warriors. You can believe that after having this weapon, it would be a big help in your fight. Following the auction, starting bid of this weapon is 2,000 gold coins, and every bid should be increased by at least 500 gold coins. Let the bidding begin. Holding that huge sword, Lan Xinmen slowly introduced that sword, and started the auction. After the introduction from Lan Xinmen, the eyes of all the lightning warriors in the audiences became red with excitement staring at that huge sword, or you could say staring at that beauty on the platform. I offer 2,000 gold coins. Very quickly someone couldn't bear any more and started to make offer. Someone already bid 2,000 gold coins, still anybody else to bid higher. Lan Xinmen looked at the person who had offered the price just now, and showed a charming smile on her face, and continued to speak. I offer 3,000. Very quickly another continued to bid, and forced down the previous price. I offer 3,500. I offer 4,500. While there was strong bidding war between the peoples and the audiences, there was not a single bid formed the private rooms and were only looking with disdain, as for them this weapon was simply a trash. They felt that if they bid for this weapon and rob it away from the people below, this would just cause their reputation to drop. Well, the 177th guest offered 10,500 gold coins, still is there anyone with higher offer, you should know that this is a godly weapon forged by great forging master dwarf. And using it, it is also not a dream to defeat the opponent stronger than yourself. After the fierce bidding war, many people withdrew themselves from bidding after the price reached 10,500 gold coins. Lan Xinmen continued to smile lovingly and was enticing others to bid more. I offer 11,000 gold coins. At the same time, with the enticement of Lan Xinmen another person increased the bid. Our 364th guest again increased the bid to 10,000 gold coins, is there anyone else to increase the bid? You should know that this is a rarely seen godly weapon forged by great gorging master dwarf. Lan Xinmen again said exaggeratingly. I offer 13,000 gold coins. At this time, an extravagant son of some wealthy family wearing a white cloth stood up, and stared at Lan Xinmen with his eyes filled with lewdness. He didn't even look at that godly weapon forged by great forging master dwarf and made his offer. 526th guest, noble's son offered 13,000 gold coins, what do you think, still is there anyone else to bid higher? Looking at that disgusting gaze of that son of some wealthy family, although Lan Xinlua was extremely disgusted inside her heart, nevertheless she had no other choice but to show the enticing smile. T.L., she said Gongzi is used to call the son of nobility, or son of some wealth family, or son of minister etc. 13,000 gold coins, once. Lan Xinlua started the countdown. 13,000 gold coins, twice. 13,000 gold coins, thrice. Alright, the first item is successfully won by our noble son. Please pay the whole amount to our staff member and you will be given an auction card of this item. And you can use this auction card to pick up this auctioned item at the backstage now or after this auction ends. Lan Xinmen announced that the successful bid of the first auction item. And then she said, now the second item for today's auction is Magic Wand of Fire System. Along with the voice of Lan Xinmen, a staff walked on the stage and took away that huge sword. Then a female attendant holding a tray walked over. AI, Xinmen, when did she learn these tricks? Looking at Lan Xinmen on the stage, Ren Tian Yu was speechless. The highest amount for that previous weapon was around 8,000 gold coins, but she was able to draw out 13,000 gold coins. In the private room number 03, Lan Yen and others were looking at each other in blank dismay, then inside the heart of Lan Yen and Lan Yin, they simultaneously thought, is this really our sister which we've known all along? Wah, elder sister Xinmen is so cool ah. Looking at Lan Xinmen who was on the stage, suddenly a stars of worship appeared on the eyes of Long Luoluo, this little beauty. Luoluo, you absolutely must not learn anything from this appearance of Xinmen. Looking at his younger sister, suddenly cold sweat started to flow from the forehead of Long Yu. Why? Long Luoluo curiously asked. This behavior of Xinmen is wrong. If you try to imitate this behavior, be careful, royal father may hit you bottom. Long Yu didn't know how to explain. Oh. Hearing that she would get a spank, Long Luoluo immediately gave up the idea to imitate this appearance of Xinmen. Under the leadership of Lan Xinmen, the auction was held in full swing, each and every items were sold at high price very quickly under the enticement of Lan Xinmen. Many people buyed at high price only to get this beauty's heart. Chapter 88, Divinity Crystal. With the enticement of Lan Xinmen, the auction continued on in a full swing. Inside the private room, Ren Tian Yu was completely bored, as these items of different world were completely useless for Ren Tian Yu. Such as that so-called weapon forged by great forging master dwarf, with compared to his sword of Kusanagi, it was a trash. In addition he could still exchange famous weapons of Naruto world from his store system. As for those magic wands, Ren Tian Yu could only use it as firewood, without any other use. As for those magic core which could be used to exchange system points, just some time ago he was the one who had disposed off many of them, so why would he buy it back again, unless his brain was kicked by a donkey. Time passed minute by minute, Lan Xinmen who was on the stage also couldn't help but shed some sweat from her forehead. Although she was already very tried, nevertheless looking at her own achievement, the charming smile on her face didn't reduce at all. Humph, didn't father underestimated me, and actually said that I cannot do well in auctioneer profession. Now look how this young lady is perfectly handling this auction. Lan Xinmen thought inside her heart. Actually Lan Xinmen was fond of the auctioneer profession, and asked her father to let her host the auction of tonight, but her father who used to dearly love her disagreed her for the first time, saying he couldn't do such thing, and even more asked her not to make trouble, which made Lan Xinmen to stamp her foot. Afterwards Lan Xinmen naturally was not convinced, so she got determined to prove herself to her father. So prior to tonight's auction, Lan Xinmen tricked the old auctioneer who was responsible to host tonight's auction to drink a tea which was mixed with the strong laxative. So naturally no need to speak about the result, already 60-year-old with only the strength of intermediate warrior, how could he be capable to stop the effect of laxative? On the spot the effect of laxative showed, then he had to run to toilet in a complete mess and never came out from there. After seeing that her plan was successful, Lan Xinmen immediately changed into this already prepared gorgeous dress. After that she immediately came up in the platform as an auctioneer to host this auction. When the father of Lan Xinmen who had never imagined this, saw Lan Xinmen appeared on the platform, that moment he almost lost his consciousness. Fortunately he had profound cultivation base. Now even if he wanted to substitute the auctioneer, it was not possible, so he hastily sent a servant to look for the original host of tonight's auction. And when they found that old man inside the toilet, the old man had already fainted due to the laxative of Lan Xinmen. And when those servants forcibly opened the toilet, a soaring pungent smell directly assailed their nostrils, which almost made them throw up. And when the father of Lan Xinmeng heard this news, he couldn't help but crooked his nose. In just this fashion, Lan Xinmeng was successful on her plan, and successfully appeared on the arena. This was the reason behind how she was able to host this auction. After almost 4 hours later, tonight's auction was drawing to end. Now only one item was left to appear for auction, i.e. the treasure for which most of the power had been waiting for in this auction, the finale item for tonight's auction, Divinity Crystal. T.L. changed Power of God Crystal to Divinity Crystal. Everyone, after nearly 4 hours of auction, tonight's auction is nearing to its end. Only one final item is left for auction, and as everyone knows, the final item for tonight's auction is Divinity Crystal. Lan Xinmeng swallowed her saliva to moisten her throat, then inadvertently sweep all those private rooms with her eyes. As expected, just after Lan Xinmeng had finished speaking, the peoples and audiences started to discuss with each other, and Lan Xinmeng could clearly felt that the gaze of the peoples in the private room was concentrated on her body. The next in order is the last item of our tonight's auction, Divinity Crystal. After Lan Xinmeng spoke, a female attendant came over from behind Lan Xinmeng holding a tray. This female attendant respectfully handed over the tray to Lan Xinmeng and withdrew from the platform. Lan Xinmeng took the tray, placed it in front of auction platform. The gaze of all the peoples concentrated at the tray in front of Lan Xinmeng, and immediately in an instant the whole auction room was quiet. You could practically hear the breathing sound of everyone. Lan Xinmeng felt the earnest gaze of everyone, the corner of her mouth slightly rose, and no longer kept people in suspense. Her luxuriant jade-like hand pulled off the red-colored cloth which was covering of the tray. Swish! With the red-colored cloth lifted, a dazzling blue light suddenly lit, and everyone couldn't help but to close their eyes. After the light disappeared, everyone immediately opened their eyes and looked towards the platform. They saw a crystal which was emitting a soft blue-colored light had appeared within that jade tray, and this crystal was about the size of a fist. The surface of the crystal was irregular just like a diamond crystal. Inside this crystal, there was blue-colored light spot, which looked magnificent. And the instant this crystal was revealed from underneath the red cloth, the faint light suddenly spread in all direction from this circular tray, and everyone couldn't help but became shocked inside their heart. As expected, it is Divinity Crystal, and in addition it is of water system. Looking at that crystal stone on the platform, a light flashed in the eyes of the tall old man of Shiman clan in the number 7 private room, and spoke excitedly. Right, actually this is water system Divinity Crystal. That short old man also confirmed that that was their target in tonight's auction, Divinity Crystal. Great-grandfather, second grandfather, is this a Divinity Crystal? From the side a pretty female child wearing a light red-colored long skirt asked these two old fellows. He, Yuer, this is Divinity Crystal. Just now you should have sensed a faint yet extremely powerful might, that was divine power. After the death of the god, the remaining power of that expert had gathered together and formed this Divinity Crystal. That light blue-colored pellet inside the crystal is divine power. That tall old man who was called great-grandfather by that female child explained with a smile. Yes, your great-grandfather is correct. Actually Divinity Crystal is the energy of expert who had turned into a god, and it also includes their insights. Just like our battle chi source, sea of magical power, and heart of illusion, when one break through the god rank, and then truly turned into god rank expert, all the energy inside the body come together and get unified. This is Divinity Crystal. The short old man also explained to this young girl. So it is like that. After hearing the explanation of those two old men, a light of understanding flashed in the eyes of that female child called Yuer, then lifting her graceful forehead, she looked towards the platform. The name of this female child was Shiman Yuer, and was most innately gifted member of this generation of Shiman clan. And she was also the half-sister of Shiman Tianlong. But her standing in the Shiman clan was like sky and earth apart compared to Shiman Tianlong's standing. Shiman Yuer possessed the supreme blood lineage of Shiman clan, Sky Dragon blood lineage, which was among the Saint Dragon blood lineage. This blood lineage was supreme evolution of Saint Dragon blood lineage. Usually the child born in the Shiman clan possessed Saint Dragon blood lineage. In fact, in the initial stage they have extremely low level power, and after a long period of cultivation and gaining the insights on their blood lineage, they could slowly promote their blood lineage power and evolve it into a high-ranking blood lineage. Sky Dragon blood lineage was the evolution of Saint Dragon blood lineage. Logically speaking, only after cultivating for a long period of time one might successfully evolve Saint Dragon blood lineage into Sky Dragon blood lineage. But Shiman Yu actually innately possessed this Sky Dragon blood lineage from the time she was born. In the long history of Shiman clan, there were few others who were also born with these advanced blood lineage, and these people, if they didn't die prematurely, all the remaining without exception had all become famous peak-level expert. As a result, the standing of Shiman Shuer in Shiman clan was extremely high. Actually, it was not limited to the Saint Dragon blood lineage of Shiman clan. All the other blood lineage of Divine Wind Continent could evolve, but it was extremely hard, and if they wanted to evolve their blood lineage then they had to make a great effort in cultivation, and furthermore they should be greatly talented with enough luck too. Chapter 89, Fierce Bidding War. Nevertheless, Shiman Yu treated Shiman Tianlong in a fairly good manner. Previously, when Shiman Tianlong was still at Shiman House, she would often help him, and those members of Shiman clan also didn't dare to bully and humiliate him in front of her. But Shiman Yu spent extremely short period of time in Shiman household, as she was basically living at the academy, which was located at the imperial capital of ALD country. She rarely returned Shiman household, so ultimately Shiman Tianlong was expelled from clan, then was disposed off without her knowledge. Currently Shiman Yu had followed two elders of the clan, for the sake of widening her knowledge and experience, and in addition to inquiry the news of Shiman Tianlong. And the two elders who were accompanying her were Shiman clan's great elder Shiman Shu, and second elder Shiman Shinbua. These two people were pillar of Shiman clan, and were well-known god-ranked experts. Great Elder Shiman Shu, his dragon battle chi had already reached mid-god rank, and combined with his Saint Dragon blood lineage, he could absolutely contend with ordinary high-god ranked expert. And second Elder Shiman Shinbua was low-god ranked Saint Dragon magician, could use special dragon language magic of Dragon clan, so his strength also could not be underestimated. Finally, when the peoples of Big Power saw their long-awaiting target, Divinity Crystal had appeared, immediately their earnest gaze concentrated at the Divinity Crystal on the tray which was holding by the hand of Lan Xinmen. All of them were itching to immediately take it for themselves. Sensing the restless in the peoples of the private rooms, Lan Xinmen unconsciously revealed a smile on her face, then she said, "This Divinity Crystal was entrusted to our Londine auction house by a guest. Through the testing of our auction house, this really is Divinity Crystal without doubt. I believe everyone is extremely clear on the use of this Divinity Crystal. If Peak Saint rank expert absorb the energy of this Divinity Crystal, then there is 100% chance to reach God rank, and turn into Apex level expert. And if God ranked expert absorb its energy, then that expert will have very high chance to advance the rank, and also without any side effects. The base price of this last item of tonight's auction, Divinity Crystal, is 0. And every time at least 10,000 gold coins should be increased. Let the auction begin." But the unexpected thing was no one in the audience started to bid even after 3 or 4 minutes, as if all the peoples were waiting and looking at the situation, and waiting for other people to offer the price. Even after seeing this situation of awkward silence, Lan Xinmen didn't care about it, because inside her heart she was extremely clear that these peoples of powers absolutely won't let this chance slip by. The reason why there were not any bid was naturally because they were at wait-and-see phase, waiting for someone to start the bidding. "Humph, if you don't bid, then I will force you all to bid." Lan Xinmen coldly snorted inside her heart, then said, "If no one wants to bid, then this Divinity Crystal would remain unsold and thus return to the original owner. Now it's countdown of 10 seconds. 10. 9. 8. As the countdown began, those peoples of Big Power finally became restless, and immediately someone bided. "I offer 10,000 gold coins." A voice came from the 27th private room, and interrupted the countdown of Lan Xinmen. Well, the guest from 27th private room offered 10,000 gold coins, still is there any higher offer? Lan Xinmeng stopped her countdown, and turned towards the 27th private room and announced the price. This time Lan Xinmeng didn't try to entice, because inside her heart she fully knew that the divinity crystal in her hand was already the biggest lure. Even if she didn't do anything, they will bid. Sure enough, with the first person offering the price, just like the switch was opened, each and every one carried on to declare their offer. I bid 50,000 gold coins. I bid 100,000 gold coins. I bid 120,000 gold coins. Each and every one offered their price in succession, as if they would be late. The price of this divinity crystal very quickly reached above 6.79 million gold coins at full speed. Our guest of 24th private room offered 6.8 million gold coins, still is there any higher offer? There was not any emotion fluctuation on the face of Lan Xinmeng. As Lan Xinmeng didn't even put this 6.8 million gold coins in her eyes, because compared to divinity crystal, this price was still quite low. I offer 10 million gold coins. At this time, a hoarse voice came from the 7th private room. Actually Shiman Shu looked at the slowly increasing price, and directly offered the price. He had directly raised the price to 10 million. Finally couldn't bear. Old fool, hope you are capable enough to see through to the end. If this divinity crystal landed in your hand, I will also not have a slightest amount of hesitation. Seeing that the Shiman clan had finally started bidding, hidden behind the mask, a cruel smile appeared on the face of Ren Tian Yu. Struggle, rob, and it would be best if this create a big chaos. Haha, I didn't expect that a single small inferior divinity crystal of God is enough to have such big effect. Humanity really is hopelessly stupid. Use this small divinity crystal to stir up a conflict and have a through internal strife. So, at that time when our ethnic group recovered, there will not be any strong resistance. In the dark corner of auction house, a mysterious person whose whole body was covered with black robe appeared. Then looking intense bidding war of auction house, a mysterious smile appeared in the concealed face of this mysterious person. Then the body of this person slowly entered darkness, and finally disappeared. Humph, do you think only your Shiman clan is daring? And you offered just 10 million, then I will offer 20 million. A cold snort suddenly came from the first private room, and directly raised the price by 10 million. The price of divinity crystal directly rose to 20 million gold coins. Io, you people of magic domain really are rich and imposing. This little girl is too poor, I can only take out coins from my box to purchase, so I offer 23 million gold coins. He, hope you don't struggle with me. At this moment, everyone felt that their bones had become limp, as a soft voice filled with temptation came from the 5th private room. Hearing this voice, Ren Tian Yu looked towards the 5th private room, and saw a woman wearing a white-colored gown, her face was also covered with white-colored thin silk, and whole body emitting a mature bewitching aura, was sitting on the hide seat of that private room. At her side, Ren Tian Yu unexpectedly saw his acquaintance, Li Shinyan. Why is she also here? Ren Tian Yu looked at Li Shinyan who was sitting at 5th private room, and was full of curiosity. Concerning that embrace to Li Shinyan, her body was so delicate and tender, that it was still hard to forget that impression till this day. At this time, Li Shinyan seems to felt the gaze of Ren Tian Yu, she suddenly lifted her beautiful forehead towards the direction of Ren Tian Yu. It seems when she saw masked Ren Tian Yu, Li Shinyan clearly felt that this person looked vaguely familiar, but didn't not recognize this mysterious masked person wearing black cloth with clouds printed in them. Haha, one of the 5 great illusionist Yun Mayor of Illusory Shrine actually pretend to be poor, truly laughable, if you are truly that shortage in money, then come with me, Lu Yuan, to become my wife. At that time, I would naturally pay you for support. Haha. At that time, a domineering voice suddenly came from the 1st private room, and took the liberties of Yun Mayor. Io, didn't expect Chief Lu Yuan of Mercenary Union actually answered me idiotically like this. If I had known earlier, I would have already looked for you at an earlier time, and take good care of you, but I don't know how your wife will entertain you, hee hee. Hearing Lu Yuan taking liberties, Yun Mei didn't take a slightest bit of offense, just turned her eyes towards him and answered back. Hearing Yun Mei, Lu Yuan suddenly chocked, and was speechless, because basically all the peoples of the continent knew that the chief Lu Yuan of Dragon Warrior Mercenary of Mercenary Union was well-known henpecked person. This Lu Yuan was also a marvel, as he as a god-ranked warrior unexpectedly had only a single wife in this continent where having 3 wife and 4 concubine was completely normal. T.L. Henpecked, to be under one's wife's thumb. Ha. Looking at the chocking Lu Yuan, a sound of laughter came from the private boxes, and rippled through the entire auction room. Chapter 90, The Curtain Falls, Operation Start. Hearing the sounds of laughter, the complexion of Lu Yuan became red through, and roared angrily, Laugh, your father offer 30 million gold coins. Haha, as expected Chief Lu Yuan is rich and imposing, since you offer 30 million gold coins, I will add a little bit more. I offer 35 million gold coins. As I am not as rich and imposing as Chief Lu Yuan. A tyrannical voice came out from 9th private room. Hearing this voice, everyone felt restlessness within their body, as everyone felt that this voice seemed to have guts to destroy everything. Humph, didn't expect you people of Dark Imperial Court also came here. Since it is like this, I offer 45 million gold coins. At this time, a soft and calm voice came out from the 6th private room. Hearing this voice, everyone felt a peaceful sense of warmth, and that restlessness they felt just a moment ago disappeared without a trace. Light Palace and Dark Imperial Court. Too bad, this time it will be a little troublesome. Looking at the peoples of 6th and 9th private room, hidden behind the mask, Ren Tian Yu furrowed his brows, and sensed that his move won't be that easy as he imagined. Of all the big powers, Light Palace and Dark Imperial Court could be said to be the worst power to trifle with. It's not because that their strength was very high, rather all of them were group of crazy devotee, and didn't afraid to fight to death, instead they felt proud to die on battle, because they believed that if they die in a fight for the sake of their belief, after death their soul absolutely will return to the side of their Lord God of their belief. Along with this offered price, the peoples of those big powers started to bid millions of gold coins in succession. All the peoples outside the private rooms were already stupefied hearing the bids, only now did they really know what real auction meant. They simply didn't even have a leeway to make an offer for this item. After about 10 minutes later, the price had already rose to 123 million gold coins. And now only people of 4 big power were bidding, namely Shiman Clan, Magic Domain, Illusory Shrine and Light Palace. I didn't expect you all are this crazy. Today your father don't have this much coins, so I give up. Lu Yuan of 1st private room couldn't help but speak. He had really never thought that these people actually were this crazy, and he had only prepared 100 million gold coins. He had believed that it was more than enough to purchase it, but the auction price of this divinity crystal unexpectedly rose higher than his expectation. And especially just a moment ago he had laughed at Yun Mei of Illusory Shrine, but she was still bidding till now. He didn't expect you all have prepared this many coins. Now I have to offer all my prostitution money. If you bid any higher, I will have no other choice but to give up. I bid 130 million gold coins. Yun Mei spoke with her voice which was filled with bewitching charm. Hearing this, all the people couldn't bear but wanted to take pity upon her. If they were still bidding, perhaps all of them would have given up to compete, and gave divinity crystal to her. But it's too bad, the strength of those people of those 3 big power were comparable to her, so how could the charm of her voice work on them? I will add another 2 million to that price, I offer 132 million gold coins. Hearing Yun Mei, the leader of Magic Domain laughed and added another 2 million gold coins. Number 2, what to do, we no longer have sufficient coin. Looking at this circumstance, this divinity crystal absolutely will go to Magic Domain. I had already known earlier that the people of Magic Domain were rich and overbearing, however never thought that they actually prepared this much coins. In the 7th private box, Shimin Shu said worriedly to Shimin Shinbua. Because according to this trend, very quickly their Shimin clan would lose the qualification to bid in this auction. And they knew that the Light Palace was also unlikely to be equal of magic domain. Because everyone knew that magician was wealthy profession, and also being the magician of magic domain they didn't have any shortage in money. AI, number 1, I have a method but I want your approval. Second elder Shimin Shinbua of Shimin clan also had anxious expression on his face, then squinting his eyes, thought of a way, after that moved closer to the ears of Shimin Shu and spoke something. But after hearing Shimin Shinbua, Shimin Shu was shocked and directly stood up and roared towards Shimin Shinbua, number 2, are you insane? You should know that this thing is important to our Shimin clan. Even for us Shimin clan, it is not easy to obtain this thing from that place yearly. I also know number 1, but this is the only way. After losing this thing we still have a way to obtain this again, but divinity crystal however is most valuable treasure. If we miss this chance, we don't know when we will be able to get this treasure again. You should know if our ancestor got this item then he would have a chance to attack next realm. Why would Shimin Shinbua not know the importance of that thing, but there was no other way, as only after seeing this thing, Londine auction house would pay for them. Okay, I have them now, number 2, you should quickly take this thing to the person of Lon clan. Shimin Shu gritted his teeth and agreed to the idea of Shimin Shinbua. Then from his space ring, he took out a huge egg of magical beast and gave it to Shimin Shinbua. Shimin Shinbua took this huge egg, then opened the door of private room and directly left. Great-grandfather, that thing. After seeing Shimin Shu took out that thing, Shimin Yuer exposed the frightened look, and instantly understood the idea of second grandfather. Well, Yuer no need to speak, now there is no other way, when we return to the clan, I will explain to Patriarch. Without doubt Shimin Shu clearly understood the thought of Shimin Yuer, so he extended his hand to interrupt her before she could finish speaking. At this time, the price had already rose to 140 million gold coins. And the Light Palace also couldn't help but was defeated, now only Shimin clan and magic domain were left in this bidding war. Haha, brother Shimin, now it's just 2 of us. How about it, do you still want to continue? The leader Qian Wanjiang of magic domain proudly laughed. Humph, why not contend, I offer 141 million gold coins. Shimin Shu coldly snorted, then offer the price. But inside his heart he was hoping for the quick return of Shimin Shinbua, because currently altogether he had prepared only 150 million gold coins. And looking at this trend, this won't last long. Io, Shimin brother, how can you be so stingy? Only adding 1 million. I offer 145 million gold coins. Qian Wanjiang continued to proudly laugh at Shimin Shu, nevertheless he actually was very nervous, because he had prepared altogether only 170 million gold coins, nothing more. I offer 150 million. Shimin Shu couldn't help but only announce to offer all the gold coins. 155 million. The voice of Qian Wanjiang shattered the hope of Shimin Shu. Shimin Shu felt powerless and sat on the hide seat. Seeing that Shimin Shinbua had still not arrived, he only thought, finished, inside his heart. Haha, Shimin brother, why aren't you increasing the price, are you out of money? Haha. Seeing that Shimin Shu didn't continue to bid, Qian Wanjiang laughed proudly. Well, is there anyone else to bid higher? Lan Ximeng spoke but no one continued to bid any higher. She also clearly knew that this price was basically sky high. 155 million, once. 155 million, twice. Hearing the countdown voice of Lan Ximeng, Shimin Shu felt as if he was being hit on his heart with a hammer. Then he gave up all hope and closed his eyes. 155 mil. Our Shimin clan bid 180 million gold coins. Just at that time, the voice of Shimin Shinbua interrupted the countdown of Lan Ximeng. Number 2. Hearing the voice, Shimin Shu agitatedly jumped up from the seat, and spoke with excitement. What? Xian Wanjiang, who was in the process of being proud with himself, immediately choked when he heard this voice. He didn't dare to believe what he had just heard. Number 2, you succeed. In the 7th private room, Shimin Shu was asked Shimin Shinbo with excitement. N. Shimin Shinbo was feeling a lingering fear, just a little late and his clan would have failed. After the countdown of 3 seconds, Shimin clan won the bidding war, and then Lan Ziming announced that with the successful sale of Divinity Crystal, the auction was also over. Concealed behind the mask, Ren Tian Yu had the expression of excitement as he saw that the peoples of Shimin clan left the private room. Then he laughed grimly, really didn't let me down, so, operation start. After he finished speaking, the body of Ren Tian Yu turned into a smoke and disappeared from that room without a trace. Chapter 91, Night Raid. Hearing the sound of hammer, both Shimin Shu and Shimin Shinbo jumped up with excitement. Even with their profound cultivation, now they couldn't stay calm and collected. Because this divinity crystal was far too important for their Shimin clan. Shimin Shu, Shimin Shinbo, and all the younger generation, the traveling party of more than dozen or more people left their private box. Then in the midst of the envious, admiration and hate-filled gaze, they walked towards the backstage. Everyone from Shimin clan were ready to take over the divinity crystal and immediately return back to their Shimin household. Chief, are we going to? Inside the first private room, a warrior wearing a suit of armor asked Lu Yuan while looking at the leaving members of Shimin clan. His eyes was glittering with an ominous glint, and moving closer to Lu Yuan, he made a beheading gesture. No, Shimin clan is not easy to deal with. If we move without careful consideration, it is equivalent to thoroughly breaking off the relation with Shimin clan. And also Shimin clan furthermore is our old friend, so until it is absolutely necessary, we won't make any move ourselves. Without even the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan refused the proposal of his subordinate. He clearly understood that it would be many times more difficult to rob this divinity crystal from them compared to robbing from ordinary people. In the other private rooms, everyone were also having this thought. Nevertheless, after considering this for a while, all of them gave up. Because they clearly understood the consequence of breaking the relation with Shimin clan. Although they were not necessarily afraid of Shimin clan, but even if they exterminate current members of Shimin clan, they absolutely would also suffer from heavy loss, and also would have their own strength reduce. This would only give other people chance to take the advantage. So if they don't have 100% certainty, they won't upset the balance between each other. Number 1, we'd better get out of here without losing any time. I fear those guys will not be able to bear and will make a move. Coming out from Londin auction house, Shimin Shinbo seriously said to Shimin Shu. Rest assured, those guys are very smart, and they should clearly understand the consequence, so they are unlikely to make a move. Shimin Shu calmly said, however, just in case we must leave this city tonight, and hurry over to clan. Okay. All of them answered. But what they didn't know was, in the darkness, a pair of eyes were already staring at them, and was following behind them all the way, to Khaleesi imperial capital. After about 3 or 4 hours, inside the forest in front of Carol Plain, the group of people of Shimin clan were riding a gale horse. Under the moonlight they quickly ran down towards Carol Plains. Stop. Suddenly, Shimin Shinbo, who was in the front, pulled the reins and signaled to stop everyone behind him. What happened? Number 2, why would you suddenly stop? Shimin Shu also pulled the reins of the gale horse and arrived near Shimin Shinbo, and asked with surprise. Who are you? Show yourself. Shimin Shinbo didn't answer Shimin Shu, rather firmly stared at the tree in front, and asked in a stern voice. What? There is someone there. Everyone get ready to defend. Hearing Shimin Shinbo, Shimin Shu was stupefied, however he immediately reacted, and told everyone behind him to prepare for defense. Then he immediately got down from the horse, waved his right hand, and with a rays of light a sword filled with rich gold-colored huge dragon sword chi appeared on his right hand. He didn't doubt Shimin Shinbo, because the range of magicians' spiritual perceptive was many times larger and powerful compared to warriors. He didn't expect your perceptivity was this good, actually able to discover me. At this time, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded from behind the tree in front of them, followed by a mysterious masked person wearing a black windbreaker with a red cloud pattern came out from behind the tree, then walked towards them. Your Excellency, who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Looking at this mysterious person without any aura, Shimen Shu seriously stared this person and asked. This mysterious masked person was naturally Ren Tian Yu. Since the people of Shimen clan had left the auction house, Ren Tian Yu was following them all along the way. Ren Tian Yu had decided to make his move, when they almost arrived at Carol Plains. Because if they were too close to Khaleesi imperial capital, then the repercussion of battle would be perceived by those experts in the city, and that could be troublesome. But Ren Tian Yu didn't expect that when he had just stopped, he was immediately discovered, so he couldn't help but was forced to move now. I am the leader of Akatsuki organization, Pain, as for my purpose. Ren Tian Yu touched his chin, and stared at the members of Shimen clan in front of him and said, I want something from you. What thing? Do your Excellency plan to fight us for Divinity Crystal? Hearing Ren Tian Yu, Shimen Shu and Shimen Shinbua both quickly thought, but they had never heard the organization having this name, and instantly they understand that it was a lie. No, no, no. Sooner or later Divinity Crystal is mine, I came here for another thing. Ren Tian Yu extended the index finger of his right hand and waved, and that thing is your life. Haha, your Excellency is cracking jokes. Hearing Ren Tian Yu, Shimen Shu and Shimen Shinbua simultaneously laughed, but all of them unconsciously had already loosened the grip on their weapons. Since the other party had dared to come alone, then they had nothing to fear. Is it? Ren Tian Yu didn't contradict, just stared at the peoples of Shimen clan. But under the mask he had a cruel smile, then he suddenly parted his legs and started to quickly make a series of hand seals. Not good, prepare to fight. Seeing that Ren Tian Yu had started to move, Shimen Shinbua and Shimen Shu immediately roared towards the peoples behind them. And shortly afterwards a dragon-shaped magic wand appeared on the hand of Shimen Shinbua, and he started to chant an incantation in a very high speed. On the other hand, the body of Shimen Shu flashed with golden-colored battle chi, then along with the dragon roar, he directly rushed towards Ren Tian Yu. Ninpo, Ryusa Bakuryu. Ninja art, Sand Tsunami. Along with the voice of Ren Tian Yu, suddenly several mouths of spring appeared in the ground in front of him, but it was not water that flowed out from it, rather it was sands. After that immediately a towering sand waves appeared in front of him and advanced towards peoples of Shimen clan. Not good. Seeing this towering sand waves, the eyes of Shimen Shu flashed with surprise, then his body immediately changed into gold-colored light and disappeared. Water magic arts, magnificent heaven water screen. At this time, Shimen Shinbua complete the incantation of his magic, then a huge water-colored magical power water ball suddenly appeared above the people of Shimen clan. After that under the control of Shimen Shinbua, that huge water ball changed into huge water screen around them to protect all of them. Hom long long. A loud sound rang out, this towering sand waves covered all the peoples of Shimen clan with an irresistible force. Then gradually flowed all around the surroundings like a river, numerous trees in the surroundings were already collapsed, and the surrounding terrain also had thoroughly changed into a desert. Chapter 92, Secret Hand, Kibaku Fuda, Paper Bomb. Due to the Ryusa Bakuryu, Sand Tsunami, of Ren Tian Yu, the surrounding terrain around them was thoroughly changed, the peoples of Shimen clan were already swallowed by this boundless sand waves and disappeared. Standing at the edge of desert, Ren Tian Yu was unceasingly scanning every place carefully using his Sharingan which was hidden underneath the mask, to guard against any sudden surprise attack. Although Ryusa Bakuryu, Sand Tsunami, was difficult to deal with, nevertheless currently he was dealing with two god-ranked experts, so it alone wasn't quite enough to defeat them. At that time, Ren Tian Yu suddenly heard a sound above his head. So without even thinking, Ren Tian Yu quickly jumped to the right side to dodge. Hom long. An explosion sound rang out. The gold-colored battle chi energy hit the place where Ren Tian Yu was standing just a moment ago, and a deep hole suddenly appeared on that surface of ground. At the same time, a huge water spear was suddenly shot out from the bottom of desert, and shot towards airborne Ren Tian Yu in a high speed. Seeing water spear advancing towards him in a high speed, a light flashed in the eyes of Ren Tian Yu. The attack was advancing towards him exactly when he was airborne to dodge the previous attack. Now due to him being airborne he was unable to dodge this attack. One may as well say that this attack was precise to extreme. Now battling with God-ranked expert, he knew that they not only excel in strength, but their battle experience was also extremely high. As they had to pass thorough innumerable life and death battle to reach God rank, and as for those lucky fellow who reached God ranked without much effort, they were only part of small minority. Sure enough, it really is difficult to deal with them, but you are underestimating me, Ren Tian Yu, too much. Looking at the water spear which was advancing quickly towards him, Ren Tian Yu made a hand seals quickly. Just after Ren Tian Yu had finished making the hand seals, that water spear also hit him. Success! Seeing that the water spear had hit Ren Tian Yu, landing on the ground, Shimin Shu exposed a joyful smile on his face. But before he could finish smiling, Ren Tian Yu, who was hit in the sky, suddenly turned into a log and that log dropped on the ground. And furthermore the figure of Ren Tian Yu couldn't be seen. What? Seeing this circumstance, the expression of Shimin Shu was as if he had seen something unthinkable. He didn't understand what was going on, and how could a living person change into a piece of broken wood. At that time, Shimin Shu clearly heard a sound coming through his right side, then he immediately waved the huge sword in his right hand. Ding! A sound of metal collision was heard, and he saw a thin needle-like thing had hit his weapon. Then with the pull of string, that thin needle retreated back, and a hand wearing a glove appeared out of thin air and caught this needle. Carefully looking, if this was not Ren Tian Yu, then who could it be? Are you still not coming out? Catching the Nuabari, needle sword, Ren Tian Yu turned his head towards the desert he created, then looking towards it, he sneered and slowly spoke. After Ren Tian Yu spoke, the sands in the middle of desert suddenly issued a round of wriggling sound, then a pothole appeared at that place. After that a huge water ball suddenly shot out from inside it, and floated in the air. Inside the water ball there were Shimin Shinbua and others who were swallowed by the sand waves. Didn't expect your excellency actually possessed sand control special system magic arts, but did your excellency really believe that can wipe us out? Floating in the air, Shimin Shinbua looked at Ren Tian Yu and asked in a cold voice. Special system, not among 7 great common element of continent, it is even more difficult to deal with compared to power of 7 great common element, so they couldn't help but become even more serious. Want to test to understand clearly whether or not it can wipe you out. Hearing Shimin Shinbua, Ren Tian Yu didn't deny and also didn't affirm. Number 2, no need to speak superfluous words with him, apparently Todi is not good. Shimin Shu flew in the sky and arrived to the side of Shimin Shinbua and said. In this case, we are forced to use this method. Shimin Shinbua replied, then turned around and said to 2 of the 5 saint-ranked bodyguards, you 2 protect the juniors of our clan, and keep them safe. Remaining 3 accompany us to deal with him. Yes sir. All of them answered in a loud voice. Then those 3, Sword Saint and Shimin Shu, who was God-ranked warrior, firmly held huge sword in their hand and rushed straight towards Ren Tian Yu. Only after looking at all the juniors of his clan, Shimin Shinbua said to Shimin Yuer, be prepared to guard against the unexpected, and stay by my side. Okay. Shimin Yuer replied, then took out her own magic wand from her space ring, and floated at the side of Shimin Shinbua, then stood in combat readiness. Looking at the people of Shimin clan rushing towards him, Ren Tian Yu gradually became serious. After all, confronting 2 God-ranked experts, 5 saint-ranked experts, and in addition Shimin Yuer, who was also saint-ranked magician, and furthermore more than 10 other expert, even Ren Tian Yu himself was feeling extreme pressure. Ren Tian Yu raised both his hand, and huge amount of chakra appeared from both of his hand, then the sands in front of him suddenly started to violently stir. Afterwards 4 huge sand palms appeared in the sky and was about to grab 4 people. Nimpo, Sabaku Hando. Ninja art, desert hands. Watch out. Seeing that a huge palm-shaped sand had suddenly appeared, Shimanshu cried out to warn others. Then the huge dragon sword in his hand issued a loud dragon roar, then a large amount of gold-colored energy appeared in the sky. War Dragon Attack. Shio. With a loud sound of breaking through the void, this huge light-covered sword directly destroyed the sand palms, and without losing its momentum, it directly flew towards the direction of Ren Tian Yu. Dragon Origin War Formation, Dragon Roar. At this time, the 3 saint-ranked warriors simultaneously shout loudly, then their battle chi gradually rose and shine with cyan, red and blue color respectively, then gradually combined together. After that a 3-colored light formation appeared in the sky. In the middle of the light formation, a huge dragon made up of energy gradually appeared. Then under the control of these 3 saint-ranked experts, this energy dragon advanced towards desert palms. Dragon Origin War Formation was a war formation passed down in Shiman clan. This formation could combine the energy of several people and display a powerful energy attack, could be used for both attack and defense, but it requires at least 3 people and at most only 5 people could use this formation. Therefore this formation was compulsory to learn secret warrior skill of Shiman clan. This energy dragon destroyed the remaining 3 sand palms just like a hot knife through the butter. Then directly advanced towards the direction of Ren Tian Yu. Extremely capable. Seeing his ninjutsu was directly destroyed, Ren Tian Yu laughed, then immediately jumped in the air to dodge. Simultaneously his right hand entered inside the ninja backpack on his right leg and took out several kunai. Then threw in towards several peoples. Dang, dang, several metal colliding sound rang out, as Shimanshu and other peoples had used their weapon to block his kunai. But after seeing his kunai were blocked, the eyes of Ren Tian Yu showed a sly smiling expression, both hands attached with each other making a hand seal, he said, "Ah." After Ren Tian Yu made a hand seal, Shimanshu and others suddenly discovered that at the handle of this hidden weapon, there were several extremely thin scrap of papers, and mysterious runs were drawn on its surface. Then these several scrap of papers suddenly ignited. Not good, quickly defend. The pupil of Shimanshu shrunk, even the pores of his body shrunk, he felt a dangerous sensation from these papers, so he immediately roared to warn others too, and simultaneously his gold-colored battle chi radiance rose suddenly and sharply. At this time, several large explosion sound rang out, in the sky, Shimanshu and several others were inside this explosion. Chapter 93, Freeze over 1,000 Li. Number 1. Seeing the sudden change, Shimanshinbua who was at the back immediately roared nervously. "Humph, don't look down upon me." Looking at the explosions in the air, Ren Tian Yu sneered. This was the common trick used by shinobi in the Naruto world, attaching a kabaku fuda, paper bomb, to a surface or wrapped around kunai. This gave an unexpected effect. At this time, swish, swish, with a several piercing sound, 4 figures suddenly shot out from the smoke of explosion, and flew in the air. Carefully looking, they were Shimanshu and others who were affected by the paper bomb of Ren Tian Yu. The gold-colored dragon battle chi of Shimanshu was violently stirring around his body, and his body was completely unscathed. Even under this kind of surprise attack, Shimanshu still was able to defend himself, worthy of God-ranked expert. But the remaining 3 saint-ranked warriors were not that fortunate, each and every one were injured. One of them had his meat of his right arm blown off, making his bone visible. Fortunately this fellow was still able to refrain from screaming. "What is this thing? Is it alchemy goods?" Looking at the condition of the injury of the bodyguards, black lines appeared in the face of Shimanshu, and asked Ren Tian Yu. Before they could touch the enemy, 3 people of their group were already injured. Could this be described as a failure in the end? Ask the god of death. Ren Tian Yu replied, but simultaneously, he felt a movement under the ground. Not good. Ren Tian Yu immediately jumped forward. After Ren Tian Yu had just left, at the place where he was standing just a moment ago, suddenly an innumerable sharp thorn of earth appeared at that place, nearly piercing Ren Tian Yu. At this time, Shimin Shu who was in the sky seized this opportunity, and fired a huge battle chi chop towards Ren Tian Yu. But just when this battle chi chop was about to hit Ren Tian Yu, he suddenly disappeared from that place without a trace. Then the battle chi chop of Shimin Shu hit the ground, and a loud sound of explosion rang out. About 10 meters away, the figure of Ren Tian Yu suddenly appeared. Lifting his head, he looked towards Shimin Shinbua and saw Shimin Yuer at his side, and he saw that magic wand in her right hand was flashing with earth yellow-colored radiances of magical power. Is she for real? Ren Tian Yu silently whispered, for Shimin Yuer to be able to grasp such a perfect timing in a battle, he was very surprised. He had never expected that she unexpectedly had such a deep fighting experience. Everyone, we should quickly resolve this fight. Right now Shimin Shu was thoroughly angry, as he was a god-ranked expert, but his attacks were repeatedly dodged, this made him felt like he had lost his face. Then he released his powerful battle, and this powerful battle chi spread all around. Right now finally Shimin Shu exhibit the real power of god-ranked expert. Then the body of Shimin Shu flashed, changed into a gold-colored light beam and disappeared from where he was standing just a moment ago. Then suddenly a sound of breaking through the void sounded from the side of Ren Tian Yu, and Ren Tian Yu saw Shimin Shu had suddenly appeared at that place, and was waving his huge sword towards him. After being hit by the sword, Ren Tian Yu changed into a log and disappeared from that location. Again this move. So where is the real body? Looking at the log, Shimin Shu snorted with disdain, then looked all around him. And he immediately discovered Ren Tian Yu on the right side not too far away, after that he immediately chased towards Ren Tian Yu in a high speed. Humph, futon, yuha repu shou. Wind style, beast wave gale palm. Ren Tian Yu quickly made a series of hand seals, then waved his right hand. After that a huge wind chakra claw advanced towards Shimin Shu in a very high speed. Seeing this wind chakra claw, Shimin Shu immediately waved the huge sword in his right hand. And this wind chakra claw was successfully blocked. At this time, Ren Tian Yu suddenly sensed a huge magic fluctuation in the sky, and when he looked up, he saw that Shimin Shinbua was quickly chanting an incantation while firmly holding the magic wand in his right hand. And a large amount of ice system magical power was gathering at his side, and along with the incantation of Shimin Shinbua, innumerable amount of huge ice arrows appeared in front of Shimin Shinbua and they were all pointing towards the direction of Ren Tian Yu. After Shimin Shu saw that Shimin Shinbua was preparing a big move, his body flashed, then appeared at the side of Shimin Shinbua. After that looking towards Ren Tian Yu, he poured a large amount of his frenzied gold-colored battle chi towards his huge sword, and this gold-colored battle chi in the sky looked just like the sun. Afterwards the huge sword in his hand immediately rose to the sky automatically, and with the loud dragon roar, the huge gold-colored energy sword slash appeared in the sky, and a huge dragon made up of energy was unceasingly circling around the blade of that huge sword. Ice magic arts, light prison arrow formation. War dragon domination. Shimin Shu and Shimin Shinbua both of them simultaneously completed the preparation of their respective big moves, then under the command of these two people, these innumerable huge ice arrows and also that huge dragon sword slash immediately shot towards the direction of Ren Tian Yu. Ren Tian Yu looked at these incoming horrifying attacks, then he quickly removed the gloves on his hand, after that he bit the thumb finger of his hand and quickly made a series of hand seals. Then he heavily slammed both palms on the ground. Kuchios, Sunju Rashomon. Summoning Art, Triple Rashomon. Hom Long Long. Accompanied by heaven-shaking thunderous sound, the ground unceasingly started to vibrate. Shortly afterwards numerous cracks appeared on the ground in front of Ren Tian Yu, and 3 huge gates suddenly grow from the ground completely blocking Ren Tian Yu from the front. After that the attacks of 2 god-ranked experts immediately collide against these strange huge gates, and a loud sound of explosion rang out. When the dusts of explosion dispersed and the vision was finally restored, everyone of Shiman clan couldn't help but open up their mouth widely because of great surprise. They saw that strange huge gates that had appeared from the ground in front of Ren Tian Yu had successfully blocked the attack of Shiman Shu and Shiman Shinbua. And from these huge gates, death aura was unceasingly spreading in all direction, and especially that terrifying huge face on the gates, made them sense even more terror. At this time, they suddenly discovered that the mysterious person who had attacked them had appeared above that huge gate, and was facing towards them. And at the mouth location of mask, they clearly saw a cruel smile. Ren Tian Yu quickly made a series of hand seals, then after completing making a hand seals, he brought his hand near his mouth, then a huge fire covering the range of 20 meter advanced towards the clansmen of Shiman clan. Katan, Goka Mekyaku. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. What? Fire system ability. Seeing the sudden appearance of huge flame, Shiman Shu and Shiman Shinbua were so surprised that their mouths were wide open. I'll block it, number 2, quickly prepare your magic. Shiman Shu anxiously spoke, then his body flashed, appeared in front, and released a huge amount of his aura which spread in all direction. Domain, Dragon Origin. With Shiman Shu's body being the center, a space fluctuation started to spread in all direction, and being inside this domain, the peoples of Shiman clan immediately discovered that the world around their surroundings seemed to change. It felt as if a huge energy dragon was unceasingly wandering at the side of their body, and also they sensed that their body was somewhat heavy, and finally they felt that it was a little bit harder to control their own body. This was Shiman Shu's domain, Dragon Origin. With his own power of blood lineage, he combined his insights, and formed a special domain space. Anyone caught in his domain were terrorized by the immense might of dragon energy, and that dragon energy of this domain was also not to be trifled with, as once it encountered the enemy, they would immediately pounce on, and thoroughly devour that enemy. And on the outside, Ren Tian Yu only saw that his Goka Mekyaku, majestic destroyer flame, suddenly stopped at 5 meters away from the peoples of Shiman clan, as if something suddenly blocked it. Huh? What's going on? Seeing his ninjutsu was oddly stopped, Ren Tian Yu was quite surprised and bewildered, then underneath his mask, his Sharingan changed into Mangekyo Sharingan. So it was like this. After carefully observing for a while, an understanding light flashed in his eyes. Under his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could clearly see that countless molecular energy from Shiman Shu were spreading all around him, and the 5-meter radius space around him had changed into a special energy domain. These energies were extremely concentrated and very small, the eyes of ordinary person was powerless to see it, but under the Mangekyo Sharingan of Ren Tian Yu, it nevertheless had nowhere to hide. And all of these energies were under the control of Shiman Shu, it could attack and defend, and was extremely powerful. If an ordinary person accidentally fell into this domain, then that person would be directly swallowed by this energy without leaving a single residue. It seems this should be the domain of God-ranked expert, still truly mystical. However, I should not let him work overtime. Ren Tian Yu crooked his head and carefully thought. At this time, Ren Tian Yu suddenly sensed a bone-piercing coldness from the location where people of Shiman clan were located. Even Ren Tian Yu himself couldn't help but shudder. Lifting his head, he looked, and saw that from the middle position of clansmen of Shiman clan, a huge layer of ice were quickly spreading in all direction. Ice element saint spell, freeze over 1,000 li. Along with the voice of Shiman Shinbua, all around them immediately changed into a world of ice and snow. And the fire-style ninjutsu was also completely destroyed by this ice system magic. Chapter 94, Dojutsu, Amaterasu. Along with the quick spread of this huge layer of ice, it rapidly reached to the Rashomon which was underneath Ren Tian Yu. Then along with the ka-ka clear sound of freezing, this layer of ice rapidly froze this Rashomon and this freezing quickly extend towards him. Not good. The eyes of Ren Tian Yu flashed with shock, then the space ring in his right hand immediately flashed with radiances, and a picture scroll and writing brush appeared in his hands. After that Ren Tian Yu immediately opened the picture scroll, and using the writing brush with his right hand, he quickly started to draw. Very quickly the drawing took the form of an ink-colored eagle. Then throwing away writing brush he quickly made hand seals. Ninpo, Choju Giga. Ninja Art, Super Beast Scroll. Along with the completion of this ninjutsu, the painted eagle looked like it suddenly came back to life, immediately flapped its wing and flew out from the scroll. Then it carried Ren Tian Yu on its back and quickly flew in the sky. Just after Ren Tian Yu had flew in the sky, the Rashomons on the ground were completely frozen. After that, with a kacha kacha sound, it shattered into small pieces and dissipated into the air. What a terrifying ice system energy, actually capable enough to freeze and disintegrate my Rashomons. Looking at the disintegrated Rashomons, Ren Tian Yu was shocked. With regard to the defense capacity of Rashomons, Ren Tian Yu was perfectly clear, but now this ice system energy was actually able to completely freeze and disintegrated it. From this it was thus clear that to what extent the cold was. You all stay here, you must not set foot inside my layer of ice. Shimen Shinbua turned his head towards the younger generation of Shimen clan, and said. Then he, Shimen Shu and other 3 saint-ranked warriors directly flew after Ren Tian Yu. Number 2, did you notice? In the sky, Shimen Shu suddenly came next to Shimen Shinbua and asked. And, from the very beginning this guy have already used sand system, wind system and fire system, these 3 types of energies. And with the exception of wind system, other 2 is already at the level of at least god rank standard. But from the very beginning this guy had never flew in the sky, and it is a common knowledge that after reaching a minimum of saint rank, anyone can be able to fly freely. Shimen Shinbua nodded his head and replied. Correct, for the beginning we are attacking him in succession, but he never flew in the air. And when your freeze over 1,000 li appeared, finally he summoned this strange bird, and sitting on its back he flew in the sky. This clearly explained the reason behind why he isn't flying. It means that it's not like he don't want to fly, but he can't fly. Shimen Shu and Shimen Shinbua simultaneously said in unison. After that both of them looked at each other. Although this guess is extremely hard to believe, nevertheless it's extremely possible. We can use this weakness against him. Yes. Shimen Shinbua answered. Then immediately started to chant an incantation, and Shimen Shu also immediately sent the gold-colored sword energy flying towards Ren Tian Yu, no, towards the huge bird beneath Ren Tian Yu. And the 3 saint-ranked bodyguards also got command from Shimen Shu, so they also immediately send out several battle chi towards that huge bird beneath Ren Tian Yu. Seeing the target of their attack, Ren Tian Yu was surprised and bewildered, then he immediately commanded the ink eagle to quickly dodge, and was successfully able to dodge their attacks in succession. But at that time, suddenly the breaking through the void sound came from behind him. Looking behind, he saw a huge ice system ice dragon had appeared behind them. And it was advanced towards Ren Tian Yu in a high speed by flapped its huge wings. Ren Tian Yu, who was riding on the back of Ink Eagle, immediately jumped down in the air. Just after he had jumped out from its body, the huge ice dragon swallowed this Ink Eagle. Success. Seeing his magic had successfully destroyed its target, Shimen Shinbua was excitedly yelled. But this excitement of his was suddenly interrupted by the following change. Ren Tian Yu again took out a picture scroll, and again using Ninpo, Choju Giga, Ninja Art, Super Beast Scroll, another Ink Eagle flew out and Ren Tian Yu just landed on its back and flew again. What? The smile of Shimen Shinbua thoroughly froze, and he didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. It seems they already discovered. Standing on the back of Ink Eagle, Ren Tian Yu thought, and inside his heart decided to become serious. It cannot be delayed any longer, let's kill this annoying mage first. Ren Tian Yu firmly stared at that god-ranked Shimen Shinbua. The magic of this fellow was extremely troublesome for Ren Tian Yu. So he decided to kill this mage first. Since it's like this, before anything let's use this move. Underneath the mask, the right eye of Ren Tian Yu suddenly released a formidable eye power, then his right eye became bloodshot, and looked extremely frightening. However, the mask had obstructed others from seeing this, so no one could see this. Taijutsu, Amaterasu. Along with the voice of Ren Tian Yu, the space around the left hand of Shiman X Sinbo suddenly started to fluctuate for a moment, and a black-colored flame suddenly appeared, then that black flame immediately covered the left arm of Shiman Shinbo. Ah! Along with this sudden appearance of flame, Shiman Shinbo gave a horrible shriek. And he immediately released a huge amount of ice system magical power towards his arm to put out this flame, but the unexpected thing was this flame didn't get extinguished even after it encountered his formidable ice system magical power, and the fire actually was getting bigger and already surrounded his entire left arm. This was indeed one of the power of his two eyes, Taijutsu of right eye, Amaterasu. This jutsu produces a black-colored flame at the focal point of the user's vision. Once this flame starts to burn, it couldn't be extinguished with anything. And until it didn't burn to death its target it would never extinguish, and everything in this world including energies were just a burning ingredient for this flame, that's all. Number 2. Seeing the miserable condition of Shiman Shinbo, Shiman Shu cried out in alarm, and hastily flew at his side. And then he thought to use his hand covered with battle chi to extinguish this flame in the hand of Shiman Shinbo. Don't come here. But he didn't expect it that Shiman Shinbo would yell in a painful voice to stop his steps. Then he said, Number 1, don't use energy, this flame is quite strange, just cut off my arm quickly. But Number 2. Hearing Shiman Shinbo, Shiman Shu hesitated, must he really cut off the hand of his own younger brother with his own hand? Quickly on Number 1, wait until this flame swallow my entire body, and I am dead. Compared to losing a life, losing a hand is much better. Shiman Shinbo cried, and urged Shiman Shu to quickly move. Shiman Shu gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and with a quick slash from the dragon's sword in his right hand, the left arm of Shiman Shinbo which was covered with black flame was immediately cut off. Ha! Shiman Shinbo let out a blood-curdling scream. And the blood started to unceasingly flow out from the cut-off left arm. Number 2. Shiman Shu hastily flew to the side of Shiman Shinbo, caught his body, then poured his battle chi on the wound of left arm of Shiman Shinbo, temporarily preventing the blood loss from the wound. Ren Tian Yu got down on one knee on the back of Ink Eagle, then right hand covered the right eye location of the mask. Now he was feeling a stinging pain in his pupil of right eye. I didn't expect even after the system had eliminated the side effects, the pain is still this strong, after using this Taijutsu. I truly couldn't imagine if the system had not reduced the pain and normal side effects, what kind of sensation I would be feeling after using Taijutsu. Still. Ren Tian Yu stared at the cut-off arm of Shiman Shinbo, and the corner of his mouth started to twitch unceasingly. I never expected Amaterasu would miss the target. I originally wanted to hit his head and finish him off, but it instead hit on his arm. It completely missed the target. Is it because this is the first time I have used Amaterasu? Even so he at least lost his arm, and his fighting capacity greatly reduced. Second grandfather, are you okay? Shiman Yuer flew at the side of Shiman Shinbo, and asked nervously. I'm okay Yuer. You should slow down, you are not capable enough to take part in this battle. After his blood flow from his wound was stopped, Shiman Shinbo got up, and looking at Shiman Yuer with a pale face, he replied. But. Go down. Shiman Shinbo coldly snorted and interrupted Shiman Yuer. Okay. Shiman Yuer couldn't help but retreat and go down. Number 1, summon them. Shiman Shinbo turned his head towards Shiman Shu and said. Now that is our only choice. Shiman Shu couldn't help but agree. He had never thought that this matter would develop to current condition. After finished speaking, Shiman Shu and Shiman X Sinbo looked at each other, then they simultaneously released a huge amount of energy, and gradually two huge black holes appeared in the sky. Come out, our partner. Aoo, oo. T.L, roar of the dragon. After both Shiman Shu and Shiman Shinbo yelled, two extremely loud dragon roars suddenly came out from inside that two black hole. Chapter 95, Combination Ninjutsu. Along with the two thunderous dragon roar, two huge dragon heads suddenly drilled out from inside that black hole, and shortly afterwards along with the heads, their whole bodies also slowly squeezed out formed that black hole. Along with the appearance of these two huge dragons, the horrifying might of these two dragons spread in all direction. Due to this dragon might, Shimenuera and others couldn't help but felt that their body were heavy, and immense pressure was pushing down on their body. Both of their legs started bent a bit, and were being forced to slowly kneel on the ground by this pressure. Why did you two brothers summon us? Both huge dragons flapped their huge wings and flew next to Shimen Shinbua and Shimen Shu, and one huge dragon whose whole body was completely gold color opened its huge mouth and asked question in human language. And just at that time, its huge dragon eye noticed the cut-off arm of Shimen Shinbua, and furthermore the destroyed surroundings underneath them. Seeing these, that huge gold-colored dragon couldn't refrain from becoming surprised and bewildered. Shinbua, what happened to your arm? Why cut off? Exactly, quickly tell us who did it, actually dared to injure the contractor of Great Frost Dragon, Daixineo. Look how I will tear him into shreds. Remaining huge dragon whose body was completely ice-white in color, and was releasing terrifying cold air, opened up its huge dragon mouth and spoke in rage. Adelaide, Daixineo, we summoned you because this time we met an extremely formidable enemy. Due to that we had no choice but to summon you to lend us your strength. Shimen Shu looked towards two huge dragons and spoke. Is that formidable enemy, that masked guy over there? Golden huge dragon Adelaide looked towards the direction of distant Ren Tian Yu, and asked doubtfully. Yes, that's him. You must not look down upon him, that guy can use sand system, fire system, and wind system, these three types of energy, and in addition we do not know whether he still have any hidden strength. Also he can use a kind of terrifying black flame, you could say that there is nothing that couldn't be burned by that flame, and also this back flame can't be extinguished. My arm was precisely cut off for that reason. Shimen Shinbua stared straight at Ren Tian Yu, and intense hatred could be seen on his face. Flame. Shinbua, even under your strength you are in this condition. A mere flame defeated you, my untold hardships to help you obtain ice system energy is really wasted. Hearing Shimen Shinbua, Frost Dragon Daixineo said in disappointed manner. That is not the case, Daixineo, you must not underestimate this flame. My ice system magical power couldn't extinguish this flame, instead it became the fuel to the flame. If you don't believe me, look there, that black flame is still burning till now without disappearing. Shimen Shinbua explained to Daixinbo. Hearing Shimen Shinbua, Daixinbo turned its huge head downwards to look, then it saw that the extremely evil-looking black flame was still burning in the middle of the ice and snow world created by Shimen Shinbua. All the surrounding ice-cold hard layer of ice were slowly being burnt without leaving anything, and the Amaterasu flame was also getting bigger and bigger. Looking at this black flame, Daixineo just snorted with disdain while releasing an ice-cold breath from its nostrils. After that it opened its huge mouth and released its terrifying ice-cold dragon breath. Because of this dragon breath, the air around started to froze into the pieces of ice cubes. After releasing its dragon breath, Daixineo had an expression of complete confidence with itself, but the result nevertheless nearly made its huge dragon eyeballs to pop out and drop in the ground. Its dragon breath, as if a moth darting into the flame, was completely swallowed by that black flame. What? Seeing the end result of its dragon breath, Daixineo cried out in alarm. And the golden dragon Adelaide also didn't dare to believe what he had just seen with its own eyes. It clearly knew the coldness degree of the dragon breath of Frost Dragon Daixineo. It could be said that the ordinary flame couldn't even come close to its body, and even the fire system magic of God-ranked fire system magician could hardly have any effect on its body. Yet now this little unassuming black flame actually directly swallowed up the dragon breath of Daixineo, and also after swallowing this dragon breath, the flame became bigger. In the end, what kind of strange fame is this? Humph, want to extinguish my Amaterasu, you still have a long way to go. Looking at the move of this frost dragon, Ren Tian Yu snorted with disdain. But inside his heart nevertheless became cautious. Originally there were only 2 god-ranked experts, which was already quite bad, but now he have to deal with additional 2 god-ranked horrifying huge dragons. The battle was going to be even more difficult. We just have to watch out for that guy's flame, and that will be enough. Shimin Shu turned his head towards Adelaide and said, "We should hurry, if this get drag on for a long period of time, it will be more disadvantageous for us. The injury of number 2 is only temporarily suppressed, and he cannot fight for long time." "Fine, get on my back and let's start." Gold Dragon Adelaide answered, then called Shimin Shu to get on its back. Shimin Shu immediately jumped on the back of Adelaide, and his gold-colored battle chi harmoniously combined with gold-colored dragon power of Gold Dragon's body. And they looked just like a golden sun in the sky, and illuminated all the surrounding space. Ayo! Golden Dragon let out a loud dragon roar, then the dragon power around its body suddenly rose sharply, then carrying Shimin Shu on its back, it quickly advanced towards Ren Tian Yu. "We should also." Tightly holding the magic wand with his remaining right hand, Shimin Shinbua also flew and landed on the back of Frost Dragon, and spoke. "Rest assured Shinbua, look how I'll avenge you." Daixineo said to Shimin Shinbua, then directly followed the figure of Gold Dragon, and advanced towards Ren Tian Yu. Group brawl. I'm also not alone. Looking at the incoming 2 huge dragons and 2 brothers of Shimin clan, Ren Tian Yu immediately made a series of hand seals in a high-speed, Ninpo, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Ninja art, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Along with the ping sound, the white smoke appeared, and at the side of Ren Tian Yu, a single person having the identical appearance of Ren Tian Yu appeared. And he thought, dividing into many shadow clone would only waste my chakra, besides in current situation only one shadow clone is enough to deal. After using shadow clone, Ren Tian Yu and his shadow clone both started to make a series of hand seals at the same time. After both of them completed their hand seals, Ren Tian Yu and his shadow clone simultaneously roared. Katan, Ryuan Hoka no Jutsu. Fire Style, Dragon Flame Caterwall. Aoo, oo. Along with the several loud roar of the dragon, a dozen or so dragon-shaped flame was spiked out from the mouth of Ren Tian Yu and his shadow clone, and they advanced towards incoming Shimin Shinbua, Shimin Shu and their dragons. Looking at this attack, Golden Dragon Adelaide became serious, and said towards Shimin Shu on its back, "Incoming, make preparation." "I understand." Shimin Shinbua immediately answered. This dragon was his partner for a very long periods of time, so even without communication with their mouth, they could easily sense what each other wanted to say, so he clearly knew what he should do. Draconic Shield. The mouth of Adelaide opened and closed, quickly chanting the incanting, then very quickly huge gold-colored light shield appeared in front of them. Then the attack of Ren Tian Yu hit on this shield, and immediately numerous ripples started to appear on this light shield. The light screen was unceasingly becoming weaker under the impact of the attack, and after a bit of time, it almost became transparent. What? Gold Dragon Adelaide was shocked beyond words, it didn't expect that its draconic shield would actually got almost destroyed this easily under the attack. Seeing this it was so scared that, without losing any time, it poured out huge amount of its energy to maintain this draconic shield as long as possible. Looking at the plight of Adelaide, Shimin Shu immediately gave up the preparation of his next attack, and yelled loudly, "Domain, Dragon Origin." Swish! The invisible energy fluctuated under the control of Shimin Shu, and that energy condensed in front of them, and changed it into an energy shield to help Adelaide to block the attack of Ren Tian Yu. No kidding, this Katan, Ryuan Hoka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Caterwall, was a ranked fire style ninjutsu. When Uchina Madara had used this ninjutsu, although Tsunade was able to successfully block this attack, but all the remaining energy of her forbidden jutsu, Byakugo no Jutsu, the 100 Healings Jutsu, were completely exhausted. At present although Ren Tian Yu was far away in strength compared to Uchiha Madara, but even in that case it was not that easy to block this attack of Ren Tian Yu. Number 2, we will stop this attack first. Both you and Daixineo quickly make a move, you must not give him any time to attack again. Understood. Shimin Shinbua answered. After that the Frost Dragon Daixineo directly bypassed Shimin Shu and advanced towards Ren Tian Yu. And simultaneously on the back of that Frost Dragon, Shimin Shinbua started to chant incantation. Draconic Magic, Ice Storm. Shimin Shinbua and Frost Dragon simultaneously yelled, then the air suddenly became cold, after that the cold icy aura gradually appeared in the sky, and changed into a huge ice and frost tornado column which advanced towards Ren Tian Yu. Looking at the incoming ice storm, Ren Tian Yu and his shadow clone simultaneously make a move. Wind Style, Rasengan. Suetun, Hahanryu. Water Style, Ripping Torrent. Combination Jutsu, Gufu Suka no Jutsu. Combination Jutsu, Art of the Hurricane Vortex. Along with the voice of Ren Tian Yu, a huge water column suddenly appeared in front, and the wind-style ninjutsu, Rasengan was combined with it. This turned into a huge tornado of water column which was surrounded with wind. Then this jutsu advanced towards the incoming ice storm. Chapter 96, Gyaku Kuchios no Jutsu, Reverse Summoning Jutsu. After the huge tornado water column and icy storm of Shimin Shinbua collided with each other, both of these two energies refused to budge, and the energies on these attacks were consumed, and then both of them vanished. After that Shimin Shinbua immediately started at the direction at where Ren Tian Yu was before. At this time, Shimin Shinbua suddenly heard a sound was coming through above his head. When he looked up, he saw that mysterious person had appeared above his head, and his right hand was coming towards him which was holding a round energy ball. Not good. Ice-cold path. Seeing Ren Tian Yu above his head, Shimin Shinbua immediately used his life-saving magic. A large amount of ice-white-colored cold ice radiance came out from his body which burst out behind him making a long path of ice backwards, and his body along with the appearance of this ice path, changed into a blur and go along this long ice path advancing backward. Many figure of Shimin Shinbua appeared on this ice path, and Ren Tian Yu was unable to differentiate which one was real body. Odama Rasengan, Giant Rasengan. Ren Tian Yu yelled, and his Odama Rasengan directly attacked the back of Frost Dragon Daixineo. Immediately after that a horrible scream was heard, as the attack of Ren Tian Yu had landed on the huge dragon body of Frost Dragon, and it sent flying down towards the ground. On the other side, the real body of Ren Tian Yu also appeared above both Shimin Shu and his golden dragon. His right hand similarly had an Odama Rasengan, Giant Rasengan, and it was advancing towards them. But the reaction speed of Shimin Shu was faster compared to Shimin Shinbua. He lifted his right hand, and waved his right hand which was holding his huge dragon sword which was covered with his gold-colored battle chi towards Ren Tian Yu. But at this moment, Shimin Shu suddenly saw the blood-red color at the eye location of the mask, then suddenly felt something wrong with his body, and the sight in front of his eyes suddenly changed. Then he felt that the line of his vision became a bit dim, and suddenly in front of him appeared a huge gold-colored snake, and that snake tightly warped around his body making him impossible to move. This is illusion. Feeling the changes on his body, Shimin Shu was panic-stricken inside his heart and muttered to himself. He didn't think that outside of magic, Ren Tian Yu could actually use such profound illusions too. Without wasting any time, Shimin Shu gathered all the spiritual power inside his body in his brain, and prepared to forcefully break the illusion of Ren Tian Yu. The golden dragon Adelaide also sensed the changes, so without wasting any time it also gathered its gold-colored dragon power. Both of you are too slow. At that moment, the voice of Ren Tian Yu came, then the body of Ren Tian Yu penetrated golden dragon Adelaide's hastily gathered gold-colored dragon power which had formed into a shield, and heavily hit on its dragon back, and immediately sending it flying down towards the ground, and at the same time, the right leg kicked the face of Shimin Shu, and was sent flying too. After that Ren Tian Yu and his shadow clone both landed on the ground, then looking at the both huge dragon which was brought down with his Odama Rasengan, he and his shadow clone again started to make a series of hand seals in a high speed. After about 5 seconds both of them completed their preparation at the same time. Raitun, Chuchu Shirbari. Lightning style, 4-pillar trap. The ground around the two huge dragons started to shake violently, then, ka sound could be heard, and 4 huge stone pillars suddenly stuck out from the ground. After that immense lightning stuck out from those 4 stone pillars, and firmly bind up both huge dragon. Ayo! Destable. Feeling a numb sensation on their body, Dix and Ao and Adelaide simultaneously growled, and struggled to get out from the middle of these 4 stone pillars. Don't imagine that it's possible for you to success. Seeing both huge dragon were struggling to free themselves, Ren Tian Yu loudly yelled and simultaneously made a series of hand seals. He had obtained this rare chance with difficulty, so how could he let them struggle free this easily? Doton, Nentsuchi Otoshi. Earth style, mud fall. Along with the loud yell, 2 big portals suddenly opened above the 2 struggling huge dragons, then a large amount of mud spewed down onto those huge dragons. Then without any pause, Ren Tian Yu and his shadow clone again made a series of hand seals, Raitun, Jurakuchu Shirbari. Lightning style, 16-pillar trap. Along with the completion of this ninjutsu, suddenly several giant pillars appeared which then formed a giant oven-like structure around those 2 huge dragon who were covered with mud, and this structure trapped those 2 huge dragon inside. After that Ren Tian Yu and his shadow clone jumped and landed on 2 stone pillars, then again simultaneously made a series of hand seals in a high speed. Your father will change you into a porcelain, Katan, Suyaki no Jutsu. Fire style, biscuit firing jutsu. Along with the completion of this ninjutsu, inside the 2 structure, suddenly a huge flame started to burn, and simultaneously the 2 huge dragon let out a severe horrible shriek from inside. Hoo! Ren Tian Yu was panting heavily. After going through this fight, he had consumed a large amount of chakra, and the shadow clone at his side also changed into a white smoke with a pang sound and disappeared. But even now he still had not achieved his objective. At that moment, Ren Tian Yu suddenly sensed something unusual, and immediately he jumped up and left the stone pillar. After Ren Tian Yu had just left the stone pillar, ice-cold layer of ice covered that stone pillar where he was standing just a moment ago, and then with a cracking sound, that stone pillar disintegrated turning into ice sediments. Shimin Shinbua and Shimin Shu flew at the side of 2 huge stone prison and yelled inside, Adelaide, are you alight? Dix and Ao, are you all okay? At that moment, the 2 huge stone prisons suddenly gave out a ka cracking sound. Shimin Shinbua and Shimin Shu was stupefied, but without losing any time, they quickly flew back. Just after both of them had retreated, with a pang sound those 2 stone prison thoroughly disintegrated, and at those 2 place, 2 porcelain statue of 2 huge dragon appeared. Dix and Ao. Adelaide. Witnessing this, both Shimin Shu and Shimin Shinbua simultaneously roared loudly, but subsequently they could still felt the contractual relation between them. After sensing this, both of them simultaneously heave a sigh of relief, because they could still clearly sense the existence of contract, and also from their mental perception they could still discover the life force inside this 2 statue. This explained that those 2 dragons still hadn't died. Dix and Ao, you wait, I will come to help you. Sensing the life force of Dix and Ao was still present, Shimin Shinbua excitedly spoke, then tightly held his magic wand and was ready to cast the spell to save them, but was immediately stopped by Shimin Shu. Don't, number 2. Shimin Shu stopped Shimin Shinbua, you must not behave this way. Their body is thoroughly surrounded, even to the extent that those things have already entered inside their body. If we rashly break exterior layer of stone, their body might also torn into pieces along with the exterior stones. Then what should we do? Hearing Shimin Shu, Shimin Shinbua anxiously asked. We can only have faith on them, wait for them to force out those things from within their body and break through the exterior stone layer. Now we must focus on disposing this troublesome fellow. Shimin Shu turned towards Ren Tian Yu and said with a gloomy complexion. On the other side, Ren Tian Yu saw that both huge dragons were finally trapped temporarily, and released a sigh of relief. Without these 2 troublesome little lizard, the pressure on me also got smaller. However, I need to replenish my chakra first before anything. The space ring on his right hand flashed with light, and then a huge scroll appeared in his hand. After that he opened that scroll, bit his thumb, and quickly made a series of hand seal, Gyaku Kuchios no Jutsu. Reverse Summoning Jutsu. Pine. Along with a large amount of white smoke, another Ren Tian Yu who was sitting cross-legged and was also wearing black-colored windbreaker with cloud pattern on it, suddenly appeared above the scroll. Chapter 97, Susanoo. Kai. Ren Tian Yu made a hand seal, then Ren Tian Yu who was sitting cross-legged on the ground changed into a white smoke and disappeared. An originally almost dried-up chakra of Ren Tian Yu instantly replenished. Now there is no other ways left to replenish my chakra, so I should end this fight as soon as possible. Sensing that his almost exhausted chakra was successfully replenished, Ren Tian Yu thought inside his heart. This chakra replenish method was used by Naruto in the Naruto world when he was fighting against pain. Ren Tian Yu had also created a single shadow clone prior to this battle, and let him wait and gather the chakra at a safe secret location. Then Ren Tian Yu used Gyaku Kuchios no Jutsu, reverse summoning jutsu, to summon it and release this shadow clone, and chakra gathered by that shadow clone was naturally transferred to him, replenishing his exhausted chakra. As Ren Tian Yu had not yet reached the level of Naruto, so he was unable to gather strong power of Sage Mode, and also he could only leave single shadow clone to gather chakra. So now he had no other way to replenish his chakra, as a result he must end this fight now. Who? Ren Tian Yu secretly breathed in, then quickly dashed towards Shimanshu and Shimanshinbua. And simultaneously he quickly made a series of hand seals, Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu. Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Ren Tian Yu right hand was near his mouth, then he spit out a huge dragon-shaped flame from his mouth directly towards Shimanshinbua and Shimanshu. Shimanshinbua and Shimanshu simultaneously jumped out from the stone pillar and successfully dodged the attack, and the dragon flame jutsu of Ren Tian Yu instantly hit those stone pillars, successfully destroying it. Water Magic Arts, Surging Waves. Shimanshinbua flew in the sky, and instantly complete the preparation of strong water system magic spell. Immediately after that countless water system elements gathered quickly, and a huge water waves appeared from the ground and flooded towards Ren Tian Yu. Ren Tian Yu immediately dodged this attack by jumping towards the sky, but at this time suddenly a gold-colored light beam appeared in front of Ren Tian Yu. Then that light beam disappeared and Shimanshu appeared in that place, and waved his huge dragon sword which was covered with gold-colored radiances towards Ren Tian Yu. Take a hike. Shimanshu roared, as he slashed his huge sword towards Ren Tian Yu using his both hands. From the earlier time he had waited for this opportunity, so this one attack naturally contained his full power. Hidden underneath the mask, Ren Tian Yu was quite calm even after seeing this formidable surprise attack of Shimanshu advancing towards him. And a powerful I-power suddenly gushed out from both of his Mangekyo Sharingan, and outside the body of Ren Tian Yu, suddenly appeared a purplish-red colored energy layer completely surrounding his body, and this energy quickly formed a skeleton shape. And the attack of Shimanshu hit this skeleton, and immediately gave out a metal colliding sound. Then Shimanshu felt a powerful vibrating rebound on his hands, and then he was sent flying backwards due to this rebound force. T.L. Yeah. Finally Susanoo. Falling back on the ground, Shimanshu retreated several steps backwards to stabilize himself from this vibrating rebound force. After stabilizing himself with great difficulty, he raised his head, and looking in front of him, a fear appeared in his face. What is that? On the ground, Ren Tian Yu was completely surrounded by skeleton from head to toe, and his whole body was releasing a powerful evil aura. Shortly afterwards the purplish-red colored energy surrounding Ren Tian Yu suddenly rose sharply, and continuously gathered a huge amount of energy, then along with the kacha-kacha sound, a half-body huge skeleton which was several meters high appeared around Ren Tian Yu. Afterwards at this skeleton, suddenly countless dense energy thread appeared, and these energy threads surrounded the entire skeleton. After that this skeleton was covered with huge red-colored flame armor which was releasing fire. There was a sharp huge horn at the head of this giant, and a huge helmet covered its head. And two lights suddenly flashed at the location of eyes. In the right hand of this giant, it held a huge bottle gourd, and in left hand, it held a huge smooth mirror shield. Along with the awakening of this giant, it raised its head towards the sky, and released a loud roar towards the heaven. Hum! A huge energy fluctuation spread towards all direction in a high speed with this giant as a center. And the grounds around it as if crushed by the roller scattered into a small pieces. This was the ultimate Taijutsu of both eyes of Ren Tian Yu eyes, Susanoo. The appearance of Susanoo was like this because Ren Tian Yu had chosen the Mangekyo Sharingan of Okaha Itachi, and this had great effect on the appearance of the Susanoo of Ren Tian Yu. Ren Tian Yu felt huge amount of power around him, although this power far surpassed Ren Tian Yu's own power, nevertheless he was capable of completely controlling all these powers. He felt that he could perfectly wield every bits of the power of this Susanoo. Is this the power of Susanoo? Feeling that the power was continuously pouring out from his eyes, Ren Tian Yu lifted up his right hand and talked to himself. This power really is fascinating, but looking at the continuously decreasing value of blindness, this clearly reminded him the side effect of using Susanoo. I should resolve this fight as soon as possible. Ren Tian Yu raised his right hand, and he saw that the right hand of his Susanoo also followed the movement of his right hand and lifted its right hand. Shortly afterwards a huge flame-light sword blade appeared form inside the bottle gourd in its right hand. This was the first magic weapon of Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Tatsuka Blade. Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Tatsuka Blade, also known as Sakagari no Tachi, Sakagari Longsword, was actually not physical, metallic form magic weapon, it was ethereal weapon with an enchanted blade capable of sucking the target it pierces inside the bottle gourd that Susanoo carries and seals it for eternity in a genjutsu world. Ren Tian Yu slowly walked towards the direction of Shimen Shu and Shimen Shinbua. Looking at that incomparably huge energy giant, Shimen Shu and Shimen Shinbua felt incomparable huge amount of pressure. Number 1, what the hell is that? Shimen Shinbua said towards Shimen Shu with an agonized face. I also don't know, I have never seen such thing before. Shimen Shu shook his head and he also had a bitter expression on his face. Number 2, you must be careful, you should have also seen the defense power of this guy just a moment ago, I was actually sent flying backwards with just a rebound. And according to the build of this guy's body, his attack power is also absolutely not weak. We are powerless to fight him head-on, we should wait for Dioxaneo and Adelaide, and after that it would be easy to handle him. Shimen Shinbua said helplessly, now they could only stall for some time. That's fine, first let's hold the steps of this guy. Shimen Shu answered, then he directly rushed towards Ren Tian Yu at full speed. Looking at incoming Shimen Shu, disdain flashed in the eyes of Ren Tian Yu, then he waved his raised right hands and following his movement, Susanoo also waved its right hand which was holding the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Tatsuka blade. Shortly afterwards a huge fiery red-colored sword blade advanced towards Shimen Shu while slashing the ground. Seeing the attack of huge sword blade, the body of Shimen Shu flashed and successfully dodged the attack, and then he quickly gathered gold-colored battle chi. War Dragon, Ascend to Heaven Chop. A huge sword blade of light along with a huge golden windstorm advanced towards Ren Tian Yu. But he just raised the left arm of Susanoo, then the shield equipped at left hand of Susanoo flashed with light, after that the attack of Shimen Shu hit this shield and disappeared without any effect. This was the second magic weapon of Ren Tian Yu's Susanoo, Yada no Kagami, Yada Mirror. This magic weapon could defend any attack, which includes soul attack, physical attack, and every other kind of attacks including ninjutsu attack. Absolute Zero. At this time, the voice of Shimen Shinbua came from behind, then incomparable cold wind blew towards Susanoo, shortly afterwards those innumerable ice elements quickly condensed, and layers of ice quickly appeared on the body of Susanoo, then the Susanoo was thoroughly frozen solid, and was turned into a huge ice sculpture. Is it successful? Looking at the frozen solid Susanoo, simultaneously a same thought flashed in the mind of Shimin Shinbua and Shimin Shu, but the next scene thoroughly broke their hope. They saw the ice layer of frozen solid Susanoo suddenly started to disintegrate with ka-ka cracking sound. Then due to the huge energy fluctuation from Susanoo's body, the layer of ice thoroughly disappeared instantly from its body. Chapter 98, 4 Big Forbidden Magic Spells. What? How is this possible? Looking at his finishing blow, Absolute Zero being directly destroyed this easily, Shimin Shinbua was unable to accept this outcome for a while. Is this your strongest attack? You really disappoint me. Getting rid of those layers of ice, Ren Tian Yu said with disappointment. In the end, just who are you? Looking at Susanoo as if it was Devil King, Shimin Shu stared towards Ren Tian Yu with hideous face, and asked in a stern voice. I have already stated, I am the person that will take your life, and as for my identity, you can ask that to Death God. Ren Tian Yu finished speaking, and continued his steps towards the member of Shimin clan. When the younger generation of Shimin clan saw the present plight of their great elder and second elder whom they worship at ordinary times, each and every one of them were completely terrified. And seeing the advancing Ren Tian Yu, they could sense a scythe of Death God was approaching towards their direction. Number 1, what should we do now? Shimin Shinbua nervously asked Shimin Shu who was at his side. Right now he was completely out of ideas. I also don't know. If Diaxaneo and Adelaide were able to escape from that trap now, we could gather the power of us 4 God-ranked experts, and perhaps we might be able to break through his defense. Shimin Shu shook his head, and expressed that he also didn't have any measure. Shortly afterwards he raised his head and looked over to porcelain statue of 2 huge dragons, with eyes full of expectation. And just when Zim Shu had finished speaking, the mud plaster around the body of both Diaxaneo and Adelaide started to slowly disintegrate, and a ka-ka scattering into pieces sound rang out. Ping! All the mud plaster thoroughly changed into a powder and dissipated in the air. Aoo, aoo, 2 loud dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth, and this sound immediately aroused the original low moral of member of Shimin clan. Very good, God-ranked dragons of elders broke out from the trap. Yes, now we are saved. Adelaide, Diaxaneo, you finally came out. If you hadn't come out, both of us would have been thoroughly wiped out. Shimin Shu looked at 2 huge dragons with excitement and said. Sorry to keep you waiting for a long time. Adelaide and Diaxaneo flapped their huge wings and flew at the side of Shimin Shu and Shimin Shinbua and apologized. It's okay, we still need to think how to deal this guy. Shimin Shinbua said towards Diaxaneo. Even though we were trapped, we could see what was happening on outside, so we know the circumstance of this battle. From the battle state just a moment ago, we know that not only the attack power of this guy extremely formidable, but even his defense power is also extremely terrifying. Now I think there is only one way left, that is all 4 of us attacking him simultaneously with our strongest move, and perhaps our combination attack may break through his defense. Adelaide said with serious tone. In that case, we should act quickly. If we delay any longer, that guy will arrive in front of us. Shimin Shu agreed the idea of Adelaide, because it seemed that was their only choice in this circumstance. Good, then quickly get on our back, we should seize this time and make our move. Adelaide spoke without wasting any time. Immediately Shimin Shinbua and Shimin Shu got on the back of their respective dragons, after that both Adelaide and Diaxaneo simultaneously flapped their huge wings and flew in the sky. Then both Diaxaneo and Shimin Shinbua quickly started to chant magic incantation, and innumerable ice system elements of the air gathered around them. Adelaide also opened its huge dragon mouth and started to chant the incantation, and prepared to use a high-level draconic magic of Dragon Clan. And Shimin Shu held his dragon sword vertically above his head and he started to pour a huge amount of his gold-colored battle chi on his dragon sword. And after a while, a powerful sword chi appeared from this huge dragon sword. Looking at those 2 humans and 2 dragons who were in the process of preparing their strongest attack, Ren Tian Yu slowed down his steps, preparing to jointly use a big move to forcefully break through my Susanoo. Just in time, I wanted a chance to test how powerful the defense power of this Susanoo is. So I will give you an opportunity to attack once. Ren Tian Yu didn't intend to attack them with Yasaka no Magatama, Yasaka beads, to interrupt their chanting, because in the Naruto world, the defense power of Susanoo was absolutely miraculous, and each and every one who possessed Susanoo were abnormally powerful. But Ren Tian Yu had never got the chance to test its defense power himself, and by coincidence now he got the opportunity to test its defense power, so he wanted to see whether Susanoo could block the combination full power attack of 4 god-ranked experts or not. After about a minute, just when Ren Tian Yu was starting to get impatient by waiting, the preparation of big moves of all 4 of them were completed. Dragon exterminates the heaven. Shimin Shu loudly yelled, then the huge dragon sword suddenly leave his hand, and flew in the sky and destroyed the black clouds in the sky. After that huge sword rapidly condensed innumerable gold-colored clouds, and innumerable swords made up of extremely powerful sword chi appeared out from those clouds, just like a raindrops. Fall. Shimin Shu raised both of his hands, then immediately those innumerable huge swords fell down towards Susanoo. Draconic magic, gold-stripped. The huge dragon underneath Shimin Shu also completed the chanting of incantation. Immediately after that huge gold-colored light beam unexpectedly appeared and surrounded the huge body of Susanoo. This gold-colored light beam possessed a special power, all the elements exited in the air around them were quickly removed and clean out by this light beam. And also this magic furthermore had extremely formidable binding ability, as yet another aim of Adelaide was to prevent Ren Tian Yu from fleeing. Draconic magic, disaster of ice and frost. Simultaneously Frost Dragon Diaxineo also completed the preparation of its magic, and immediately the huge amount of ice system elements condensed in the sky, forming a huge ice balls. And terrifying ice chi condense above these huge ice balls. If ordinary person was exposed to these ice chi, then that person would be changed into an ice sculpture in an instant. Ice forbidden magic spells, ice intensity of dragon god. The preparation of magic of Shimin Shinbua was also complete. This time he had selected to use the forbidden magic he was capable to using with highest attack power. Forbidden magic spells, only god-ranked experts can use these spells, and in the eyes of everyone, forbidden magic spells represents merciless destruction. If a god-ranked magicians were given enough time to prepare, they could easily destroy entire town. But although the current magic spell used by Shimin Shinbua was forbidden magic spell, in terms of range, this forbidden magic spell cover less area compared to other large-range forbidden magic spells. But in terms of attack power, nevertheless it was even more powerful and concentrated. So this forbidden magic was even more suitable to use in this condition where his had only one target. Suddenly the strongest attacks of all 4 god-ranked experts which contained the hope of all those 4 god-ranked experts and all the other members of Shimin clan, advanced towards that giant. And under these strongest attack of 4 god-ranked experts, even this terrifying Susanoo appeared extremely insignificant. Hong long long, hong, hong. Suddenly the thunderous sound of explosion rang out, and everyone felt that their ears were ringing due to this sound, and temporarily lost their sense of hearing. Shortly afterwards a powerful explosion shock wave came towards them. Everyone immediately made a great effort to stand steadily, so that they don't get blown away by this shock wave. After about a minute, when the vision of everyone recovered, they saw a large amount of dusts floating in the sky of explosion zone. Although they couldn't see the state inside it, but looking at the incomparable giant crater around it created by the attack, everyone felt that Ren Tian Yu was unlikely to survive this attack. Haha, that's great, finally we eliminate the enemy. That's right, since this person dared to challenge our Shimin clan, he was courting his death. The younger generation of Shimin clan were jumping with excitement. Just a moment ago when they sensed the evil power of formidable Susanoo, everyone felt that their death was near them. Now that enemy had finally perished, how could they not be excited? Even Shimin Shinbua and Shimin Shu were revealing a happy smile, but the following voice coming from that large crater thoroughly froze their smile. So is this your strongest attack? Petty good power. A light voice came from the large crater, and reached the ears of Shiman clan's members. What? Shiman Shinbua and others turned around their neck and looked towards the large crater. Then they suddenly saw two fiery red lights in the midst of smoke, and shortly afterwards a huge figure appeared in front of them. This was Susanoo of Ren Tian Yu. How is this possible? Looking at this huge giant without a single injury, Shiman Shu and others exclaimed in alarm. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Nothing is impossible. Ren Tian Yu lightly said, their attack just a moment ago was actually horrifying. If Ren Tian Yu didn't have this Susanoo, then it was certain death for Ren Tian Yu without doubt. When these 4 attacks landed on Susanoo, Ren Tian Yu felt that the consumption of his eye power of Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly accelerated, and shortly afterwards these 4 attacks were completely blocked by his Susanoo before this attack could reach him. Chapter 99, Wall of Sai. Ren Tian Yu advanced towards Shiman Shu and Shiman Shinbua step by step, and from that huge body of Susanoo, all of them could sense a huge amount of pressure. Looking at this huge Susanoo, Shiman Shinbua and Shiman Shu continued to retreat backwards. After going through this battle just a moment ago, and in addition using several big moves, the energies inside of their bodies were already nearly exhausted, they didn't have any strength left to battle. Adelaide and Dioxineo, these 2 huge dragons, while they were trapped inside the trap of Ren Tian Yu, they had exhausted quite a huge amount of their power to remove the impurity inside their body. It's all over. Ren Tian Yu waved the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Tatsuka blade, and sent out a huge sword blade chop towards them. And this Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Tatsuka blade, sword blade chop advanced towards Shiman Shu in the sky. Number 1. Seeing that the huge sword blade chop was advancing towards Shiman Shu, Shiman Shinbua cried out in fear. Just when the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Tatsuka blade, blade chop was about to hit Shiman Shu, a huge figure appeared in front of Shiman Shu. On the closer look this figure was actually Adelaide, who was using its huge dragon body to take on the powerful attack in the palace of Shiman Shu. Ren Tian Yu saw that the blade of Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Tatsuka blade, had pierced through the huge dragon body of Adelaide, then suddenly a powerful red-colored energy started to absorb the body of Adelaide, and following the blade of Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Tatsuka blade, it would be sucked in inside the bottle gourd of Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Tatsuka blade. Adelaide. Seeing that Adelaide had used its body to block the attack for him, Shiman Shu immediately yelled in utter grief and indignation. And both Shiman Shinbua and Dioxineo couldn't believe what they saw with their own eyes. Since you are so eager to die, I'll help you achieve your aim. I have heard that the dragon is covered with precious treasures from head to toe. I will accept this gift. And I will also spare you from the endless pain of Illusion World. Looking at that huge dragon Adelaide who had taken the attack in place of Shiman Shu, the blood-red colored eyes of Ren Tian Yu which hidden inside the mask flashed. Shortly afterwards Ren Tian Yu who was prepared to immediately suck in that huge dragon body of Adelaide thought something, and the blade of Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Tatsuka blade, flashed. Then the huge suction power of Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Tatsuka blade, stopped for an instant, and in that instant the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Tatsuka blade, cut off the dragon head of Adelaide. After the dragon head was cut off, that unceasingly struggling body of Adelaide completely stopped moving instantly. Then from the cut-off neck of the dragon and the huge dragon mouth of the cut-off head, huge amount of dragon blood poured out, painting the ground around them completely red. But Ren Tian Yu failed to notice, with the death of Adelaide, an invisible soul energy suddenly appeared from the headless dragon corpse and entered his body. The whole body of Shiman Shu was covered with the dragon blood of Adelaide, and along with that burning hot blood on his body, his brain finally perceived the current appearance of Adelaide, and his facial expression became lifeless, and then that expression gradually changed into a hideous expression. When he had just reached Saint rank, he was given a chance to enter Dragon Island. There he had signed the contract with this golden dragon Adelaide, and from then on Adelaide became his battle partner. Now he had already reached God rank from Saint rank. Until now he and Adelaide were already together for more than 30 years. And he had already regarded Adelaide as his most important partner, but now because of himself, Adelaide died, so why won't he feel extremely grieved? Shimin Shu started Ren Tian Yu with his eyes full of hatred. You bastard, you actually killed Adelaide, I'll fight you to death. After finished talking, he was about to rush towards Ren Tian Yu, but Shimin Shinbua used his remaining right hand to hold him back to stop him. Number 2, why are you stopping me? Quickly let me go, I must kill this bastard, and take revenge for Adelaide. Shimin Shu turned around his head towards Shimin Shinbua and roared. Number 1, clam down a bit. Shimin Shinbua gravely said to Shimin Shu, if you rush to him in current circumstance, you are just courting death. Forget about taking revenge for Adelaide, instead you will also lose your life. Hearing Shimin Shinbua, Shimin Shu roared, then what should I do? Don't tell me I cannot take revenge on this enemy. Do you think the people of that place will let him off after he killed Adelaide? At that time, someone will naturally take revenge, even if his strength is extremely high, he won't be able to escape. At this time, Shimin Shinbua didn't want to think much about taking revenge, because he knew that when the moment comes, those people would take revenge for Adelaide, because from past to till now there was not a single person who had the ability to survive after they had killed a dragon. And also right now the most important thing for us, is to return back these younger generation to clan. They are the future hope of our Shimin clan. We absolutely cannot let them fall here. Hearing Shimin Shinbua, Shimin Shu gradually settled down. Yes, when the moment comes, naturally someone will avenge his death. Even though Divine Wind Continent is big, there absolutely will not be any place for him to stay. Good, in this case we should act quickly. Let's use that move. Shimin Shu's eyes flashed with determination and both of them looked at the eyes of each other. Daixineo, you better leave this place, and return back to Dragon Island. You should not pointlessly waste your life in this insignificant fight. Shimin Shinbua said to Daixinbo. But this way you will. Daixineo looked towards Shimin Shinbua and said, because it already could guess what would happen if it left. We do not have time. I have already lived for more than 30 years, it is already long enough. Only it's a pity that from now on I can't fight side by side with you again, and can no longer see my descendants. Shimin Shinbua said with a voice filled with sorrow, then looked towards Daixineo and said, you should go away, quickly use the power of contract, even that guy won't be able to stop you from leaving. Both of you, take care of yourself. Looking at its partner whom it had fought side by side for several tens of years, a reluctant to leave emotion flashed in the eyes of Daixineo. Afterwards along with a boundless white color light beam, using the power of contract it returned back to Dragon Island. Not good. Looking at the disappearing frost dragon, Ren Tian Yu was surprised, and secretly thought this was bad. After all he had killed a dragon, and if the other dragons knew about this, then this would not be a simple laughable matter. Fortunately I have worn a mask as a precaution to hide my identity, and also changed my voice. I think they wouldn't be able to recognize me when that moment comes. Ren Tian Yu rejoiced a bit when he thought this, but he didn't know that when he killed Adelaide, he had already invited a huge trouble for himself, and from here on he would fall into a very difficult position. But that is a part of story that is to come. You all, come over here. Shimin Shinbua and Shimin Shu spoke towards those 5 saint-ranked bodyguards of younger generation. You 5 use 5 dragon suppression domain formation, and release Wall of Sai, and try to stall for time as long as possible. As for your family members, we Shimin clan will properly look after them in your place. Hearing 5 dragon suppression domain formation, those 5 saint-ranked bodyguards suddenly trembled. And their eyes flashed with the emotion of reluctant to part with their family members, because anyone who used this 5 dragon suppression domain formation, they would certainly die. 5 dragon suppression domain formation, this formation was high-level battle formation handed down in Shimin clan. This formation requires 5 people with at least the power level of Peak Swordmaster to use. Once this battle formation is activated, it absorbs all the life force of the users, and the users of this formation could sustain for at most 5 minutes until all their life force are completely absorbed. And this 5 dragon suppression domain formation altogether have 5 layers. One of its layer is Wall of Sai. Wall of Sai, as its name suggests, even if God faced this, all he could do is heave a sigh aloud, as he would be powerless to do anything else. Although this wall of psi formation is not as exaggerated as this, nevertheless it truly is a godly skill. This wall of psi could bring out extremely powerful defense power which far surpassed the defense level of users. It could actually surpass the rank of the user in defense power. In other words, if the actual power of user is only saint ranked, then using this wall of psi formation, even god ranked experts should exert their full power to break through their defense. And if 5 saint ranked experts use this wall of psi formation, then at least 5 god ranked experts are required to break through their defense. The time limit of using this wall of psi is at most 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes this formation would completely absorb the life force of user. Yes. This 5 bodyguards didn't hesitate any longer, and replied in unison. These guys and other similar bodyguards were orphan children with high talent that was bought as a slave cultivator by Shiman clan. From childhood they were brainwashed to protect Shiman clan. They were molded in such a way that they would die for Shiman clan, i.e. on the earth these types of soldiers were known as dead soldier. So all 5 of them didn't contradicted the order of Shiman Shinbua. After that these 5 saint-ranked bodyguards moved instantly, and formed a special circular formation and surrounded the member of Shiman clan including Shiman Shu and others. Then all 5 of them bit their right hand, and releasing a huge amount of battle chi, they quickly wrote a huge blood words. After these 5 huge blood words appeared in the sky, the powerful battle chi mixed with a peculiar power of life force appeared around them. Upon careful look, these 5 words were 5, dragon, suppression, domain and formation. These 5 words. 5 dragon suppression domain formation, first layer, wall of psi, open. These 5 saint-ranked experts roared simultaneously. Then 5 huge blood pillars suddenly rose from the body of these 5 individuals, then gradually spread and these 5 blood pillars combined, and changed into a huge blood-colored light which covered all the members of Shiman clan. And on the top of this light the 5 words, 5, dragon, suppression, domain and formation were drifting away. Chapter 100, Battle End. Inside this huge blood-colored light, the complexion of all those 5 saint-ranked warriors simultaneously became pale, and their body was unceasingly trembling. This 5 dragon suppression domain formation, not only absorbed the life force of these 5 individuals, but also placed an extremely heavy pressure. Even if this 5 dragon suppression domain formation didn't absorb their life force, with their physical strength, they won't be able to handle this pressure for a long time. This is. Ren Tian Yu looked at this huge blood-colored light, and thought that they were about to flee. Because when he had fought against mysterious woman at Eiffel Capital, she had used a teleportation scroll to flee. So Ren Tian Yu feared that they were also using some kind of method to escape. As a result, he immediately speed up and hurried towards them. Everyone hurry up and get between us, we'll join our force and use Dragon Blood Sky Transfer spell to send you away from here. Shiman Shu and Shiman Shinbua facing towards several younger generation of their clan, they spoke. Great-grandfather, second-grandfather, the backlash of using Dragon Blood Sky Transfer spell. Shiman Yuer sadly stared at Shiman Shu and Shiman Shinbua, because she clearly knew the consequence of using Dragon Blood Sky Transfer spell. This Dragon Blood Sky Transfer spell was created by the first patriarch of Shiman clan. It could utilize the full power of user to cut open the space, then send the target to a pointed location. And to use this spell, the user should at least have the strength level of God rank, but using this spell would thoroughly destroy this God ranked expert. Because even delivering a single human would exhaust all the energy within the body of this God ranked expert, and also the battle chi core of this expert, because of forcefully drawing out all the power within the body, would thoroughly disintegrate. And this expert would downright become a cripple. And right now there were 7 individuals including Shiman Yuer, so even if Shiman Shinbua and Shiman Shu joined together to use this transmission spell, it could be estimated that, after using this spell, both of them would be thoroughly ruined. Take out all the space rings on your body, also take off all the items containing energies. We do not understand this space magic. We are just forcefully cutting open this space, so this space will be extremely fragile, and we cannot afford any other energy to corrode this space. If a single different energy enter this space will thoroughly collapse, and every one of you will lose your life in the middle of the endless space. Shu seriously said. At the same time, they suddenly felt a violent fluctuation on the blood-colored light which was surrounding them. They saw that the fiery red-colored huge light sword of that huge demon god's giant hand had slashed on the blood-red light. And along with the slash of that huge sword, a large amount of ripples appeared on the blood-red light which was surrounding them. After that, those 5 saint-ranked warriors who were sustaining the wall of psi formation, suddenly spit up a mouthful of blood simultaneously, and their complexion became even paler, just like a paper. Not good, we don't have any time to waste. Quickly take off the things which contains any type of energy and space rings and give it to us. We will immediately get ready to use Dragon Blood Sky Transfer spell. Shinbua immediately looked at those nervous younger generation of his clan and roared. Hearing Shinbua, then again looking at the violently shaking blood-colored light, and that huge Susanoo who was unceasingly attacking, all of them immediately started to tremble, and without losing any time they took off the space rings and handed over to Shu. After taking those space rings, Shu and Shinbua immediately stood opposite to each other, then simultaneously started to gather all the energies within their body. And they opened their mouth simultaneously and started to chant, I Shu/Shinbua with our blood, with its energy source, agree to exchange endless power, open blood abyss as generous first blood. After both Shu and Shinbua finished chanting, suddenly one gold and one white, 2 huge light beams simultaneously descended from the sky. At these 2 light beams, 2 huge energy dragons were unceasingly revolving around them and finally entered the body of Shu and Shinbua. Generous first blood was a kind of taboo power which was within the blood abyss of everyone, and if opened, the blood power could materialize itself and simultaneously recover all the exhausted energy instantly. And also can use all the power of blood. But once generous first blood is opened, only death awaits after a while. Shinbua and Shu had clearly understood from the beginning that they don't have enough energy inside their body to use Dragon Blood Sky Transfer. So they had no choice but to open their generous first blood. In any case, their one and only result in the end was death. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well open generous first blood to get a large amount of energy. This might increase the success rate of Dragon Blood Sky Transfer spell. After opening generous first blood, Shu and Shinbua didn't have time to sense the endless extremely profound blood power inside their body. Without wasting any time, they hurriedly completed the preparation of Dragon Blood Sky Transfer spell. After that Shu and Shinbua simultaneously lifted their hands, and all the energies within their bodies suddenly gushed out in beyond description pattern, then simultaneously huge gold and white energy dragon flew towards the sky, and suddenly the space of the sky gave out a caw-caw cracking sound, then suddenly a huge black hole appeared above their head. Along with the appearance of this black hole in the space, the power of this black hole started to destroy the wall of psi formation. And those 5 saint-ranked warriors suddenly, pang, 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 changed into 5 blood pools, without leaving even the bones. Everyone quickly enter. Looking at the appeared black hole, Shu and Shinbua used all their power to maintain the balance of this black hole. Then they turned their head towards Shu and others and roared. Shu had a sad face looking at Shu and Shinbua who were exerting themselves to maintain this black hole, then she turned around and ferociously stared at Ren Tian Yu with her eyes full of hatred. She resolutely stared at Ren Tian Yu as if she wanted to imprint his appearance in her brain. Then yelled with her lovely voice, "Let's go." After that she jumped inside that black hole. When the wall of psi was broken, Ren Tian Yu didn't attack immediately to stop these peoples from leaving. He had intentionally let them leave this place. Elder sister Yuer, I am giving you face by letting them leave this place. But next time, when I come to Shiman clan, no one will be able to stop me. Those people who had injured me, humiliated and bullied me, I must make them pay the heaviest price. Ren Tian Yu muttered to himself. Actually Ren Tian Yu had already recognized the identity of Shimen Yue. After all, in the memory of Shimen Tianlong, she was the only one who had truly treated him fairly, just like a family member. So this time, to give some face to her, he had let the younger member of Shimen clan to leave. After all, Ren Tian Yu had chanced to stop them, but he had let all of them leave this place intentionally. After last person disappeared inside the black hole disappeared. And at the same time a cruel smile flashed on the face of Ren Tian Yu behind the mask, then he directly waved Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Tatsuka blade, towards both Shimen Shu and Shimen Shinbua.